This story begins with our protagonist declaring he never wants to set foot in a school again, or any other place of learning for that matter. However, it seems things won't go quite as he planned. Heading towards an unknown destination, he sighs with a look of dissatisfaction. His attendant gets his attention, addressing him as Lyran. He informs him they're almost there. It's then revealed their destination is the Empire's Grand Magic School, Einrevet. Ralong. His attendant becomes emotional, realizing he's being useful to his young master, despite being an old knight. While Oralong seems pleased with what's happening, Lihan, on the other hand, doesn't look satisfied at all. Lihan is unhappy to see that. Unfortunately, in the end, he couldn't escape school. Even in this other life, memories of his past begin to surface, showing us what happened before he arrived at this moment. That moment? We're taken back to his graduation ceremony. A classmate congratulates him on graduating and says that finally, they're free from the slave-like life of students. Free from the teachers at that school. We see a glimpse into his student life and how the teachers love to assign extracurricular activities, even on weekends. They gave him assignments with tight deadlines, sometimes just one night, forcing him to stay up all night studying. His diet was terrible, having to eat the same meal for a whole week. His classmate says it's normal for teenage students, adolescents, to be like that. But that Lian, more than anyone, is amazing for having endured all of that. Lian replies that he just did the best he could, given his circumstances. Jokingly, his classmate asks him if he'd like to repeat school, since he doesn't seem to mind. Lian says he doesn't care about appearances, and that everything he did was nothing special, and that now he doesn't want to go back, or any other educational institution. He says he wants to live only for himself, and that this way, he'll never have to be in a place like school again. The perspective shifts. We see what appears to be a truck driver. The driver looks desperate. His brakes aren't working. He yells for everyone ahead to get out of his way. However, the protagonist, standing in the middle of the street, doesn't see the truck coming. He only notices it when it's right in front of him. In the end, all his effort and dedication to education were for nothing. Yet, his convictions couldn't be shaken, not even by death. Liana wakes up in a strange place, in the body of a child. He hasn't just been reincarnated, but he's also retained all the memories of his past life. Now named Liam Wardness, he's the third son of a powerful family of mages in the Empire. After understanding his situation, he cries tears of joy. He thinks he's finally being rewarded for the hard life he had as a student. He finally has the chance to have a calm and peaceful life. However, he couldn't be more wrong. In the Warden household, there are rules. And the first rule is that the firstborn gets everything. As for the other children, they have to find their own way, without the privileges given by the family. The scene changes to a training ground. A duel with wooden swords is underway. There, Aurora, Long, and Lian are practicing swordsmanship, because despite everything, fortunately, his family at least supports him in learning whatever he wants. Arotan asks him if he wants to take this opportunity to follow the path of a swordsman. Lian, in turn, replies that he will be a mage, because it's the most stable path for his life. Auroran seems bothered by the answer, which makes Lian ask if, wouldn't your answer have been too simple? For him, he was deeply moved, Olong said, touched by his young master's profound wisdom. In choosing this path, his interpretation of the protagonist's words is that of a nobleman with immense ambition. Surprised and unsure how to react, Liren thinks Aolong has set his expectations too high. He believes that, in truth, what he wants is much simpler than it seems. After all, in every part of this society, there are opportunities for a powerful mage. Therefore, he thinks the Empire's best magic school is where he'll have the most opportunities. Back in the present, he looks at the school, telling himself he just needs to endure it for a few years. The memory of a man surfaces in his mind. The man says he'll do well at school because his talent was even praised by the patriarch himself. Speaking to Oralan, he says that even though he was prevented from learning magic as a child because it was considered dangerous, he remains grateful to Oralan. They then say their goodbyes, because from this point forward, no servants or mounts are allowed to continue the journey. He glances to the side and notices a carriage moving ahead, even though it's not permitted. Looking ahead, he sees that besides the students, there are knights and servants accompanying their nobles. There are more people here than there should be, despite only noble students of the academy being allowed here. Once again, Lihan states that within the Inn Robert, he must go alone, without the help of servants or companions. Beside him, Lahan notices someone's quite upset by this. She even asks him if he's all right. The boy, who is quite nervous, says he can't sleep without his servant by his side. Surprised by the noble's words, Lihan falls silent. He remains quiet, But the noble starts to explain that his servants are almost like his most important limbs, and that without them, he's powerless. Refusing to accept these rules, and knowing that slaves are allowed in the academy, the nobleman confronts a mage at the gate. Curious about how this will unfold, Li Han watches what happens. The result:
the mage
uses magic on the nobleman's mind to scold him. Li Han is even startled when he realizes the academy mages don't tolerate disrespect, not even from nobles. Then the academy gate opens, and a strange green mist begins to emerge. A strange green light shines from the gate, and from there, a voice tells Liz that everything she sees is an illusion. Li Han feels immense pressure coming from the gate. He wonders if all this pressure comes from the headmaster. Everyone around him is frozen, unable to do anything. The mysterious person says that everyone was warned to come, alone and with nothing. But now that everyone has disobeyed the rules, he will force them to comply. Strong winds blow from the gate, sweeping away everything that isn't allowed. As the nobles scream, while their belongings are taken, everyone stands frozen in shock. But the mysterious man calls them fools and tells them to move. He orders everyone to enter. And so, little by little, one passes through the gate. A green skull in the sky is responsible for everything that's happening. If that happens, then he yells for all the students to run inside. And so begins the first day at Recap, the Empire's finest magic academy. As they walk through the academy, the nobles complain about the headmaster calling them blockheads. Walking in silence, Li Han hears someone call him from behind. He turns around to see who it is. Calling out to him is a noble girl named Yorner Mecken. The reason she called him was because the prince wanted to speak with him. Without much reaction, Li Han looks in the direction Yorner indicated. There, he sees a cheerful young man with golden hair, possessing a very friendly air. The prince looks at Li Han cheerfully. However, Liam wonders, should this boy really be called a prince? After all, the emperor has many children throughout the empire, especially since the emperor declared he wouldn't support any child but his firstborn. And in a place filled with nobles from different families, the situation of someone from the imperial family would be even worse. The young man then asks Liam if he would like to accompany them. Liam notices some nobles are laughing at the unknown prince, but he doesn't care and decides to go with the prince and the young man. The young man smiles brightly and thanks him for agreeing to come along. He then mentions that he's been rejected several times before he could accept. Upon hearing this, Liran begins to regret his decision. Gainan is the name of this prince, who claims to be the 97th prince. And so a trio of friends is formed. Time passes, and Gainan is trying to tell Lyran something, acting rather immature. The prince complains to Lyran about the person who rejected him. To console him, Lyran says that others don't understand his nobility. However, the prince is a fool who doesn't understand Lyran's words. So Lyran tries to compliment Gainan once more. But even with the compliments, Gainan starts complaining again. He says that besides rejecting him, that person also went to talk to Ardinart. Then he sees a girl surrounded by people praising her. It's Ardinart, the 44th princess of the imperial family. Upon seeing the princess, the protagonist notices that unlike her brother, she exudes an air of elegance and nobility. After that, Ganning asks the protagonist to beat up the guy who rejected him. However, Li Han refuses, saying nobles shouldn't do such things. With that, Ganning asks the protagonist what he should do, and the protagonist simply replies that he should forgive others. But if he doesn't want to do that, he can always challenge the person to a duel. So, Ganning agrees to forgive everyone who rejected him, because even though she's his relative, Li Han's stubbornness isn't easy to deal with. Curious, he asks why she takes care of him, especially since he causes so much trouble. But before she can say anything, a strange green flame erupts from the ground. Once again, the skull appears before them. He calls them hard-headed fools. A nobleman points at him and calls him a light. Lights are powerful mages who have transcended death and become undead. This surprises Li Han, as he knows a light is the headmaster of an academy, the Imperial Magic Academy. Then, the headmaster asks everyone if they know why he calls them hard-headed fools. Ardnarte answers immediately. He says it's because the academy novices have iron as their symbol. The headmaster seems satisfied with the answer. He says he'll award 10 points to her dormitory. However, he quickly reveals it was all a lie. This leaves Ardnart embarrassed for falling for the trick. He then explains the real reason why the novices have iron as the symbol represents iron because among all metals, it has infinite uses. The students are awestruck by the headmaster's words, but then he starts laughing and tells them he lied. Again, everyone is shocked by the headmaster's antics. Liren then realizes no one can respond to his taunts. The magical density in the room was extremely high and might be preventing the students from taking any action. Strangely, the protagonist is unaffected by the magical density. This makes him wonder if the headmaster lessened the pressure for the students. As the headmaster questions their inaction, he notices one person is able to move in his presence. It seems this boy is more special than the others. Continuing with the instructions, he orders everyone to head towards a door. The students obey and walk towards the door. Passing through the door, they arrive at the dining hall. Tables are already laden with food. The headmaster instructs everyone to rest while they eat. Everyone is impressed with the meals. There's a wide variety of dishes ready to be devoured. Gon is the first to serve himself. As the students are ready to eat, all the food vanishes. But it turns out the headmaster was just tricking them. The headmaster starts laughing loudly, amused by the students' innocence. At that moment, the protagonist wonders if the headmaster lost his mind. When he went light, the headmaster tosses clothes and food at the students. Completely bewildered, the students are startled by all of this. With that, he hands out uniforms and food to everyone. All these reactions are exactly what the headmaster wanted to see. To get the best out of them, they'll have to obtain everything using magic. Thus, the academy's main rule is revealed. One student decides to ask someone outside for supplies, but the headmaster explains that no first-year student can leave the academy or ask upperclassmen to bring them anything from outside. With everything explained, the skull mysteriously vanishes from the room. Before completely disappearing, he wishes them all luck in becoming great mages. After witnessing all of this, Lee Han realizes the teachers at this school will be no different from those in his past life. He even compares his lab instructor to that crazy skull. Stunned by the resemblance, Lee Han doesn't notice Genando calling out to him. Genando complains about Lee Han's treatment of him, but Lee Han continues to ignore him. Those clothes and food, out of such low quality, aren't fit for suit. Those clothes and food, of such low quality, I don't please the Prince of the Empire. Meanwhile, Lee Han, who isn't paying attention, continues daydreaming. He concludes that this place is actually better than he expected. Hearing this, Gaining thinks about how the Warden family is mysterious and strange. In his opinion, you have to be pretty messed up to be happy with this kind of treatment from the school. Feeling sorry for the protagonist, Gaining even invites him to visit his home sometime. Without further ado, the two head towards the dorms. Interestingly, to prevent the nobles from clashing with each other. The dorms are divided into 4 sections. According to status, the first is the Azure Dragon Tower for high-ranking nobles. Of high rank, this is where the protagonists will stay. Next up is the Phoenix Tower. For those devoted to the Divine Flame, it's exclusively for the Empire's religious members of the Empire. Next, we have the White Tiger Tower. It's home to the knightly families, who follow the path of knight and mage. And finally, there's the omniscient Black Tortoise Tower. This dormitory houses the most diverse group of people, from slaves to low-ranking nobles. Because of this, it's the most discriminated against by the others. To the noble students, this dormitory is worthless. However, someone seems strangely interested in them. It was Lee Han, who believed they would be excellent business partners. He couldn't stop thinking about the great business opportunity that would arise from befriending the people in this dorm. A noble loudly voices his displeasure with them. Everyone looks in the noble's direction. After seeing that he has everyone's attention, he arrogantly asks if he said something wrong. The protagonist, not wanting to lose his future business partners, steps in to defend them. He tells the noble that there's no difference in status among students and that he shouldn't act so arrogantly. Since the protagonist is from the Warden family, his words carry weight. The protagonist feels satisfied. He thinks he's earned everyone's respect, but things don't go as planned. Some people seem terrified that he's a member of the Warden family. There are rumors surrounding the Wardens, including one that says the Patriarch is a dragon. Their reactions surprise him, seeing John nearby. He takes the opportunity to ask if the rumors about his appearance are true. But to her, Lehan seemed quite dignified. Gon watches them talking from a distance and complains about being left alone. As the two head towards the prince, Lehan takes the opportunity to ask, once again, why she's putting up with this prince. With a quick reply, she says it's all because of his mother. The scene shifts to a grand palace. These are memories from when Jonah was a child. He's playing beside a beautiful woman, when suddenly he spills wine on her dress. He tripped, and the person whose dress he just stained is none other than the Empress. The child is terrified. Frozen in fear, the Empress pulls him into a hug. She comforts him, reassuring him not to be afraid. She tells him it was just a small mistake. Overwhelmed with emotion, the boy looks up at the Empress. However, the entire image shatters when Jonah tells him that it was all an illusion, a trick played by the protagonist. It was all a bribe. The Empress used it to make Ioner become friends with Gainando. After hearing this, he sees an incredible opportunity. He could become friends with the prince, too. Walking through the academy, he realizes just how massive it is. It even has lakes and forests inside. He understands that Light was telling the truth about them, having to find everything on their own. Looking around, he sees the other lost students. They have no idea where to go. He asks Yonara what's going on. She replies that the path to their dorm should be just up ahead. Confused by this, he walks closer to see what's going on. The ground shakes, causing everyone to panic. A strange tower emerges from the earth. Unable to believe their eyes, the students wonder what the tower is. The tower seems incredibly small to everyone present, leaving even the prince uncomfortable with its size. While Lyran is curious about the tower, the prince continues to complain. As they enter the tower, something unexpected happens. Everything disappears, leaving the protagonist alone in a dark space. He doesn't understand what's happening. The protagonist searches for everyone who is with him. Around him, a mysterious voice greets him, asking him where he'd like to go. Observing the entire space around him, he realizes everything here is magical. After understanding his situation, he asks what his options are. The mysterious voice praises him for grasping things so quickly. It then explains that for now he can only choose between his room and the freshman hall. After hearing this, he asks if there will be more options in the future. He's told that more places will be unlocked once he discovers their names. But for now, access is restricted by the headmaster himself. With only 2 options, he decides to go to his room once more. Li-Han is greeted and escorted to his room. Inside his room, Li-Han reads about Ain Rangard. Only one subject is mandatory, while the others are optional. Reading through the book, he discovers the headmaster's name is Osu Ganadaltz. To Li-Han, this academy is less restrictive than he expected, and more relaxed than the school in his previous life. Even his room is comfortable. However, the other students didn't share the same impression. Content with everything, Li-Han decides to see what subjects the others will choose. In the freshman hall, Li-Han and Owen are talking. Owen says he wants to pursue the path of alchemy. She explains to Lian that her goal is to become a major supplier to the palace. She's excited and suggests that they join her. But for him, it's too difficult to establish himself in the market. That's not what he's looking for. Seeing that Lian doesn't seem interested, Yoner asks him what he is interested in. In his mind, all he wants is something easy with little competition. He simply wants to become a simple imperial civil servant. However, he doesn't have the courage to tell Yoner that his desire is so simple. In the end, he just gives vague answers. But their conversation is interrupted by the prince. He's frantic, claiming that his room has been ransacked. The two of them, knowing the prince's personality, don't pay much attention to his words. Even when he says his belongings were stolen, he's ignored. The day passes. Li-Han is reading about the fundamentals of magic. It's the only required subject at the academy. Closing the book he was reading, he notices something around him. All the students look exhausted. The lack of food and the uncomfortable beds have left the nobles sleep-deprived. Li-Han finds this situation strange, because nothing bothers him. He remembers his past, when he was a simple laborer. It surfaces in his mind without pause or rest. He even had to eat cereal bars for lunch. Even his co-worker had no choice. His co-worker even promised him a feast at the end, which turned out to be nothing but instant ramen. Much to his dismay, it really was ramen he ate for dinner. After spending the whole day working, eating nothing but a cereal bar, after recalling his past, he feels grateful that his situation is much better in this life. The students in front of him announce their arrival at the classroom. They carelessly open the classroom door without looking ahead. When they finally look up, they're startled by what they see inside. The students even stumble backward in fright, while the other wonders if this is really a classroom. There's someone inside with a different look, fangs, blue skin. It's a troll. And for some reason, it's already waiting for them. In this world, trolls are nothing more than ferocious, savage monsters. Yet, for some reason, standing right before them is a troll. She wearing normal clothes, like a person. The troll tells them to come in. They're in the right place. Everyone takes a seat. Silence falls over the room. She speaks first. She says she's half troll and her name is Garcia Kim. To calm the frightened students, terrified, she said there's no reason to be afraid. After all, she doesn't eat humans. But suddenly, she starts licking her lips. Her expression shifts, turning predatory, like a hunter eyeing its prey. She says she won't do anything as long as her stomach is full. Her words frighten everyone. Even the prince is shocked. Garcia Kim immediately regrets his joke. Moving on to the lesson, Garcia explains that most of the spells won't be used because they're too dangerous. But despite that, she will teach the principles of magic so that everyone can find their own path, as mages becoming a compass to guide them on their journeys. They are relieved to see she's not like the headmaster they knew. Her first question to the students is, what is a mage or magic? Ardyn responds, saying a mage is someone who shapes the world to their will. Garcia praises his answer, but says there's more to it. She then adds that a mage must be able to sense and manipulate mana around them. However, that alone doesn't make a mage. The ability to gather and combine magical power to create results is also necessary. With the need to create spells and domains, a strong will is crucial. Above all else, to ensure everyone understands clearly, the teacher asks everyone to try. She asks the students to try and gather magical power into their wands. The students then begin to practice. Garcia asks everyone to imagine a figure of light while channeling the magic. Yoner struggles, but continues to channel. For her, it's like trying to control the reins of a wild horse. Continuing with the lesson, the teacher asks everyone to repeat the same incantation she will say. A bright light appears when she invokes the light. The light grows stronger, illuminating the entire room with its brilliance. Finally, the teacher said it didn't matter what incantation they used, as long as it was short and helped them maintain their focus. After combining the 3 basic principles the teacher had given them, the protagonist understood what he needed to do. He began to practice. He, who only had a small amount of magical power accumulated in his wand, started to shape it with a bright light, exactly as the teacher had shown them. However, although things seemed to be going well, something still seemed to have gone wrong. The other students also seemed to be having difficulty controlling his magic power is surging, even becoming frightening as it moves against his will. His magic power seems like it's about to attack him, but quickly, his teacher casts a protective spell. She creates angelic wings on her back. Angelic wings sprout from her back to shield him. She reassures them, saying that even if they fail and cause accidents with their magic, she will be there to protect them. She encourages them to keep trying until there is no more magic power left in their bodies. On the second try, a third of the students had already given up on the exercise. Despite its simplicity, the magic they are practicing takes a month to learn. However, Garcia doesn't tell the students this. She believes they should discover it on their own. After 7 attempts, most have given up, except for Lihan, who still seems interested in learning. He insists on continuing, even though he's the last one left. With some enthusiasm, he awaits the teacher's response. He looks at her, seeking her approval. Seeing this, Garcia wonders how he still has energy. While it's normal for a newbie with good energy reserves to give up on the 5th try. Next, they explain the origin of mages. It seems they can have various names, depending on the region or belief system, but despite the different origins, all who walk the path of a mage can face the problem of insufficient magical power. Insufficient power? Witnessing this display of talent, Garcia asks for Liran's name. After Liran introduces himself, without using his family name, Garcia is pleased with the boy's attitude. She asks him to come closer, with Lihan still in front of him. Garcia asked Lihan to give her his hand. He simply obeys and offers his hand. Upon touching Lihan's hand, Garcia senses his incredible magical power. Something strange happens, and she finds herself surrounded by water. She looks around in every direction. She's trying to see something. However, all she sees is a vast, endless ocean surrounding her. She cries out for the professor. Liran manages to bring her back to reality. He looks concerned and asks if she's all right. Garcia says she's fine and asks to return to class. She wonders what just happened. We see Ganning still believes his professor can devour someone. He even tells Einar this. Knowing Ganning's foolishness, Einar simply tells him to shut up. Back to Garcia, she asks Liran to meet her after class. Class continues. Garcia says it's normal to be without magical power, but as they train, they'll gain more power and reduce their magical power consumption. However, they mustn't practice recklessly. Especially Gainando, concluding her lesson. She reinforces to Gainando that he shouldn't eat people, and so ends the class's first lesson. After class ends, we see Liran meeting with his teacher alone. Garcia then begins to explain why she asked to meet with him. After class, the truth is she had already heard of Liran from the headmaster himself. Liran is surprised to learn he caught the attention of Light, whom he thought was just a lunatic. But Garcia quickly reassures him, telling him not to worry, because despite appearances, the headmaster is a kind person. The truth is, the headmaster carefully observes all the students. Without them knowing, he and the teachers discuss each new student entering the academy. And in his observation of the protagonist, the headmaster mentions that Liran possesses great foolishness. Garcia wonders why Liran would have such great foolishness. Perhaps it's a reference to the saying that someone who appears very foolish may actually be hiding great wisdom. She concludes that the headmaster meant Liran has great potential. With this, her expectations of him increase, making her want to meet him personally. Lihan calls out to his teacher, who was lost in thought. She snaps back to reality. Garcia, unable to reveal everything she knows, gives another reason for calling him over. She says it's because he possesses a vast amount of mana, but to Lihan, this reason doesn't make sense. Anyone can increase their mana reserves with training. However, it's not just about having a lot of mana. For Garcia, Lihan's mana is at a level she can't even measure. According to her, in this world, the base amount of mana a person has is also considered a talent. This makes it much easier for a mage, eliminating the need to train mana reserves. Hearing this explanation, the protagonist is thrilled with his incredible talent, but his true joy comes from knowing this will make his life easier. With a pitying look in her eyes, Garcia doesn't seem to share his enthusiasm. Confused, he asks why she doesn't seem happy. She explains there's a problem with having too much mana. Just as it's easy to control water in a cup, mana is easier to control in smaller quantities. However, like an ocean, the amount of mana Lihan possesses would be nearly impossible to control. Lihan is shocked by his teacher's words. Therefore, the most essential thing for a mage is what he'll struggle with the most. He'll have the most difficulty with it. The thought of struggling to control his mana fills him with despair. He's desperate. However, Garcia gives him a strange bracelet. She explains that the bracelet will absorb his excess mana to help him. This cheers him up, but his happiness is short-lived. She tells him it won't be that simple. He must constantly practice using mana to avoid problems. She gives him permission to practice alone. Later, with the other two, he continues to lament the difficulties he'll face. He asks if they've decided on their courses yet. Ioner confidently declares her choice, mirroring Mia's. She even invites the others to join her. Ganando mocks her decision. He scoffs, calling it a path for mere servants. This infuriates Ioner, provoking her to attack the prince. Seeing her fury, the protagonist decides to simply watch. She calls out to Ganando, who looks back nonchalantly. With a single punch, she sends him flying. She warns him not to bother looking for healing potions. Meanwhile, Liran observes Ioner's technique, deeming it a well-deserved blow. Later, as they walk, the protagonist asks Ioner if she hadn't hit him too hard. But seeing Ioner's reaction, he realizes getting hit by her is normal. Changing the subject, they both observe students from a nearby tower. These students belong to the Black Turbo Tower. They stare at Liran in this commoner's tower. Commoners usually react with fear or resentment when they encounter a noble. However, these students before him show hostility upon seeing Liran. He decides then that it's best not to engage with them. Everyone arrives at the academy grounds for the next class. An unfamiliar voice asks if everyone is present. Liran thinks it will be another teacher from a very different race leading the class, but he's disappointed to see it's just a dwarf. His name is Regulum. From the Regulum. He starts by saying he knows everyone is wondering why they're there. Outside the academy buildings, with no desks or chairs to sit on, Arnart volunteers to answer. She says they're there to feel the human connection with nature. Once again, Nath is embarrassed for answering incorrectly. And Onir asks Lian if he knows why they are there. Without a care, he says it's just a place to gather materials. Surprisingly, his answer is correct. Professor Origelum smiles at Liran's answer. Meanwhile, Ardnart, on the other hand, glares at the protagonist with envious eyes. This makes Liran worry about the possibility of having a rival. Gregory Olin calls for everyone's attention and begins his explanation about what's essential for alchemy. It's common knowledge that in alchemy, talent and good mana control are necessary. However, the professor says that that's not quite the case. What's truly necessary is the ability to acquire materials. Jono, who was the most excited about the class, has her expectations dashed in an instant. Ardnar says it's an exaggeration that something like this is a fundamental skill for alchemy, when you can grow or buy the materials yourself. Some students also question if something like this is really that important for alchemy. Hearing all of this, Gregolan becomes furious. He goes so far as to call them all blockheads for not knowing even the basics. Gregolan then explains to everyone that only 10% of materials can be personally cultivated. As for purchased materials, like medicinal herbs, they're often useless. He's appalled by the adventurer's poor harvesting methods. To him, it's outrageous that such delicate items, like medicinal herbs, are handled so roughly during collection. But he quickly composes himself and concludes that knowing how to gather materials properly is essential for any alchemist. Tired of explaining, Professor Urigalum conjures papers into his students' hands. On each paper, there's a drawing of the material they must collect. Thus begins the practical alchemy lesson. Lyron, along with Ioner, discusses the herb they need to find. However, Lyrien is quite bothered by the fact that they have to search for these herbs in this particular forest, which seems incredibly dangerous. Seeing that it would be risky to go in pairs, Ionar suggests finding another person to join them, someone to join them on their quest. And since they want someone from the same tower, the protagonist suggests inviting Princess Ardenar. Ionar doubts she would want to join them, but Lihan believes since they all want the same thing, they could team up. Unfortunately, it's too late for that. All the nobles have already formed teams, without them realizing it. Even the students from the Black Turtle Tower, who were avoiding the protagonist, have joined her. This even makes Lihan a little envious, but unlike him, Princess Arnart is known for her intelligence and talent. This makes her a celebrity outside the academy, the complete opposite of Ganando. He has no renown as a prince. Now there are no nobles left to ally with, so his only option are the students of the Black Tortoise Tower. Even though he knows they don't like him, he sees no other choice. He has to get close to one of them. Then someone catches his eye. This person has a strange symbol on their waist, with dark skin and pointed ears. This girl is a dark elf! Her name is Nelia, and she's from the Northern Empire. She was part of a group made up of hunters and explorers. Nelia looks intently at the image of the herb. Then she says it won't be a difficult task for her. She sees this as a great opportunity to stand out among the most talented students, but someone approaches, calling out to her to get her attention. It's Ioner and Laren. They introduce themselves to her, only recognizing Ioner. Nilha asks what they want from her. She's quite direct. The two ask Nilha if she wants to join them. This leaves her even more confused. After all, in her mind, all nobles are the same. They're snobbish, and no matter how well you treat them, they're never satisfied. However, Liren argues that it's more dangerous to be alone. If the monster appears, Nilha denies needing any help. This leads Liren to question why, and with that, Liren deduces that she probably thinks they want to use her as bait. Nelia tries again to say she'll go alone, but the protagonist interrupts her. He argues that she doesn't know the dangers of that forest, and even if she finds the herb, she won't be able to carry it alone. He concludes by saying it would be foolish to do something like that. This leaves her even more embarrassed. He continues to tease her, finally causing her to give in. Seeing all this manipulation, he wonders what the Warden family teaches their children. Then, they head into the forest in search of the herb they need. Nelia takes the lead, leaping from branch to branch, while the other two follow behind. Yoner is impressed with her hunting skills, while Lian comments on how well-developed his muscles are, and how his hands look like they belong to someone skilled with a bow and arrow. Nelia overhears everything and feels a bit uncomfortable. She looks at the protagonist with a curious expression in her eyes. Lion has a strange aura. It's as if he can read her mind. But her thoughts are Isat. And she interrupted when he says he only knows she's because of the Shadow Patrol symbol on her waist. They both realize she was eavesdropping on their conversation. They ask her to wait for them, so they can go together. Nelia plays hard to get, denying she needs their help. Lihana argues that only Yona can identify the herb. She already has experience with the plant. Growing increasingly irritated with Lyran, Nelia asks what his role in the group will be. Since she's the guide and Yona's the one identifying the herb, knowing Nelia won't be happy to hear he just wants to tag along, Liran makes the excuse that he's there to protect them. Nelia, observing his physique, deduces that Lyran comes from a family of knights. She asks why he's at the Blue Tower, if he's from a knightly family. But Liran replies that he's from the Wardness family, like everyone else. Nelia reacts with shock upon hearing this. She even shouts the name Wardness in astonishment. Her reaction is like someone who just heard the name of a monster, a terrifying one. Even Lihan looks concerned. Worried, in fact, because of the rumors surrounding his family. Yoner explains that among the noble families, the Wardens have the most bizarre rumors circulating. Rumors about them. This makes Lihan curious about these rumors. There are many. Some claim the Patriarch is a dragon who, during the Undead Fury incident, burned all the undead with his flames. Others say the family has contracts with ancestral spirits, and that's why they possess such great magical talent, but at the cost of losing their emotions. There's even a saying that the Wardena family is ruthless, because once a Wardena mage annihilated an entire city during a rebellion. After hearing all of this, Lihan finally understands why everyone looks at him like he's a monster. Even so, Lihan questions why only his family has these rumors. After all, there were many mages from different families involved in terrible incidents. The girl who had been watching him this whole time changes her opinion of him. She finally sees him as a normal person and not some heartless monster. So She tells him to stop crying over these rumors and go back to looking for the herb. The search continues with Leon and Leilane scouring the ground. Meanwhile, Nilia moves through the treetops, swinging from vine to vine like Tarzan. Nilia spots something that catches her eye. She approaches the other two to tell them. Afterward, she asks them to take a look at what she found. They were the shallow footprints of something large. She's curious to know what it could be, but Leon, despite trying to be polite, doesn't seem the least bit interested. However, Leilane also seems interested in the discovery. This surprises Nilia. It piques her interest considerably. This surprises Nilia, leaving her quite happy. She then asks Leilane if she truly finds it interesting, and he quickly replies, asking why it wouldn't be interesting to him. To her, rather. It's very odd for someone from a noble family to be fascinated by wildlife. Feeling increasingly embarrassed, Nilia ends the conversation. She tells them to always be cautious. If they encounter something like this, especially in that forest, it's hard to know what's out there. After all, there are rumors of different kinds of monsters inhabiting the Academy's forest. Since Einruger is covered in mana, monsters are always present there. Even artificially created monsters can be found. From that point on, they decide to change their route and follow the tracks, and to reduce the chance of a monster ambush. Lihana then asks Nilia to teach him how to walk through the forest. Nilia doubts Lihana can learn, but he insists, saying he'll do his best. Seeing his persistence, Nilia turns to speak. With a smile on her face, she challenges him to see how far he can go. They set off again in search of the herb. The three walk through the forest until they finally find the herb. However, to their dismay, there are only 2 herbs there. Nem suggests going somewhere else to look for more, but Gilder remains silent, looking behind him. When Einar decides to look too, she's startled. Immediately, a creature is approaching them. It's a giant boar charging in their direction. The boar glares at them ferociously. Lihan warns them that this is no ordinary boar. The boar assumes an attack stance. Unarmed, Lihan draws his magic wand, ready to use it as a weapon. In this world, wands can change their size at the user's will. Lihan transforms it into a spear. His daughter is impressed, remembering his family and where he comes from. The Ward Mess, a family of great mages, who likely learned magic even before attending school. Feeling confident, Lihan prepares to face the creature, but Nilia tells him if it doesn't work, he needs to run. She'll distract the creature so the other two can escape. Yona and Lihan are touched by Nilia's selflessness. Embarrassed, she replies that she's the only one who can do it. Lihan thanks her. The boar charges furiously towards them. Meanwhile, it seems Lihan is about to use some magic to defeat the boar. Gripping his spear staff tightly, Lihan prepares. He remembers when he was 10 years old and was taught the importance of using various weapons to handle different situations. Only this way, a person can undergo the process of enlightenment and become capable of infusing mana into their weapon, thus creating an aura. However, only a few can reach this level. Lyra was receiving all this training about aura, but he saw no point in learning to use it. He only wanted to become a mage. He told Arla Long that there was no reason to train his body. But Arla Long completely misunderstood Liren's words. This misunderstanding only motivated him even more to train Liren, to become an aura user. Back in the present, we see Liren charging forward with his staff spear. He thrusts it into the boar's mouth. The other two are startled by his unexpected action. The boar thrashes in pain and then collapses dead. The two are even more shocked by what they just witnessed. They expected him to use magic to kill the boar, not to simply use his wand as a melee weapon. Although it may not look like it, the wand is extremely durable and can be used in physical combat. However, it shouldn't have been possible to kill a boar that's transformed into a monster. With just that, the only reason the protagonist managed to kill the boar was that he unconsciously used mana. In that attack, purely out of survival instinct, Lirum used something resembling an aura. After that, they checked to make sure the boar was really dead. Confirming the creature's death, Mila pulled her wand from the boar's mouth and handed it back to Liran. Yoner was still on the ground, recovering from the shock. He wondered if it was normal for a class to be so dangerous. Then the three of them heard screams in the distance. They immediately assumed that other students were facing the same situation they had just encountered. The three headed towards the source of the screams. Upon arriving, Mila was the first to assess the situation. Below the cliff, where they stood, students were facing the same challenge they had. Since there are several students together, the protagonists suggest they simply observe the situation. Down below, one student decides to confront the creature. That student is Ashley Dalcard, and Owner is the first to recognize him. The Dalcards are a very famous aristocratic family, almost like the prime ministers of the empire. Because of this, Lyren believes he can handle a boar standing before the princess. while her knight seems confident in facing the boar. He then shouts at it, declaring that he can predict all of its movements. The boar charges at Ichan as he dodges to the side. Seeing an opportunity, Akam attacks the boar. The blow is ineffective. It only causes a minor wound, enraging the boar even further. Furious, the boar then delivers a powerful kick, sending Akam flying. He lands and looks back at the other students, but someone steps forward to protect them. It's the princess, taking charge to defend everyone. Philia is impressed by the princess's courage. Meanwhile, Yon asks if Li Han will do anything. Li Han remains silent, simply observing. The boar slowly advances toward the princess. Arnart starts to think about what to do. With her wand in hand, she prepares to confront the boar. However, before she can act, the boar is attacked from behind. Confused, she stares at the scene in disbelief. The boar collapses, unconscious. Behind it stands Li Ran. He's grateful he wasn't noticed before his attack. With Nile by his side, he explains that this is the key reason to approach an enemy from upwind. Ardenart watches him and recognizes him once more. She formally thanks him. Li Ran responds in kind. Nile observes their conversation and asks Honor why they're being so formal with each other, even though they're in the same year. Ardenart promises to repay him for his help. Li Ran immediately asks for a favor. He tells her to name what she wants. Ardenart is nervous about what he might ask for. Li Han then asks her to tell him which classes would offer the easiest path to getting good grades in school. Hearing this, Arnar feels a great disappointment in Li Han. She can't believe that a warden would look for the easiest way out. She assumes Li Han is just trying to tease her, but Li Han, with an innocent smile, continues to ask if she knows the easiest method. However, someone shouts from the forest, claiming to have the answers to their questions. This makes Li Han extremely nervous, as if he already knows what's coming. It seems like he's been in a similar situation in his past life. An unsettling feeling, but incredibly familiar. It washes over him. Behind him, someone calls out his last name. It's his teacher, answering Li Han's question. He says that it's in the alchemy class, that he'll find the facility he's looking for. Noticing a striking resemblance between the alchemy teacher and his teachers from the past, Li Han is shocked. However, he quickly composes himself. He says he already knows how to handle these situations. With a forced smile, he replies, saying something like that is only possible with passion and love, and Rigelin says he was expecting that answer. Therefore, he'll help him find his passion and love. The other students, and even Ardenar, are impressed that Li Han caught the attention of another teacher. Meanwhile, Urigalim observes everyone. After assessing the situation with his students, Urigalim decides to end the day's lesson. However, he expresses his dissatisfaction that only 2 groups found the boar. He explains that his intention wasn't just for them to search for herbs. His real goal was for everyone to gain experience with potential situations they might encounter while gathering herbs. According to him, an alchemist must be prepared for different kinds of situations. His explanation ends up annoying everyone. And so Leonardo asks, did he really need the herb everyone was searching for? After all, the 3 of them went to so much trouble to find only 2. Gargulum, who didn't think anyone would actually find them, is impressed by the 3. With a smile on his face, he praises their talent. He tells them they passed. This leaves Li Han feeling pessimistic, thinking he's in trouble now. Seeing he has no choice, Li Han shamelessly lies, saying that he's always wanted to learn alchemy. Hearing this, Gargulum gets the impression that Li Han is much more mature than he should be. He then tells him that he'll give him a special privilege for killing the boar and finding the herbs. The privilege is this: Lirin and the other 2 will be allowed to use his cabin in the woods whenever they want. Immediately, Lirin imagines his teacher wants him to do chores at the cabin. Regulum realizes Lyran misunderstood. He says he'll explain further. According to Regulum, the biggest challenge for new students at the academy is the scarcity of food. And even though Laran hasn't been bothered by it yet, he eventually will be. Lirin starts to think about the fact that he only has limited options. Limited food supplies. This is a significant inconvenience for the nobles of the Azure Tower. The instructor then mentions that his cabin is stocked with all sorts of ingredients and spices. Hearing this, Lyra immediately understands what the instructor means. In his mind, he believes he's being invited to enjoy an all-you-can-eat buffet whenever he wants. This greatly motivates him to participate in alchemy class, further pleasing his instructor. But unlike Lyra, the other students aren't happy at all with the instructor's decision to unleash a boar to attack them. Meanwhile, Lihan isn't surprised. Nothing that happens at this school phases him anymore. Right now, he's only focused on one thing. Time passes. We now see a cabin in the woods, beside a beautiful river. The three of them are carrying the boar towards the cabin. Upon reaching the cabin, Li-han relaxes. He feels relieved. His next goal is to butcher the giant boar. Neela calls out to him, although she seems uncomfortable. She asks if she can help him butcher the boar. What she really wants is some of the meat. Yes, in exchange for her help. Nyla doubts the nobles could have taken down the boar themselves.
Li-han simply says her name.
And with a very serious expression, he asks if she wants to eat some meat. Immediately, she reacts with the same serious expression as the other two. She then closes her eyes to consider her options. Finally, she agrees to help them in exchange for the meat. After that, we see Li-han thinking about the two girls and how they should be able to help them defeat the boar. Soon after, Uravalam arrives with the necessary equipment. With that, they begin the butchering process. Millie watches as Li-han cuts the boar. Noticing he's quite skilled, she wonders if it's normal for some nobles to know how to do this. Time passes. They finish butchering and separating the prime cuts. They've selected the most important pieces. As for the intestines, they decide to use them to make Li-han sausages. He decides to smoke the meat, to preserve it for as long as possible. Valon sees what Li-han is doing and once again is impressed with him, because based on his knowledge, even when kept in a cold environment, the meat will still spoil. Therefore, smoking it is the best way to preserve it. Regulin grows increasingly impressed with Liran's talents. He's even exceeding his expectations, but his thoughts are interrupted by the sound of his stomach rumbling with hunger. Hearing his teacher's stomach rumble, the protagonist asks if he's hungry. Liam then starts cooking the meat he had cut. Meanwhile, Regolene brings some ingredients from his cabin. They then set the table for their meal. Finally, they help themselves to all the food, and Regulus makes himself a sandwich with bread and 2 pieces of meat. Nilia and Ionur pair the meat with bread and jelly brought from the cabin. Everyone is very satisfied with the food, especially with the jelly, which added a sweet flavor to Liam's meat. He simply expresses gratitude for having experienced it all, and so they finish their meal, feeling extremely satisfied. Even though they ate their fill, there was still plenty of boar meat left over. Now, Ionuri and Lihante need to figure out what to do with the extra meat. Unsure of what to do, they both sit in silence, lost in thought. However, Nilha suggests sharing the meat with the other students. Hearing this, the two immediately know what they want to do. They ignore Nila's suggestion and discuss selling the meat to the other students. Their plan is to sell it to the nobles in the Blue Dragon Tower, specifically. Nilha is shocked by their greed when she overhears them. She doesn't know it yet, but they have a strong desire to make a lot of money for their future plans. Still skeptical, she asks if they really plan to sell everything for money. The two ask if she wants to join them, but she refuses to share with them. Why would I? She scoffs. It makes no sense to give away what could be sold for a profit. Iregulin chuckles as he watches the 3 argue. They're all quite talented, but they can also be quite troublesome. Sitting atop a tree, Iregulin smiles up at the sky. Much to his delight, his days will be much more lively from now on. Time passes and we're now back at the Azure Dragon Tower. There's a strange smell in the air. The students passing by begin to notice the aroma. It's the smell of roasted meat. There are people grilling meat near the nobles' tower. Sayonor and Liran. The nobles are startled and confused by what's happening. They ask the two what they're doing there. However, Liran doesn't answer. Instead, he invites them to sit down. He says he'll serve them. This makes the nobles excited and their mouths water. They're starving. However, the service won't be free. It will cost 2 silver coins per person. Afterward, the nobles who eat the food are deeply moved. They're grateful to be eating meat after so long. Everyone cheers joyfully. They shout the last names of the protagonist and Ionur. Leone along with Liran. He's thrilled with how much food he sold. And at such a high price, too. They share a sly grin, satisfied with the profits they made from the nobles. Hearing noises outside, a hungry Ganando leaves the tower. Suddenly, he sees a mountain of meat before him. Liran notices him and greets him. Then, he tells Ganando to dig in and eat. The prince sits down at the table to eat. But before he can touch the meat, Liran intervenes. He stops him and asks for a silver coin. Ganando questions if Liran is really charging him. He says he doesn't have any money. As he pulls something from his pocket, the protagonist tells Ganando that it won't be a problem. From his pocket, he pulls out a loan contract. He wants Gon to sign it to pay for the meal. This makes Gon tremble nervously. He looks like he wants to say something to Liran. Then he signs the contract, shouting with excitement. He believes Liran is being very kind to him. He even cries tears of joy, thinking he's made a great friend. Behind him, Yona and Lihan smile as they watch him eat. With that, the day ends with everyone satisfied. The next day dawns, and now the students need to go to their next class. Everyone heads to the classroom. The next class is about basic personality education for medics. But 2 nobles question whether this class is really necessary for nobles. They go as far as making Lihan laugh. at the level of arrogance these nobles display. After that, everyone goes to their desks, and a familiar voice greets them. The protagonist immediately recognizes the voice. It belongs to none other than the trash. The day one crazy. But now he's a new teacher. The first thing he does is observe the students. He notices that even though it took a month, everyone managed to find food. Hearing this, a blue-haired noble asks if the headmaster really expected everyone to find food on their own. As he starts to complain further, the headmaster silences him with magic. After that, the headmaster, with a mocking smile, says he's pleased that everyone managed to understand what they needed to do. In his mind, he thinks, he ponders how the Blue Dragon Tower is developing so much faster. This year, normally, the Black Turtle Tower is in first place, and the White Tiger Tower is in second. The Blue Dragon Tower, filled with nothing but nobles, is typically the slowest of them all. Noticing the nobles are doing well, the headmaster is pleased. However, he knows it's all thanks to one person. Everything is going well because Li Han is there. To the headmaster, Li Han is different from the others. He can hardly believe that he hails from such a prestigious family. Adaptability and creative freedom are important to being a good mage. The headmaster often has trouble with the new noble students. So the blue-haired noble asks the headmaster what the point of this class is. The headmaster praises his question, but before answering, he asks the student what he thinks it might be. The student replies that he doesn't know. The headmaster then explains that this class is important because the emperor made him responsible for the mages who graduate and cause trouble for the empire. The headmaster's answer leaves the students incredulous. Annoyed, the headmaster remarks that the older students caused a lot of problems outside the academy, and because of that, he had to take responsibility for their mistakes. In a furious and threatening tone, the headmaster asks if the students understand the importance of the lesson. Continuing his lecture, he says that no mage is different, and they all could cause trouble in the future. And so, he instructs all the students to read the same page of the book together. He has them all read aloud about not harming others. Still unsatisfied, he tells them to speak louder. Everyone then shouts together about not harming others. Their cries can be heard even outside the school. With that, the headmaster concludes, saying he hopes that everyone has become more agreeable. After that exercise, Naomi asks for 2 students to help with the next one, but all the students avoid eye contact. Seeing their behavior, Liran considers volunteering. The headmaster, however, resorts to threats. He says everyone will suffer more if no one volunteers. Liran then takes the initiative, thinking it might benefit him somehow. The headmaster reacts with slight surprise and a malicious grin. He seemed pleased that the protagonist volunteered. With a fake smile, the protagonist says it's an honor. He offers to help the headmaster, but the headmaster sees through his lie and says he hates lies. He can't stand hearing them. However, he forgives him because he's a man of action. Ganando, who's standing beside him, asks if he's crazy for wanting to help the headmaster, because no one knows what could happen. When you get involved with the headmaster, another student approaches and tells Ganando that the protagonist is truly sacrificing himself for others. Without a second thought, the prince believes his words. Then Ganando thinks about going with his dear friend, but he's so scared he can't even stand up. However, Akam takes the leap. He steps forward and volunteers to help the headmaster. The headmaster immediately recognizes him and his family. Liran glances at Aish, wondering if he had the same idea about getting on the headmaster's good side. Akam then adjusts his glasses, as if trying to look cool. Turning back, he tells Liran that he'll reward him now for helping him in alchemy class. But Liran says it's not necessary. Akam replies that for the Dao Kurdes, every debt must be repaid. Suddenly, the headmaster interrupts their conversation. He says he needs their help immediately. He then begins to give them their task, while using magic to levitate some papers towards them. Their task is to copy all the safety regulations until the next class. Time passes, and now it's nighttime. We repeatedly hear someone say they won't forgive him. That person is Ashen. He's incredibly furious with the headmaster. His eyes are practically burning with rage, all because the headmaster gave him a task that could have easily been done with magic. Beside him is Liran. He's worried about Ashen's anger. To Liran, the headmaster put them in this situation to encourage them to try using magic as a way to handle the task. However, he can't understand how they're supposed to do that, since they aren't capable of using even the most basic magic. He stands up from his desk, holding onto a sliver of hope that the headmaster might have left some kind of clue for them. Akam notices the protagonist walking over to the headmaster's desk and asks him what he's doing. Lihan replies, saying he's checking to see if there are any hints or help on the headmaster's desk. Besides, no one said it was wrong, so it couldn't be considered stealing. At first, Akam is speechless at his response. Then he concludes that in certain situations, stealing isn't wrong, so the two begin searching through the headmaster's things. Li-han is the first to find something unusual. There's a drawer emanating a strange green glow. He calls to Ashen, saying he senses human energy coming from it. They both stare at the drawer, looking hesitant. But then Ashen takes the initiative and opens it. When the drawer opens, a skull resembling the headmaster's appears, startling them both. Immediately, Liran identifies it as illusion magic. The illusion then begins to speak to them, as if already knowing what they were trying to do. But before giving any answers, the illusion mocks them, saying it would be pathetic if they couldn't figure out what they needed to do. After the mockery, the illusion grants them their first basic control magic circle. Then it vanishes. Ashen's body trembles as he realizes the headmaster's intentions. More furious than ever, he yells in frustration about the headmaster's teaching methods. He even considers, along with Liran, confronting the headmaster to complain. But to his surprise, Liran seems interested in figuring out what the headmaster wants them to do. Ashen calls him a traitor for going along with the headmaster. Liran argues that complaining to a crazy headmaster won't accomplish anything. This convinces Ashen, who agrees, admitting their chances of success are slim. With that, the two begin practicing the magic. To use this magic, they need willpower. And they must follow the incantation and the necessary movements with precision. Only then can they successfully perform the magic. After much practice, Acha exhausts his mana. Li-han reflects on how difficult it can be. Executing the movements for the incantation. In his opinion, aligning his movements with his mana is like trying to balance on a unicycle while juggling. But then, he calms himself and refocuses on the magic. To motivate himself, he thinks about the difficult situations he faced in his past life. His mind becomes calm. He begins to perform the magical movements. Finally, he shouts. The spell was aimed at the feather. The feather begins to move. Then, it starts to fly in front of him. He's happy with the result. His aunt is once again surprised by him. Now, he tries to make the feather move to the right, but it goes wrong. The feather flies rapidly towards the window, smashing it. Confused, Liran is startled by what happened. The feather flew with such force that it only stopped when it hit a tree. Time passes. Now Liran has two problems with this magic. To succeed with this spell, you don't just need to complete the incantation, but he also needs to maintain the spell. Fortunately, channeling the spell isn't too difficult for him, so he tries again. He concentrates and slowly gains control of the feather. But suddenly, the headmaster appears in the room. He says he'll finish the job using his own magic. The distraction causes Liran to lose control of the feather. Again, the feather flies wildly around the room. It heads straight for the headmaster. It hits him right in the head. Liran is horrified. He realizes he just attacked the headmaster. On the other hand, Akam thinks what Liran did was pretty cool. When the perspective shifts to the headmaster, we see the sphere merely crumpled upon his touch. The headmaster, witnessing all of this, praises Li-han. He commends him for once again exceeding expectations. In the end, the headmaster doesn't seem bothered by the damaged sphere. Seeing the headmaster in a good mood, Li-han seizes the opportunity to ask for some tips on object control. Hearing this, the headmaster realizes that Li-han, despite completing the spell, is still struggling with object manipulation. And he assures him it's normal for all students to have this difficulty. Hearing this, Li-han feels relieved, thinking it's not a problem caused by his... But then, the headmaster immediately said it was all a lie. He explained that executing the spell is the hardest part. He added, while controlling objects is only difficult for special people. If Li-han wants to fix it, he'll have to figure it out himself. Extremely irritated by the response, Li-han thanked him with a forced smile. However, this attitude annoyed the headmaster, making him feel embarrassed for mocking the protagonist. He claimed that if it were the other boy, he would have had much more fun. Then, he enveloped them both with his magic and told Li-han that his knowledge of magic, it will grow stronger with use. He finishes by telling them both to go eat. He teleports Li-han to the cafeteria. Li-han is startled by the sudden teleportation, but he quickly recovers, landing in a graceful pose. As he gets up, the protagonist complains that the director never used this ability when they actually needed it, but he used it now just to send them away. Only when he looks around does the frog realizes he's the only one sent there. He looks around. There's no one else there. He heads to the table. He's about to eat some bread and rice again. However, he has some meat saved. While he's eating, a strange figure approaches from behind. It's Princess Arnart greeting him. This surprises Liran. He didn't expect to see her there. Politely, he stands and asks why she's there. She hands him a paper with information. It's the information Li-han requested earlier. Li-han is grateful and thanks her politely. As he opens the paper, something catches his eye. She gave him details about the courses. Are popular. They aren't the easiest to get good grades in. To her surprise, even Alchemy is listed as a popular course. He explains to the princess that he's looking for courses that make it easy to achieve high grades. This leaves her confused, not understanding what he means. Sudi explains that popular courses are, actually, the most difficult because they're competitive. That's not what he wants. After this explanation, she finally understands what he means. Much to her dismay, a family member, Warden, is looking for shortcuts within the school. She realizes her impression of him was completely wrong. Suddenly, she reaches into her pocket. From her pocket, she pulls out exactly what Liren wants. Liran's expression completely changes to that of someone who just received a great treasure. On the paper, there are 3 courses. The first is Basic Swordsmanship, which is rarely offered in a magic school. The second is Basic Magic Combat, which doesn't attract many students, since most are interested in magic for research, not for combat. But none of this matters to our protagonist, who just wants to make his life easier. With a disappointed look, the princess takes her leave. After receiving Liren's thanks, another day passes. As he walks, the protagonist laments that his friends all refused to join him for the unpopular classes. The first to refuse was Gainando, who saw no reason to attend them. Then Yoker refused with some excuse. Finally, Akam was indignant at the protagonist's choices. Despite all this, the protagonist accepts their rejection. He knows these classes are unpredictable, but he knows for sure that the instructors are usually harsh and don't care what you do after class, often assigning him exhausting tasks. Therefore, he needs a subject where he doesn't have to worry about attending classes. He approaches the classroom and notices something. Filled with apprehension, he senses something sinister about the place. Over time, warnings circulated among the Imperial students about the dangers of entering magic towers. While they may appear ordinary from the outside, once inside, escape becomes nearly impossible. Even as a child, Li Han read horror stories about people trapped forever in such towers. He used them as cautionary tales. One night in his youth, young Li Han, he asked Arlong if the stories about magic towers were merely fairy tales. Back then, Arlong admitted that, while the tales might be exaggerated, there was truth to them. Anyone who enters a magic tower is unlikely to leave. In fact, Arlong added grimly, they might die before they even realize it. The once cheerful Li Ran was suddenly startled, breaking out in a nervous sweat. Now older and a student at Ihogard, Li Ran had come to view his school as the ultimate form of a magic tower. That's why most new students, despite their curiosity, avoid exploring the school grounds. Terrified, but determined, Li Han musters his courage to descend into the basement. He knows he has a class down there. As he prepares himself, the eccentric headmaster appears behind him. Startled, Li Han jumps in a panicked frenzy. After calming down Li Han masks his irritation and greets the headmaster with flattery and a question. He explains he's going to the basement, but asks if the headmaster has any advice. Without hesitation, the headmaster coldly says he has nothing to share. To make matters worse, he promises to put flowers on Li Han's corpse if he's found dead the next day. Li Han grits his teeth in frustration, but forces a fake smile, determined not to give the headmaster the satisfaction of seeing him lose his composure. After parting ways with the headmaster, Liren descends to the first level of the underground facility. Contrary to his expectations, the hallways seem normal. When he arrives at the classroom entrance, he sees 2 students chatting about the class. For a moment, he feels relieved that he's not alone. But that feeling vanishes when one of the students realizes they've made a mistake. The pair quickly realized they're in the basic magic combat repetition practice classroom. They leave, muttering insults about anyone fool enough to take the class. Liran's fleeting hope dwindles, but he musters his courage, opens the door, and steps inside. The classroom holds 3 other students, each sitting at a desk with a blue energy orb. For a moment, Liran feels cautiously optimistic. However, after a quick observation, he realizes 2 of the students are likely about to leave soon, just like Park had predicted. Curious, he examines the blue orb on his own desk, wondering what it is. Before he can figure it out, a deep, booming voice from the podium commands everyone to take their seats. Startled, Liran looks up. He's surprised to see a pale man with dark eyes and long canine teeth standing there. Concluding the man must be a vampire, Liran prepares himself. The man introduces himself as Greg Bloody, the class instructor, and begins the lesson. He explains that the blue sphere is made of a material called Spirit Star Stone. This ore is highly sensitive to human mana. As the constellations emit divine power, the stones absorb it and transform. As a demonstration, Greg instructs the students to infuse their mana into the orb. Greg instructs the students to channel their mana into the orb. Liran hesitates, doubting his abilities, after having struggled previously with the illumination spell. Still, to his surprise, he succeeds. On the first try, the orb, along with 2 others, floats in the air. Shocked by how easily he managed it, Li-Han begins to suspect these orbs aren't just Spirit Star stones. They must be artifacts. Examining the markings on the orbs, he concludes they were likely made by bloody Greg Li-Han himself. He remembers that well-made artifacts fetch high prices. But before his thoughts can wander further,
chaos erupts.
One of the students, a girl with dog-like ears, loses control of her orb. It zigzags wildly around the room, alarming the other students who fear it might pierce the ceiling, Greg assures them, calmly stating that the orb is linked to their will and can be controlled. Fortunately, he had the foresight to cast a binding spell on the orbs to prevent them from causing structural damage. The girl breathes a sigh of relief until the orb ricochets off the ceiling and hits her in the stomach. Greg casually adds that while the spell protects the room, it doesn't apply to them. So they should be careful not to destroy their own spheres. Ignoring the girl's pain, Greg continues the lesson, instructing the students to make their spheres float again. Li-Han quickly realizes that Greg is a tough and demanding teacher when Greg gives them the task of drawing a circle using their spheres. Liran's challenge begins. It's much harder than it looks. As he struggles, one of the male students suddenly succeeds. He eagerly calls for Greg's attention. Instead of praise, Greg coldly tells him to do it again, exhausted. The students continue practicing until they're worn out. After an hour of frustration, Liran finally asks Greg when they can stop. Initially confused by the question, Greg responds. He curtly says they can stop once they've drawn a perfect circle. At this point, 2 of the male students ask for permission to use the restroom. Greg allows it, but they immediately run out of the classroom and never return. Realizing their intention, the dog-eared girl, who had just recovered enough to stand, begs them to wait. However, she collapses again, apparently feeling nauseous. Seeing this, Li-Han suspects she might be faking it. Just to be sure, Li-Han checks on the dog-eared girl, only to discover she wasn't pretending. She actually fainted from mana exhaustion. He immediately informs the teacher, who comments, nonchalantly, that she'll continue doing circles when she recovers. Just then, Li-Han realizes he's the only one left in class. He resigns himself to his fate. As he practices the circle technique, he asks Greg how points are awarded in his class. Greg explains that no matter how many students attend, grades are always based on rankings. Hearing this, remove duplicate line, Li-Han feels a surge of hope. This is the class he's been looking for. As long as he keeps practicing to make a perfect circle with the ball, he's confident he can get a good score. He's always preferred repetitive tasks like this, so he doesn't foresee any major problems. On the other hand, Greg is impressed with Li-Han's decision to stay in the class, especially considering the strange rumors surrounding her. Over the years, Greg had grown accustomed to students attending the first class, only to drop the course afterward. Last year, no students remained, forcing Greg to teach an empty classroom. Due to his contract with the headmaster, as a result, the solitary professor spent countless days in the empty classroom, hoping someone would eventually show up and give him purpose again. Today, that hope is finally realized because Li-Han Wardens has defied Greg's low expectations. Judging by Li-Han's behavior and actions, Greg can tell he comes from a noble family. And prestigious. Despite his appearance, young Li-Han exudes a maturity beyond his years. Although Greg isn't sure what type of magic Li-Han specializes in, he knows the young man is extraordinary and would be honored to have such a student continue attending his class. For the first time in his stagnant career, Greg feels optimistic about moving forward with his lectures. About an hour later, the class ends. Li-Han leaves the classroom to meet his friends, Ayonari and Fernando, at the restaurant. He tries to convince them to join the class, emphasizing how easy it is to get good grades. However, before committing, Fernando presses him for details about the class. Li-Han explains that all they need to do is infuse, channel mana into a crystal ball provided by the professor, and practice drawing circles with it. Suspicious, Fernando asks what happens after that. Li-Han admits that Greg didn't explain anything further. This raises red flags for Yona and Gainando, who question if Greg might be a fraud. Li-Han dismisses their concerns, arguing that the professor's legitimacy doesn't matter as long as they secure good grades. Surprised by her practicality, Yona starts to see Li-Han as someone who doesn't think beyond what's useful. Unfazed, Li-Han tells them it's fine if they don't want to join in, but mentions she needs to leave for her next class. Curious, Yona and Gainando ask what it is. Li-Han excitedly reveals it's basic swordsmanship. Both friends are stunned. In the next scene, Li-Han arrives at the south courtyard. of the main building. He wonders if this is really where his class is held. This happens. Upon entering the training grounds, he notices more White Tiger Tower students than he expected. It makes sense, since many of them come from knight families and are skilled in swordsmanship. Seeing their talent, Li-han assumes they take the class seriously. As he prepares to enjoy the class, he hears rumors swirling about him. This time, he can clearly hear the students talking. They identify him as a guardian of the Azure Dragon Tower and speculate that he only showed up after being trained by his nanny. They accuse him of looking down on swordsmanship and complain that the nobles look down on the profession. Initially, Li-han expected the knights to be proud of their craft, but after hearing their petty gossip, he's not so sure anymore. Not that he cares. They're just teenagers with half-developed brains, so he lets it slide. Just before class starts, a well-built orc approaches Li-han and confirms his identity as the third son of the warden family. Unfazed, Li-han confidently responds. The orc tells him he's in the wrong place, that this class is for serious swordsmen, not beginners. Li-han thanks him for the clarification, but refuses to leave. This angers Wok. He warns Li-han not to underestimate the class. He adds that the students won't hold back, especially during the duels. Li-han could get seriously hurt. Li-han calmly thanks him again, but then challenges Wok to a duel to prove himself. Enraged, Wok looks ready to explode. But before things escalate, the teacher arrives and calls the students to gather. For class, the teacher, an elf, introduces himself as Professor Engeldell. He announces that he will be teaching the class this semester. Surprised to see an elf as his swordsmanship instructor, Li-han listens intently. Engeldell explains that he assumes that the students have some experience
with swords
and have come to either improve their skills or maintain their current level. Therefore, instead of focusing on the basics, he plans to help them refine their personal techniques. While he's speaking, someone in the crowd taps Li-han on the shoulder. Turning around, he sees another young blonde elf, smiling warmly at him. After confirming that Li-han is indeed from the warden's family, the elf asks why someone from such a prestigious family, known for their magic, is learning swordsmanship. Li-han explains casually, it's simply easier to earn points, since fewer people attend the class. Though that wasn't the answer he was expecting. The elf decides not to push it and agrees to disagree. For Li-han, there's no point in lying to a random person. It could lead to misunderstandings later. So, he feels his honest answer is the best option. After the awkward exchange, the elf introduces himself as Gel of the Morade family. He extends his hand for a handshake. Gel looks young, but Li notices the calluses on his palms. He quickly realizes this guy must be incredibly strong. Without hesitation, Li accepts the handshake. The two become acquainted. For context, the Morade family is known for ruling the harsh northern regions with an iron fist. They use any means necessary to achieve their goals. Because of this, Li-han expected someone from this family to be rude and unrefined. However, Miguel completely defies this stereotype. He appears polished and refined. This surprises Li-han, making him reevaluate the rumors about the Morades. It seems they aren't always accurate. Maybe he can get along with this handsome young man. True to its name, the cliff blade is a robust and honest technique, but its rigorous training regimen often discourages nobles. However, Li-han endured the grueling training in his youth, simply because he had no other choice. After observing the demonstration, the instructor praises Li-han for mastering the basics. He asks which family Li-han belongs to, expecting him to name a prominent one. The instructor is visibly shocked when Li-han reveals he's from the infamous Watson family. Curious, the instructor asks why Li-han is studying swordsmanship. Li-han replies that he considers it a necessary skill for nobility. Unimpressed with the answer, the instructor looks disappointed. He clearly expected more from him. Noticing the instructor's signature look of disapproval, the teacher's, Li-han quickly rethinks his approach to salvage the situation. He smoothly adjusts his answer, stating that while his initial belief was practical, he has since come to appreciate the profound nature of swordsmanship. He adds that the more he learns, the more drawn he is to the blade. Unable to resist showing up for class, the teacher's face lights up with renewed hope. He even murmurs praises for Li-han under his breath. Continuing, the teacher asks if Li-han is truly serious about pursuing swordsmanship and not letting his family's expectations hold him back. He notes that Li-han, already displaying better form than some White Tiger students who are just there for appearances. When Li-han confidently agrees, the teacher unsheathes his sword and challenges him. It's an unexpected duel. "Draw your blade, Li-han," he commands. Li-han is bewildered by this sudden turn of events. He doesn't understand why he's being treated so harshly. But there's no turning back. He accepts the challenge and soon finds himself facing the teacher. Predictably, the duel ends with Li-Han utterly defeated. Moments later, the teacher praises him for his resilience, but reminds him that the rocky cliff blade is a technique like a rock. It must never waver, no matter the opponent. While helping Liren to his feet, he advises him to take this lesson to heart and to remember it the next time he faces a challenge. With that, the teacher dismisses him and calls the next student. As the teacher defeats the next student, Li-Han adjusts his clothes and silently counts the number of blows he took. All in the name of training. More than anything, he notices that the teacher has a knack for exploiting unguarded areas, since he couldn't avoid getting hit every single time. Once he's calmed down, Li-Han observes how skilled his teacher truly is. Indeed, despite having a prosthetic arm and leg, he demonstrates remarkable mastery, while training the Empire's future knights with precision and expertise. Comparing Angel Del to his former master, Arlong Li-Han reflects that, while Arlong was like an unyielding rock, Angel Del flows like water, perfectly adapting to each situation. What stands out most to Li-Han is the teacher's teaching style. Angel Del tailors his guidance to each student, offering practical and specific suggestions that meet their needs. This approach, Li-Han muses, proves he's a true instructor who knows how to handle these brats effectively. As he watches Angel Del deal with the next students, Li-Han can't shake the feeling that the teacher was especially hard on him. He's not sure why, but he's clearly taken more hits than anyone else. About 30 minutes later, Angel Del announces it's time for the main event. Without hesitation, he calls Li-Han Warden and his opponent Darugo of the Choi family to the arena. Li-Han immediately recognizes Darugo as the orc who tried to pick a fight with him earlier. He calmly steps forward, awaiting the instructor's instructions. Once the stage is set, Angel Del explains they'll be sparring for a short period. The crowd gasps in anticipation, with some doubting if it will be a fair fight, given the size difference between the two. The orc, with a smug expression on his face, clearly expects an easy victory. Ignoring his opponent's arrogance, Liren focuses, pouring all his energy into defeating the green-skinned bully. After all, he spent his whole life training and learning swordsmanship. For moments like this, he won't let some idiot steal his chance to shine. The reason Angilda chose these two to face off was simple. They're the most outstanding students in the class. Besides, swordsmanship can't be learned through theory alone. It requires intense practice and real combat experience to truly master competence. To give a practical example, it's clearer that both Li and Darugo have fulfilled the necessary conditions for a swordsman to unleash true power through a combination of theoretical knowledge and practical application. Even now, Angel Del can sense that both students are, unconsciously, channeling a small amount of mana into their weapons. This signifies how impressive their talents as knights truly are. With that said, Angel Del instructs the students to take their positions. As they do so, he reflects on how unreal it is for someone like Li-Han, who doesn't come from a knightly family, to have reached such a high level of swordsmanship. He assumes that Li-Han must have been rejected by his family. That must be what drove him to take swordsmanship so seriously. Realizing the pain Li-Han must have endured, Angel Del is moved. He feels a surge of pride in what Li-Han has become. To support Li-Han's journey, Angel Del vows to take responsibility for his path, for guiding him. He then commences the duel, eager to witness the students' performances. Surugu Choi hails from a renowned family famous for excelling in the Alpine Luna sword style, a swift and sharp sword style. Meanwhile, Li-Han wields the purple cliff sword, a heavy and powerful style. With their approaches being complete opposites, Angel Del hopes they'll learn from each other's mistakes. That's what rivals are for. That's the whole point of having rivals. As the waiting game begins, Darugo grows tired of Liren's inaction. He's waiting for Liren to make the first move. Frustrated, he charges toward Liren and attacks first with his alpine sword style. Liren dodges the initial attack and waits for Darugo to get closer. When the moment is right, he kicks a handful of sand into Darugo's eyes. Briefly disoriented, this sneaky tactic causes a stir amongst the crowd. The students accuse Liren of cheating. However, when a student reports him to Professor Angel Del ignores the accusations and instead praises Liren for thinking outside the box. In his words, he needs his students to do whatever it takes to win, because in battle there's only life or death. Recognizing that Li-Han understands this truth, Angilda encourages him. He knows it will be difficult for other students, especially those born into families that value honor, to grasp the harsh reality of life or death combat. Life or death. For Angilda believes a true swordsman, one who survives war, is someone willing to win at all costs. That said, the fight between the orc and the guardian prodigy continues. Li-han has the advantage, especially since Urugu is still blinded, after suffering a glancing blow from Li-han's blade. Darugo feels disturbed. He realizes he let his guard down, just because Li comes from a respected noble family, a highly respected one at that. Meanwhile, Li notices Darugo's disorientation. He decides to press his advantage, keeping Darugo cornered. Earlier, observing Darugo's movements, Li realized the orc was exceptionally skilled. Now he just needs to stay calm and create an opening to secure his victory. Following this plan, Li sweeps Darugo's feet. He unleashes a flurry of blows to keep him off balance. Darugo is shocked by how far Li-han is willing to go to win this sparring match. This training session. At this rate, Darugo realizes he needs to step up his game to avoid humiliation. To regain control, he drops to the ground and performs a somersault. To escape the range of Liran's attacks, he makes an unexpected move, taking Liran by surprise. Liran realizes he's lost his advantage. Observing Duragu's maneuver, Engeldel is even more impressed. He praises Duragu and encourages the fight to continue. Determined to regain his pride, Duragu charges at Liran in a fit of rage. However, Liran maintains his composure. He responds to Duragu's movements, blocking and parrying his attacks when necessary. As the battle intensifies, Engeldel is overcome with excitement. He sees both students exceeding his expectations. He knew they were exceptional from the start, but to see Duragu wield the Alpine Lunar Sword with such skill is extraordinary. However, it seems Darugo is quickly losing stamina. His endurance is fading. He's exerting too much force with his technique. Meanwhile, Liam remains calm and collected. He carefully counters Darugo's attacks. He's not overexerting himself. Noticing Darugo's growing agitation, Li decides to wait. He's waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. As the fight continues, Li spots a strange red aura around Darugo. He wonders what it could mean. Regardless of its meaning, Laham regains his focus. He maintains a neutral expression. He needs every advantage to win. At the same time, Darugo, the orc, senses Li's decision-making is faltering. It's due to the current situation, thanks to his earlier tumble. Li has been forced to make unnecessary movements, and it seems his mana-coated sword is losing its effectiveness. This suggests he's nearing exhaustion. What Darugo doesn't realize is that Li never tires of using mana. Their sparring session has been a race against time from the very start. With that in mind, Darugo continues to push himself to the limit. He attacks Li with all his might, trying to deplete what he assumes is the last of Li's stamina. Over time, however, he becomes confused. As Li's defense only grows stronger, he wonders if the problem lies in the amount of force he's putting into his blows. Observing Li's blank expression again, Darugo is suddenly overcome by the feeling that he's been outmaneuvered by the prodigy, the administrator. In his mind, it seems he's been in Li's hands, falling into his trap from the very beginning. This realization unnerves him. He makes a critical error. He pauses to rethink his strategy. Li-han notices Darugo's hesitation and capitalizes on it. He strikes Darugo's hand, disarming him. He sends Darugo's sword flying, leaving him defenseless. A sweat-covered Li-han gently places his wooden sword pressed against Darugo's throat. He signaled to the referee that he had won the sparring match. The lesson was about to conclude. Engeldel interrupted the fight and announced Li-han as the victor. A moment later, he called both students forward and subtly expressed his disappointment in Darugo for losing his composure at such a critical moment. He had effectively dug his own grave. However, Engeldel acknowledged that Darugo was still young, and it was somewhat expected he'd struggle with the crushing feeling of defeat. As for Li-han, Engeldel was impressed by his refined timing and noble air. It radiated from him, something befitting his skill and composure. After placing them side by side, Elder Del praises their incredible swordsmanship, but reminds everyone that winning isn't everything. The victor should remain humble, while the loser should use defeat as motivation to improve. Elder Del then orders them to bow to each other as a sign of respect. While bowing, Li-han senses that Durgo might not let things end peacefully. Preparing for a possible sneak attack, he readies himself to counter. To his surprise, Durgo accepts defeat gracefully and even apologizes for his earlier behavior. He accepts Li-han as a classmate, leaving Li-han shocked to encounter someone so mature. Initially, suspicious of Darugo Li-han's intentions, he observes further and concludes that Darugo is genuinely accepting defeat. With that, the two shake hands and reconcile. This display of sportsmanship draws applause from Engeldel and the other students. They clap for several minutes until their hands ache. Once the lecture ends, Engeldel dismisses everyone to their dorms. As night falls, Li-han finds himself at the center of emerging trouble. The elf he met earlier in Engeldel's class, DJ Almurate, gathers a group of students from the White Tiger Tower and surrounds Li-han In a quiet corner near the tower walls, a secluded spot where no one will see them, DJ is mocking Darugu for his earlier humiliation at the hands of the Guardian's protege. He questions whether Darugu really intends to accept defeat without seeking revenge. Darugu maintains that he lost because of his own shortcomings, but others in the group try to shift the blame to Laren. They accuse him of cheating and try to convince Darugu that the loss wasn't his fault. As the noise escalates, Jiru interrupts. He declares that none of it matters now. According to him, Darugu's failure has dishonored their tower, and the Choi family must take responsibility for this shame. When Durgo asks what kind of responsibility, he means Jiru reveals his plan. They will ambush Lihan in the forest when he's alone. Angered by the proposal, Durgo questions Giel's sense of honor. As a noble, Jill dismisses him as a coward. He argues that only the victors can talk about honor, despite murmurs of discontent. Among the other students, no one dares to openly challenge Giel. Sticking to his principles, Durgo refuses to participate in the scheme. He declares he lost fairly and won't resort to dishonest tactics. Giel calls him a coward again and asks for another volunteer to replace him. A student with a broad nose steps forward, eagerly volunteering. Ray accepts the plan. While Ray, the group, and the volunteer prepare the ambush, Darugu grows increasingly restless. Although his pride demands he stay out of it, he can't bring himself to let Lihan face such overwhelming odds alone. Determined to make things right, Darugu races to find Lihan in the forest and warn him about the impending attack. When he arrives, however, he witnesses a shocking scene. A high-speed object whizzes past him, and he sees several of his fellow tower students already on the ground, defeated. The remaining students, enraged by Lihan's strength, they hurl insults at him, calling him a bastard for daring to defeat them. Meanwhile, Lihan is ready for a fight. He tells them to come at him if they're ready to die. None of this makes sense to Darugu as he watches the chaos unfold. He's left stunned, wondering what exactly is going on. A little while before Darugu arrived, 3 idiots from Murate confronted Lihan. At his usual spot, they promised to make sure he'd never attend another swordsmanship class again. Unfazed, Lihan wonders why they're trying so hard to prove a point. He quickly concludes it's not just about the class. Anyway, he finds them annoying and decides to scare them off. With that, he puts on a threatening face, and the fools, however, they refuse to be intimidated by his family name. They even call him a coward for trying to scare them. Judging by their misplaced confidence, Liren suspects there must be some kind of support network or a mentor behind this, pulling the strings. Thinking of the cleanup that would follow a fight, he figures they must be fools for thinking their actions won't have consequences. He then asks them to reveal the mastermind behind the ambush, assuming it might be someone from an influential family. To avoid snitching, one of Giles' diehard fans tells the others to shut up and not let Lahana trick them. He then orders the group to surround Lee, blocking his escape route. Although Lee knows a 3-on-1 fight is too much for him to handle, he remembers Arlong's advice to prioritize his safety and run when necessary. Unfortunately, his escape route is cut off, forcing him to come up with another plan. Spotting some rocks on the ground, Lee realizes they're the perfect size for him to cast the basic control spell he learned in the headmaster's hall. With this knowledge, he chants the incantation, causing several stones to float in the air. This sudden display of magic startles the 3 attackers. They never expected Liran, a mere guard, to wield such power. Satisfied his plan is working, Liren smirks and intensifies his intimidation. He hopes to completely frighten them off. Just moments later, he points his wand at the group's leader and accidentally launches a rock at high speed. The impact sends the leader crashing to the ground, leaving both Liren and the other 2 students stunned by what just happened. Realizing how out of control he is, Liran vows to put more effort into his training to avoid future mishaps. Anything similar in the future. Meanwhile, the 2 remaining students mutter something about Lee's attack before deciding to hold their ground. They continue their bluff. Lee hovers in the air, his expression unreadable. He dares them to attack if they want to die. At this point, the 2 decide it's not worth it. They grab their unconscious leader and retreat. With the confrontation over, Darugu comes out of hiding. Lee, still tense, asks if he's there to fight too. Having seen Lee's abilities, Darugu quickly denies it. He sits beside a campfire to explain the situation. When Lee discovers that Digimurati is the mastermind behind the ambush, he begins to understand the way of life in the White Tiger Tower. Unlike his own Azure Dragon Tower, where camaraderie and joy thrive, the White Tiger Tower operates with a rigid hierarchy. It often forces its members to act in the interests of their masters. While Darugu explains, Li draws Gel's face on the ground to refresh his memory. He recalls the elf's face and feels a pang of disappointment. He initially thought Gel was a good person, realizing that Gel's actions contradict his appearance. Li ponders his motives. He speculates about Gel's reasons and concludes that Gel is just playing his part to part of a bigger scheme. Durugu, noticing Li's distraction, brings him back to reality and continues explaining. Li finds it strange that they approached him in this way, but Durugu clarifies the situation. He explains that as a member of the Guardian's family, Li is a powerful political tool. Furthermore, if Jiriol were to defeat someone like Li, especially in his first year, it would greatly elevate his own reputation and influence. Annoyed by Jiriol's intentions, Li shares Durugu's frustration. To avoid future confrontations, Durugu advises Li to be cautious. It's clear the White Tiger Knights will continue to harbor negative feelings towards him, especially with his recent success growing in the swordsmanship classes. Rie, being a skilled manipulator, will undoubtedly exploit these feelings. Their meeting ends shortly after, and Lihan returns to his tower. He contemplates Daruth's parting words. Deroga! He advised Lihan to avoid classes attended by students from the White Tiger Tower. Doing so would reduce Diggle's opportunities to act. Although the advice seems reasonable, Lihan refuses to follow it. Firstly, classes like the Teardrop are hard to come by. And secondly, the very idea of being dragged into their petty politics, petty squabbles, offends his pride. Determined to retaliate in his own way, he gets injured and heads to the common room. There, he draws everyone's attention and claims he was attacked by students from the White Tiger Tower. Simply because he belongs to the Azure Dragon Tower, the room becomes... He's silent for a moment, before exploding in rage. The students rally to Ali's defense, calling the knights bastards for targeting him. One student even suggests alerting everyone upstairs. After all, how dare the White Tiger Tower mess with their savior? Warden up! Not someone like Yondo. Surprised by the passionate response to his lie, Li watches as the students gather weapons to retaliate. He's alarmed by how quickly the situation is spiraling out of control. Li tries to calm them down, insisting there's no need to escalate things. However, one student reminds him of the debt owed. He saved them from starvation with his meat. If this is how he repays him, so be it. As chaos grows, Li starts to feel guilty. He realizes that he inadvertently sparked a war between the towers. Soon, the students divide into two groups, each one determined to destroy the White Tiger Tower. By now, Li knows he's made a huge mistake. He didn't realize how much his own tower despises the White Tiger Tower. Just as the crowd is about to march, Ralchin steps forward. Everyone waits and listens to him. He addresses the crowd, warning them against acting impulsively. He reminds them that the White Tiger Tower houses students from knight families and points out that a reckless approach would almost certainly lead to their defeat. Li Lihan, impressed by Ralchin's rationality, applauds him and supports his point of view. However, Akan intervenes before Li Han can explain his plan. He suggests they have a better chance if they remain hidden and wait before attacking the White Tiger students. As expected, the other students agree with Akan's suggestion and begin preparations. Based on his idea, Li Han feels disappointed in himself for expecting more from a group of angry students. However, he knows he can't let a battle unfold. Based on his lie, he calls the room to order and tells them he doesn't want revenge. It'll be done in your name. This matter disrespects your honor as nobles. He declares he will resolve this himself. One student questions his plan. How will he handle the White Tiger students? He reminds them of the White Tiger's cunning and ruthlessness. Lihan takes a deep breath and appeals to their noble status. Stooping to the level of White Tiger students would dishonor their lineage. It would shame their families. Swayed by this reasoning, Rahan and the other students calm down and listen. Seeing their change in demeanor, Lihan tells them to remain vigilant. Keep their weapons close. In case the White Tiger students attack, their rivals are more likely to attack as a group. He advises his fellow students to be prepared to defend their tower, if necessary. This plan satisfies the vengeance-driven students. They agree to unite and prepare for the confrontation. Having neutralized the immediate threat of mass retaliation, Lihan disperses the crowd so everyone can return to their rooms. While Lihan overhears two students discussing the upcoming class with the students from White Tiger Tower, they mention having already mastered the illumination spell. This catches Lihan off guard. He wonders if he's the only one who hasn't mastered the spell yet. Determined to catch up, he spends the entire night practicing without sleep. The next morning, Einar wakes up early. He's surprised to find a visibly exhausted Lihan. He's sitting in a corner, greeting a concerned Iona. She asks him what's wrong. He explains he spent all night practicing magic. Iona then asks if he received permission to practice the spell. Lee casually replies that he did. He shares what he overheard from 2 students the day before, but Leonardo dismisses it, asking why he even bothers with that. Ignoring her comment, Lee notices Gamondo arriving unusually early. He tries to greet him, but Gamondo ignores him and heads to the fireplace. At the fireplace, Gaimondo pulls a sausage kebab from his coat and places it. Near the fire, Lee quietly approaches from behind. He reassures Gainondo that no one will steal his food. Startled, Gainondo asks when Lee arrived. Lee explains he's been there since Gainondo walked in. He also advises Gainondo to check on his kebab so it doesn't burn, while Gainondo tends to his food. Lee looks around the room and asks Ionar why everyone looks so dejected. Leonardo explains that everyone is starving, and they only made it this far because Lily sold them food. Lily overhears. Realizing the critical situation, Lily decides to prepare more rations. He knows supplies are low. However, remove duplicate however. He's unsure how to handle the professor's strictness. No dialogue. Perhaps add a descriptive line like, the professor stares intensely. Thayu Yurugelen about resource sharing. Curious. Yoner wonders if there's a way to create an opportunity to grab supplies, but he hasn't found a solution yet. 1 hour later, the students of Azure Dragon and White Tiger gather in Professor Garcia's classroom. It's time for basic magic comprehension. Although Professor Garcia cares deeply for her students, she quickly notices the animosity between the two. Towers after just 1 week at the academy. Hunger has worn everyone's patience thin, and the rivalry between the towers has further fueled the tension. Despite her efforts to avoid conflict, during class, a competitive atmosphere hangs heavy in the air. According to the headmaster, competition is meant to strengthen the students. But Garcia privately disagrees and longs for harmony among them. To regain control, she orders everyone to sit down, and the students obey. Then, she asks if anyone has managed to perform the illumination spell since the last lesson. Liren confidently raises his hand, having spent the entire night mastering the spell. To his surprise, no one else raises their hand. He looks for the student he overheard last night and wonders, why did they say they could perform the spell? The now embarrassed student admits he only has a general understanding. He hasn't been able to successfully cast it yet. He nervously assures Li Han that he'll get it soon. After all, they're nobles like him. Realizing these pretentious nobles tricked him, Li Han is frustrated by his wasted efforts. All that work for nothing. However, Professor Garcia praises the 2 students from Azure Dragon Tower who raised their hands. He reveals the second is none other than Princess Ardenart. Hoping to make a good impression on her, Li Han becomes uncomfortable when he notices she's staring at him. Confused by her intense gaze, Li Han asks Chan about it. Chan explains that the princess seems to believe strange rumors about him. Intrigued, Li asks what rumors, and Chan, visibly irritated, reveals that she thinks Li is more focused on getting good grades than seeking genuine knowledge. Genuine understanding. Li acknowledges the truth in the rumors, but ensures Chan remains unaware of his true priorities. Chan, on the other hand, expresses her disappointment in the princess for believing such an absurd rumor. However, Li Han reminds her it's a free world, and the princess is entitled to believe what she wants. Impressed by Li's words, Raishin slams his hand on the table and praises Li for being the most hospitable person he's ever met. Right there in the classroom, Chan drifts off into a delusional rant, muttering nonsense about the children in her tower coming from prestigious families, with Li Han being the noblest of them all. After thanking her father for sending her to this school to meet someone like Li Han, Chan proclaims with tears in her eyes that Li Han is a good person. Li, as confused as anyone would be, ignores her and stays focused on the lesson. Shortly after, Li Han and the princess are called to the podium. They're asked to demonstrate the illumination spell they claim to have mastered. Both of them cast the spell perfectly, impressing Professor Garcia and the entire class. Garcia praises them for being the first students to successfully perform the spell in the first week of learning. While praising them, she notices the disheartened expressions of the other students, who weren't able to learn the spell in time. She encourages them not to lose heart, reminding them that illumination magic is the most basic form of magic, and a crucial first step, essential to understanding how magic works. While Garcia motivates the class, and Lee notices that the students aren't paying attention. They're too busy arguing amongst themselves. When Garcia finishes speaking, she instructs the students to settle down and return to their seats. Despite her orders, the students from the towers of the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger continue to bicker. Insults. Garcia notices some Blue Dragon students bullying the White Tigers, and hoping to shift their focus, he announces they'll be learning elemental magic this semester. There it is. Upon hearing this, the class is thrilled to be studying something more dynamic in their first year. Garcia explains that mastering illumination naturally will help them gain a fundamental understanding of magic. He then introduces the basics of elemental magic, explaining that it's composed of core elements: water, fire, earth, wind, darkness, and more advanced attributes. Like gravity magic, these elements serve as the foundation to all other magical disciplines. They are crucial for imbuing artifacts with characteristics. To illustrate the importance of mastering even the elemental magic, she compares it to understanding basic mathematical operations. She emphasizes that mastering it will earn them respect across the continent. After her explanation, Garcia moves on to the practical. She announces that the students will test their affinity with the basic elements to determine which suits them best. Excited murmurs ripple through the class, with many students hoping to excel in fire magic. Garcia calls the class to order and conjures lit candles onto each desk. She instructs the students to use the knowledge from the previous ones, to create fire, not just to light them this time. Before they begin, she warns them to be cautious, because fire is far more dangerous than light. To demonstrate, Garcia casts an incantation and conjures a huge pillar of fire that captivates the noble. Students, even Lee Liran, who tries not to react with too much enthusiasm, can't help but admire how impressive the magic appears. Then, Garcia asks if the students are ready to try the spell. As expected, they immediately jump in, pushing themselves hard, nearly injuring themselves in the process. Li Han, however, remains calm. He reflects on why the professor provided candles, recalling the mantra about visualizing objects near him. He gains the confidence to try the spell. As he focuses his mana, Garcia notices it's spiraling out of control. She quickly intervenes, stopping him before he can proceed. She announces that Li Han is forbidden from practicing fire magic for now. When Li Han asks why, Garcia explains that learning fire magic is too dangerous for him at his current level. Reflecting on her words, he remembers how intensely bright the illumination spell he cast was. Previously, he realizes that if he can't control the light, creating fire could lead to disastrous consequences, potentially even an explosion. To avoid these risks, Gacy advises him to practice water magic instead. It's much safer. She encourages him to revisit fire magic once he develops finer control over his mana, although frustrated at first, since he sees fire magic as much cooler than water magic. Lee eventually reconsiders. He recognizes that, although fire and lightning magic are powerful and offensive, water magic offers its own versatility. For now, at least he'll have drinkable water wherever he goes, which is a small comfort, resigned to his fate. Lee begins practicing his water magic. Meanwhile, Raiksan sits nearby, envious of Lee for receiving special instruction from the teacher. Lee looks at him and offers some words of comfort, a forced smile. He tells him to shut up. Moments later, Li Han looks at the bowl of water on his desk. He commands it to rise. He points his wand at it. His first attempt fails, but Li Han's second try is a success. Lee, eager to learn fire magic as quickly as possible, tries repeatedly until he finally succeeds. On his third attempt, by infusing enough mana into the water, he transforms it into a large drop of pure liquid that floats in the air. Everyone in the classroom is surprised. The other students realize he accomplished what they couldn't in just 3 tries. The whole class erupts in surprise. Garcia praises Li Han for his success. She announces to the class that he has a natural affinity with the water element. Everyone, except for the White Tiger and Princess Ardenart students, applauds him for a job well done. To prevent any envy, Garcia reassures the other students, telling them there's no need to feel impatient just because they haven't succeeded yet. She explains that each person's elemental affinity is closely tied to the environment they grew up in. For example, someone raised in an area with strong winds would likely have an affinity for wind, while someone raised in a blacksmith's forge would tend toward fire. She emphasizes that the more familiar someone is with an element, the easier it becomes to imagine and control it here. Meanwhile, Li Han finds his affinity for water strange. After all, he didn't grow up near water or live on a fishing boat. Remembering his past life, he recalls drowning. His crazy professors in grad school drowned him. He concludes that this might be the reason for his connection to water. While concentrating on keeping the water globe afloat, he notices someone staring at him from the back of the room. Turning around, he sees Princess Ardenarte giving him a death glare. Annoyed by her behavior, Lee loses his focus and tries to catch her in the act. But the moment he does, the water globe bursts, soaking him. Garcia laughs at the incident and warns Lee. He tells him not to get distracted next time. With a flick of her wand, she dries him off. Touched by her gesture, Lee calls Garcia the light of the school. He asks, "How long should I hold the water droplet?" He adds, "Suspended like this." Garcia replies that normally, he should hold it until he runs out of mana, but since that's unlikely for him, she cheerfully suggests he hold it, suspended until the end of class. Lee Ran is shocked. He suspects Garcia might be punishing him, under the guise of teaching. As she walks away, he calls her back, bluntly asking for help. But she ignores him and moves on to help other students. At that moment, Lee reflects on the eccentric nature of the academy he's attending. If Garcia can be a teacher here, she's probably as unbalanced as the rest of the faculty. During the lesson, Garcia keeps an eye on Lee, who is visibly struggling with the task of maintaining the spell. It's a mentally exhausting exercise. Garcia, aware of how demanding it is, believes he needs rigorous training to gain better control over his mana. His ability to create such a large water globe in just 3 tries reveals exceptional talent. And combined with her seemingly infinite reserve of mana, she sees the potential to refine him into an extraordinary mage. Extraordinary. After offering a few encouraging words, Garcia leaves him there. He wonders if all the teachers at this school are completely insane. When class finally ends for the week, everyone returns to their dorms. A few days later, Lee visits Urigolon's cabin and helps him tend his garden. While working, Lee shares his frustrations about Garcia's class, asking Urigolon for advice. The old prankster listens patiently, as Lee recounts how Ardnar succeeded with fire magic, and the owner discovered his affinity for wind. Poor Yanado nearly set his staff on fire. During practice, Lee complains that, while his classmates were doing something exciting, he spent the entire class staring at a bubble of water. In response, Urgulum suggests Garcia might be giving him special treatment because he likes him. Dissatisfied with the answer, him laughs and accuses Urgulum of making him work in his garden. The glutton reminds him he volunteered for the task in exchange for a meal. A flashback shows him eagerly offering to help just so he could eat. When Lee tries to negotiate for food, extra back to his dorm, Yarrigallen refuses, ordering him to return the rations. While Yarrigallen sips his tea, he comments on how unusual Lee is, coming from a family like the headmaster's. Curious, he asks about the attention on the White Tiger Tower. Lee admits the situation isn't good. Yarrigallen reflects that history is likely repeating itself. Lee realizes the rivalry between the towers has probably always been this way. As Lee understands the tense relationships, he expresses frustration with the constant fighting, especially since he already has enough to focus on with his studies. Impressed by Lee's reasoning, Yarrigallen, I advise you to ignore anyone who tries to pick a fight and focus on improving your magic. After a moment of silence, Lee confesses that he already fought them. Hearing Lee's words, Regalem looks disappointed. This leads Lee to ask him not to look at him that way. He's upset too, after all. Regalem, knowing fights usually don't happen in the first week, asks Lee how it happened. Lee explains that the White Tiger students picked a fight with him during swordsmanship class. Regalem, shocked, gasps in disbelief and demands to know why. Lee was in their territory in the first place. Lee replies that he's free to choose his elective courses. Urigalen eventually calms down. Realizing the damage is already done, he warns Lee to be careful, since the White Tiger students are skilled fighters. Unlike Lee, who is a mage at heart, Lee then mentions that 3 of their best fighters attacked him at once. Urigalen, angered by his foolishness, silently gets up. Confused, Lee asks him where he's going, but Urigalen simply tells him to stop working for the day and come inside. He tells Lee to eat something. Surprised, she asks him if he's serious. Urigalen assures her he is. It seems Urigalen feels compelled to be kind to the monster, the one standing before him, probably so Lee won't come after him when he inevitably becomes the greatest swordsman in the Empire. Months later, Regulan sighs in relief as he sees Lee enjoying the meal he prepared. After eating, Lee becomes curious and asks if Regulan has been maintaining the entire cabin by himself. Regulan explains that the others who were supposed to help him were lazy and eventually ran away. He concludes that hard work, knowing how to tend a garden, is crucial for an alchemist. Even though Ali struggles to connect the arduous task to alchemy, he still agrees with Urigulan's sentiment, especially, however, Suad he decides not to settle for less, particularly after enduring a difficult past. In the past, Lee then asks if he can plant crops in the empty field, and Irrigallen gives him the go-ahead. When asked what he plans to grow, Lee suggests cabbage or spring onions. Although Irrigallen has no objections, he asks if Lee plans to sell the harvest. Shocked, Lee asks if his elders have ever tried this before. This prompts Yura and Galen to exclaim that Lee is the first rascal to ever attempt such a feat. Ignoring their outburst, Uragan simply shakes his head, acknowledging Lee's unusual nature. He tells him to do as he pleases. Lee starts brainstorming ways to avoid eating raw vegetables. He asks Uragan if there's anything he can do with cabbage and scallions. Uragan suggests making a stew. He adds that combining them with other ingredients would make a great dish. He also explains that food culture varies among, for example, the wardens of the Western region are known for their bread and cheese-based cuisine, while the Eastern region's food culture, similar to Korean cuisine, revolves around rice, noodles, and chili paste. Lee then asks if Urengolan likes stew. Urengolan admits he does, but avoids it because it's an Eastern dish. Lee asks if something happened. And to make him feel this way, the Regulus explains that his distant elderly relatives live in the East, and whenever he visits, they scold him for being broke and not visiting more often. Pretending to understand, Lee wonders how strict the people of the East must be. After venting, Uragan asks Lee about his plans for the weekend. When Lee asks if he needs him to work, Uragan takes offense. He asks if Lee thinks he's his slave. At that moment, Lee reflects on how his graduate professors were useless in his past life. They forced him to do mandatory lab work on the weekends. Changing the subject, Uragan tells Lee he probably won't have time to go to the cabin. He then asks what Lee thinks the hungry students will do. When Lee suggests they might burn down the school, Uragan dismisses the idea as extreme. Instead, he explains that cornered students always find a way to survive. He predicts the Black Tortoise Tower students will search for fruit, the White Tiger Tower students will hunt, and the Azure Dragon Tower students, despite being talented, will likely be slow to react. This year, however, Regolin expects things to be different with Lee around. Close by. Finally, Lee asks about the Vermilion Bird Tower students. Regolin explains that they aren't easily influenced by hunger. They are disciples of the order and rely on prayer in dire situations. Although Lee is impressed with the blind faith isn't a path he wants to follow. With that, he decides he'll go hunting with his friends this weekend. If another fight breaks out, he plans to make sure he has more allies than his opponents next time around. Hearing this, Erigalam scoffs and asks Ali if he's trying to avoid fighting the tigers, because they might act differently than he expects. Lee retorts, asking what Erigalam thinks they might try to do. Erigalam replies that they might try to escape the torture of the Magic Academy. Lee, without giving an immediate answer, he reflects on the fortress, the impregnable Magic Academy. It's surrounded by castle walls, reinforced with magic. Despite the defenses, he knows some students try to escape every year. Honestly, he can't blame them. It's natural to yearn for the necessities they lack: new clothes, proper shoes, good food, and freedom from the Academy's oppressive environment. Noticing Lee's distracted expression, Uragal scolds him, accusing him of daydreaming again. Lee listens as Uragal explains that White Tiger students are generally the first ones to try and escape every year because they're so simple-minded. Lee then asks if anyone has ever successfully escaped, realizing that even if he tells Lee about past successes, it won't stop him from trying. Uragalam gives up and says Lee can do what he wants. Suffering more while young will only make him stronger. As Uragalam turns to leave, Lee stops him, saying he has no intention of running away. Uragalam, irritated, tells him to repeat that. After wiping the drool from his face, in the next scene, Duragachoy is cornered in a dimly lit room by three hooded figures. He's leaning against the wall, starting to lose focus. Then one of the figures threatens to hurt him if he doesn't cooperate. Drugu, already suspecting the hooded figures are Liran and his friends, cracks a skeptical smile. He says there's no need to go so far. Realizing they've been discovered, Liran removes his hood and asks how convincing their little act was. Gainando, the third hooded figure, is shocked to discover Lihan knows the person they're supposed to intimidate. Unimpressed, Urugu calls them ridiculous, comparing them to little squirrels, trying to threaten him. Meanwhile, Ganando throws a fit at being called a squirrel. Lee calmly pulls back the curtains, letting sunlight into the room, and gesturing for Yona to relax. The second hooded figure asks why Lee is going to such lengths for Darugu. Lee explains that he initially avoided being friendly with Darugu to prevent the White Tigers from getting the wrong idea about him. Then he asks Darugu if the White Tigers already have a negative impression of him. Does he think they see him in a bad light? Darugu is impressed by Lee's strategic thinking. He confirms Lee's suspicions, admitting that their friendship could likely cause misunderstandings. Lee dismisses this and declares that Darugu will now serve as his spy in the White Tiger Tower. Darugu is offended by the dishonorable title. He protests, but Lee reminds him that he once promised to report on Murad's actions. He swore he'd keep Lee informed. Even so, Darugu insists on a more dignified title. Gainando, who's been quiet for a while, asks why Darugu hates being called a spy so much. Darugu gives him a threatening look, silencing him. Lee intervenes, reframing the role as one of honor and justice. Instead of calling him a spy, Lee solemnly dubs him an inside informant, emphasizing the noble duty of fighting injustice from within. The dramatic title resonates with Darugu, who deems it worthy enough. Satisfied with the rephrasing, Darugu accepts the role and they shake hands. Observing Lee effortlessly win Darugu's support, the teenager grows uneasy. He wonders what dark lessons Lee inherited from his corrupt family. With the deal sealed, Lee focuses on the real reason he gathered everyone so early on a weekend. He's planning their escape from the academy. Yoner and Ganiando are excited by the idea, but Darugo is shocked to hear such bold words from Lee. Darugo asks if Lee is serious, and Lee, anticipating this reaction, prepares to present the 10 reasons he's thought of to convince him. Before he can begin, Darugo admits he's surprised, is also considering escaping. Just like him, Lee concludes that although Darugo comes from a family of knights, deep down he's still a kid. He knows that the White Tiger students, having never experienced true hunger, are struggling the most with the hunger they now face. Meanwhile, in the White Tiger Tower common room, tensions rise as several students, fed up with days of hunger, suggest a hunt to humiliate the students of the Azure Dragon Tower. They're tired of them flaunting their magic. The room descends into chaos until Diggle and his followers arrive, restoring order with an important announcement. Once the room quiets down, Diggle acknowledges that hunting is a good idea, but questions if it will be easy in the nearby forest. He reminds them that the monstrous boar Wodenus killed last week was released by Professor Uruglam. Those hoping to hunt similar creatures will have to venture further into unknown territory. The knights complain about their unfamiliarity with the forest, and one of them asks Miguel if he has an alternative plan. Smiling, D'Angelo promises he'll find a way to get them out of the academy so they can eat meat without risking their lives. His peers are hopeful upon hearing Jadil's plan, but one of them asks if the success rate is high. Leia assures the hunter that he's already figured out a way to escape. If they want, they can join him. He doesn't intend to keep the plan to himself. However, if they choose to follow him, they must agree to make his orders their top priority. If any of them do something reckless and ruin his plan, he promises to punish them. With that, Deal wished his classmates good night. He left the common room and headed back to his dorm. After overhearing Dial's conversation, Drugu ran back to Lihan and reported everything. After hearing about Gwydil's speech, Lihan asked Drug if he thought it was possible to join the plan. Upon hearing Gwydil's name, Drug and the others were shocked. They asked if he was serious about even considering it, especially after what happened between them last time. In response, Lihan said that Gwydil wouldn't worry about such a trivial matter. After observing his partner's expressions for a moment longer, he decided. Lihan realized he'd been bluffing the entire time. Realistically, things just got more complicated. Initially, Han planned to take his time finding a way out. Escaping the academy would be difficult, given the instructors' personalities. But now that Moraid claims to know an escape route, Lee needs to extract that information from him. Knowing Morat, Lee recognizes that he isn't as naive as Germando. He's an intelligent and cold leader who won't hesitate to use the students in his tower for his own purposes. So if Moradi says he can escape, he must be serious. And Lee needs to find out how he plans to do it. With that in mind, Lee decides to take a calculated approach. Without hesitation, he instructs Darugu to follow Gugel and discover his escape plan. Shocked, Darugu protests. He asks if Lee is serious about giving him such a task. Lee asks if he has a better idea. Darugu admits the idea seems a bit dishonorable. Understanding, Lee tells Darugu to consider their current situation. They're in the middle of a confrontation. He reminds him of the famous saying, "Know your enemy. Know yourself." Clapping Darugu on the shoulder, he explains this is just a tactic to uncover the enemy's plans before they turn against them. By now, Darugu is worried about how persuasive Lee has become lately. He wonders if it's because of his face, or if he's just imagining things. Darugo ponders the question. Either way, now that he's heard what he needed to, Darugo agrees that it's a tactical move. And Lihan says, fortunately, he'll start monitoring Dego Marad. Starting today. Lee instructs Darugo to report back immediately. When you discover the plan, report every detail. He inflates Darugo's ego, calling him an incredible warrior and honored informant. I'm an honored inside man. Then he ushers him out the door. As Darugo leaves, Lee remembers to start his mission immediately and wished him good luck. Darugu confidently assured him to leave it to him and promised to return with results soon. After closing the door, Lee breathed a sigh of relief. He had managed to deal with Dorgu for now. From now on, he needed to focus on his escape plan. But before he could, he was confronted by his confused friends, Lioner and Gainando. They asked him, jokingly, if he'd learned some kind of brainwashing magic before entering the academy. Lee couldn't blame them. He knew how persuasive he could be when he wanted to be, but he assured them he hadn't learned any manipulation magic yet. Hours later, Lee Han gathers his friends to explain his plan. He's gaining support for their first meeting about the escape. Meanwhile, Mia, who wasn't informed about Lee Han's plans, becomes irritated and confronts him for being foolish. She can't believe he thinks he can just leave the academy. She initially thought he was just going hunting. Understanding her reaction, Lee Han tells her not to worry because he has a plan. Remembering Lee Han's family background, Nina figures he probably has something clever in mind. After all, he's different from the others. When she asks him to explain his brilliant plan, he reveals that Guidel is the mastermind behind the escape. He says they will all simply follow Guidel and copy his actions. Disappointed with such a poorly conceived plan, Nina tries to reason with Lee Han. Yon, realizing what's at stake, signals for Lee to follow her lead. She asks if their plan will succeed without Nelia's help. Catching the hint, Lee quickly replies that there's no way they can do it without her. Seeing the play, Lee praises Nelia, saying that their plan heavily relies on her skills. He emphasizes her tracking abilities and hunter's instincts. Seconds later, their ploy works. Nelia blushes, unsure of what to do, with Yon and Lee continuing to improvise. Nelia reluctantly agrees to help. She feels she's the only one who can pull it off. After reviewing his plans one last time, Lee Han disperses his group. He instructs them to meet again later that night. As night falls, his friends and the honored knights gather at their rendezvous point. Finally, they will execute their escape plan and leave the infernal school once and for all. Encouraged by his peers' support, Guidel feels more confident and urges them to follow him to freedom. Pulling a rusty papyrus sheet from his coat, he reassures himself that as long as he has the map, he won't fail. In a flashback to a month before Guidel started at the magic school, the young noble elven knight is seen ordering his servants to search in the family estate's library. He's searching for any literature that might help him at school. Frustrated, Guidel yells at his servants, who profusely apologize for their supposed incompetence. Annoyed, he demands they bring him something actually useful. Everything they've offered so far has been worthless. Kicking a stack of books in frustration, he accidentally uncovers the very papyrus he now holds. Examining it, he discovers a detailed escape map of Enrogard. Back then, he dismissed it as a relic meant for struggling students. But now, after facing Enrogard's harsh realities, he's grateful he kept it. He's grateful that he held on to it. Back in the present, Jell and his group follow the map's directions. They're heading towards a hidden exit in the Enrogard Mountains. Enrogard, unbeknownst to them, Lee Han, along with Gainando, Nilha, and Darugu are carefully tailing them. They make sure to stay out of sight. At one point, while the White Tiger students take a break, Lee signals for his group to move. He ensures they don't lose track of their targets. Seeing the group head towards the rugged mountains, Lee realizes that this route is far from ordinary. As he checks to see if everyone is ready, the ever-useless Ganando questions why they're climbing mountains when there's a gate near the castle. Instead of answering the absurd question, Lee delegates to Gaingando. He rolls his eyes in agreement. Confused, Gaingando demands an explanation. Lee begins listing everyone's strengths, Nilja's unmatched skill in mountain climbing, Darugu and his incredible stamina, and Joner's familiarity with mountain trails due to his foraging experience. He then humorously mentions his own strengths, which are non-existent. A short while later, Gaingando proves Lee right by becoming breathless and asking for water. After only a few miles of climbing, eventually, Darugu has to carry Gaingando, while the rest continue along the path. Unfamiliar territory. During the climb, he takes a moment to thank Nilja for joining them. He admits that her tracking skills made it possible to follow the White Tigers unnoticed. Without her, their mission would have failed before it even began. Unable to resist his habit of recording events, he pulls a sheet of paper from his uniform and begins to write about his experience. Suddenly, Nilja signals for everyone to stop. When he asks what's wrong, she mentions that the White Tigers are acting strangely. They've stopped moving. He then speculates that they've reached their destination, but he doubts it's that simple. Moments later, a strange wind passes over them. He feels a familiar chill, the kind he only feels when the headmaster is near, hoping it's a monster causing the disturbance. He asks Neil, but she assures him she's already checked. Their worst fear becomes a reality when the headmaster's familiar laughter echoes through the night sky as the White Tiger students struggle to understand what's happening. The headmaster's enormous skull-like face appears above them. He announces he's caught them trying to escape in their first week. Realizing the headmaster has been the ominous presence, hunting them, the white tigers are gripped by terror. They realize just how doomed they are. The headmaster recognizes the map in Jiju's hands and reveals it's one of the fake maps he distributes to trick prospective students. Shocked, Diggle demands an explanation. But the headmaster? Upon learning that Diggle obtained the map before entering the academy, he destroys it. He warns the students not to trust maps of unknown origins. He explains that they could be treasure maps, or traps set by a malicious light, or traps laid by an evil light, evil one. Witnessing the horror unfold, Lehan concludes the headmaster is completely insane. He cares little for teaching and seems to delight in punishing others. The light then orders all the students back to the academy, but reveals a surprise twist. Using summoning magic, he explains the rules of his new challenge. The students must evade the pursuers he's about to summon and return safely. They are permitted to use any means necessary to defeat their pursuers. But if they're caught, they'll be guilty of attempted escape. However, if they avoid capture, no charges will be filed. Shortly after laying out the rules of the challenge, the White Tiger students scatter, running for their lives. The pursuers begin their relentless hunt. Meanwhile, a terrified Ilha yells at Liran, demanding he stop standing still and start running. To avoid being seen, Liran grabs her trembling hand and urges her to calm down. Niall's voice trembles. She asks how he can expect her to be calm when their lives are at risk. Leah gently reassures her, saying the skeletons haven't noticed them yet. Besides, she adds, even if they're caught, they'll only be sent to the punishment room. Horrified, terrified, Niall gasps and explains that she's heard rumors about the punishment room. It's said to be filled with torture devices and that no one ever escapes. Lee, impassive, mutters a dismissive comment and leaves her in Yon's care. He continues observing the skeletons. As they roam the area, he racks his brain, trying to devise a plan to get them out. Without being detected? Not too far away, the White Tiger students prepare for battle. They form a basic combat formation to face the skeletons head-on. Realizing escape is futile, they gather their courage and decide to fight for their honor and knightly code. Watching from afar, Lee wonders why anyone would care about honor or a code in such a desperate situation. Darugu then appears behind him, claiming to have a solid escape plan. In Darugu's mind, the plan involves to join forces with the White Tigers and break through the encirclement together. However, before he can explain, Lee misinterprets his intention, assuming that Darugo plans to use the White Tigers as a distraction. While their group escapes, the others quickly agree with this plan, leaving, Darugo wondering why he even bothered. As Lee continues to observe the skeletons, he realizes they need to break through the weakest part of the circle. Despite the tigers buying them time, there's still no opening. After a moment of deep thought, Lee looks up and notices something strange. The director is still summoning more pursuers from the nether. Initially, Lee thought the director's challenge offered a genuine chance to escape, but now he suspects the lunatic never intended to let anyone succeed. Upon reflection, Lee considered that this might be the director's way of making the challenge as grueling as possible. With no clear way out, and the tigers being picked off one by one, Lee contemplates surrendering. He considers giving up. Just as he's about to give in, something clicks. The skeletons' disinterest in their side of the forest must mean they don't even know Lee's group is there. It's there. Lee remembers a similar tactic the headmaster used during a previous lecture. This leads him to suspect the headmaster they are seeing now might be a clone or an illusion. Acting on this theory, Lee devises a new plan. Go in the opposite direction of the White Tigers. He quickly gathers his group and urges them to climb higher up the mountain. For the next 30 minutes, they climb until they find a dark cave nearby. Nilia does her signature monster check and then signals it's safe to enter. Inside, she casts a lighting spell, illuminating the surroundings. For the first time in hours, the group takes a moment to rest. As they settle in, Ionar asks if the skeletons will follow them into the cave. Nilia reassures him, saying the skeletons don't seem to be pursuing them. However, Duragus brings up the real problem: how long will the summoned skeletons persist? He insists that breaking through the siege might have been the better option. Lee counters, explaining that the sheer number of skeletons made such an attempt impossible for their small group. With the immediate danger behind them, Lee pulls out some sausages and encourages everyone to eat. When Nilia realizes her water bottle is empty, Lee uses water magic to create drinking water and fills his canteen, impressed by the beauty and convenience of his water magic. Nilia comments on how useful it would be for hunting. A moment later, the feverish Maynard asks someone to start a fire. Lee obliges, successfully conjuring flames with his fire magic. Lee earns praise, and he admits he's relieved. It worked on the first try, since his previous attempts failed. He also expresses envy for Lee's water magic, wishing he had such a versatile spell. Lee dismisses his envy, calling water magic boring, and encourages him to appreciate his fire magic, which many would love to possess. Nilgia notices his pained expression. She nods in agreement and returns it at her meal. Hours later, Nilgia and Lee go out to check on the skeleton's activity below. Seeing the monsters gathering, Lee mutters that the headmaster is a lunatic. A nervous Nilgia asks if it's really okay to insult him. Ever pragmatic, Lee explains that magic flourishes with free thought and encourages her to express herself freely. Emboldened by his words, Nilgia unleashes a torrent of insults at the headmaster. She calls him a crazy skeleton and hopes wolves will get him. Night falls. Her rant is interrupted when a figure appears. Suddenly behind them, frightened, Nilly clings to Lee, profusely apologizing for her outburst. She thinks he's the headmaster. However, upon closer inspection, Lee recognizes the silhouette as Digo and his 3 lackeys. As they step into the light, Digo demands to know what Lee's group is doing on this side of the mountain. Instead of starting a fight with Digo and his goons, Lee calmly invites them back to the cave so they can rest and recover. When the others see the enemy casually entering their hideout, Guinan protests. He asks why they're letting them in when they don't even have enough food. He mistakes Lee's actions for respect and honor. Darugu silences Guinan and admires Lee's maturity. While drinking the water Liam offered him, Goodell wonders how the Blue Dragon group managed to reach the mountain. Instead of realizing they could have followed him, Goodell concludes they must have used the same map he found. Now at an impasse, he feels conflicted, especially after receiving Liham's help. He then remembers the Morade family motto, "We remember our grudges." Struggling to remember the rest, he finally recalls the second part. Debts are only repaid when you remember them. This means that, as long as he chooses to forget the favor he owes Laham, he won't have to repay it. Deciding to wait for the right moment, he resolves to feign friendship until he can betray her. When the danger has passed, with that in mind, Guidel asks Ali to explain the current situation. But before he can answer, one of Deagle's henchmen collapses. Alarmed, Gainando and Darugu wonder what's happening. When another of Daigle's men checks on his fallen comrade, he too becomes drowsy and collapses soon after. Then, terrified, Guidel demands an explanation from Lee, only to notice the smug look on his face. Realizing what happened, Guidel accuses Lee of putting something in the water. Lee calmly confirms it, dumping out the rest of his own water, and telling Guidel it's too late. The drug should be taking effect any minute now. Despite making empty threats, Gil soon succumbs to the drug and falls asleep. With the first phase of his plan complete, Lee mentally checks it off his to-do list. Though his actions might seem extreme, Lee justifies them, reasoning that since Gil decided to hate him for no reason, he might as well give him a real one. Meanwhile, Gainan and Durugu demand an explanation. They think they've been poisoned too. Einar intervenes, telling them to calm down, and explaining that the water they drank wasn't tampered with. Nihilius further reassures them, confirming that they hadn't put anything in the group's water. When Gainan asks why they weren't informed, he states bluntly it's because they're the most gullible of the bunch, of the group. He was certain their reactions would give the plan away, no matter how much they tried to feign ignorance. He clarifies that his actions weren't personal. They were simply necessary given the circumstances. With that settled, Lee insists that everyone remain calm so they can move the sleeping henchmen closer to their pursuers. Darugo questions if it's really necessary to go that far, but Lee reminds him of Guidel's personality. Recognizing Guidel's treacherous nature, Darugo reluctantly allows Lee to proceed. Curious. He then asks where Lee got the drugs. Nero chimes in, explaining that she had identified some sleep-inducing herbs near the cave. Earlier, she told Lee about them. When ground into a powder and mixed with water, the herb's sedative effects are potent enough to make anyone drowsy in minutes. Lee admits he asked her to gather some, anticipating they might need them later, although Einar hadn't expected to use it this way. She was fine with it, since Lee was leading the plan. After dragging the 4 unconscious individuals to a path near their pursuers, Lie's group retreats to a safe location to observe. Minutes later, the pursuers arrive and take the 4 back to the academy. Satisfied, Lee reassures his team that their pursuers will scatter soon. Now that they're safe, he suggests they finish their next task, exploring the area to answer some lingering questions. For example, he wants to know how far the academy walls extend. And if there truly isn't an escape route, even discovering a single new piece of information would make the effort worthwhile. Wasting no time, Lee leads the group forward. As they press on, deeper into the unknown forest, Gaimando, he kicks a rock and nearly tumbles down a small hill. Luckily, Leah is there to catch him in time. When asked if he's all right, Gaimando complains of being both hurt and hungry. Observing the group's weary state, he considers taking a break. Just then, at that moment, Nilsson suggests they get some light, since traveling in the dark is making the journey more difficult. Agreeing, he casts a spell to illuminate their path. Moments later, a strong wind blows through the forest, and an unknown voice suddenly speaks, demanding they put out the light. It's disturbing their sleep. Trapped there, it demands the speaker reveal themselves. An indifferent voice orders the group to be quiet, stating that it will be the one asking the questions. After searching for a while, Lee and his companions trace the voice to a massive tree. It's alive and speaking to them. Continuing, the tree's voice promises to treat them as honored guests if they answer its question correctly. However, if they get it wrong, they will be thrown out of its space. Soon after, the tree poses a riddle to the students about a dwarf lighting candles. He's lighting the candles at night. 2 of them are extinguished by a strong gust of wind. Annoyed by this, the dwarf shuts all the windows in the room. The tree then asks, "How many candles remain, Lihan?" He senses a trap in the question and carefully analyzes the situation before answering. Just as he's about to respond, the foolish prince, scribbling carelessly, shouts, "3!" Lihan dreads what might happen next, but to his surprise, the tree declares that 3 is the correct answer. Confused, Lihan asks why, since it's commonly understood that the extinguished flames. As the candles burn, the tree explains that in riddles like this, the candles are magically infused to never burn out. Now that they've answered correctly, the tree proposes another question. Before treating them as guests, the student who answers correctly will receive a gift. Lee and the group prepare for the second question. The tree describes someone who is enormous in the morning, shrinks at midday, grows in the afternoon, and disappears at night, only to repeat the same cycle daily. Who is this person? The tree asks. This question isn't as straightforward as the first, so the group takes time to think. Eventually, Lee suggests the answer might be a shadow, and asks the tree if he's correct. To no one's surprise, he is, leaving his peers wondering how he figured it out. Lee explains that he'd heard the same riddle before in his past life, making it an easy guess. The riddle is a famous one, although the story changes a little each time it's told. Humans tend to give similar answers. Meanwhile, Leo reflects on the connection between the riddles of his past world and this one. The tree praises his intelligence and opens a path to receive the students as Lee and his companions enter the inner forest. They're shocked and enchanted by the sight of beautiful spirits. The spirits adorn the space around them. The tree offers Lee a refreshing green drink. After his journey, he smells the drink and notes it smells like vegetable juice. After thanking the tree, he drinks it without hesitation. He immediately feels his muscle fatigue disappear, much like drinking cold water after walking for hours under a hot sun. While Lee enjoys the drink, the others remain hesitant to take a sip. As soon as Lee finishes, the tree takes back the cup and asks if he enjoyed the beverage. Lee says it was delicious and asks how to make more. Before sharing the recipe, the tree asks for Lee's name. Lee introduces himself properly, but the tree insists on knowing his last name. When Lee mentions the Ordenas, the tree becomes visibly startled. It apologizes for its earlier reaction, explaining that rumors about his family caused its behavior. Seeing that Lee introduced himself without relying on his family name, the tree assures him that he is destined for greatness as a mage. The tree then asks what they're doing. So far from the school, especially at night, Liran and Gainando almost choke on their drinks at the question. Lee nervously claims they were simply enjoying a nighttime stroll. Suspecting the truth, the tree asks if they're trying to leave the academy, as it's only their first week. The tree questions if they're truly prepared to escape. Lee admits he has personal reasons and asks the tree spirit for advice. The tree reveals there is a way out of the academy, but new students aren't allowed to use it. Lee then asks how far the walls extend, and if anyone who recklessly touches them would suffer immense pain. Realizing that escaping by finding the end of the walls isn't feasible, Lee considers other possibilities. Despite this, regardless, the tree advises against attempting to escape for now, warning him that although things are calm now, monsters will awaken in a few weeks. Lee thanks the tree for the information, but the tree is surprised to see him still lost in thought. Curious, the tree decides to observe him more closely and proceeds to present his reward. Soon after, the tree conjures an artifact. Lee remembers Garcia's lessons about artifacts, how they're essential tools for mages. Although most new students are dissatisfied with what the academy provides, tonight marks the moment when Lee becomes the first student to receive a new staff from the spirit of the dried tree. After giving Lee the staff, the tree asks for his opinion on its finest creation. Lee remarks that the staff feels warm and full of life. At that moment, the spirit of the tree, the staff he received, possesses a spirit that should have been impossible for someone his age to detect. Recognizing Lee's potential, the tree assures him that he will discover the staff's true power as he uses it. Impatient, Lee asks the tree to explain the staff's powers to save time, but the tree insists there's no need, as the answers will come naturally. While grumbling to him, the tree observes that his talent and temperament are reminiscent of a guardian, the lunatic he met 100 years ago. Convinced that, at dawn, the tree tells the students to prepare to return to the academy. Without wasting any time, the tree, the dryad, uses magic to eject the students from its space. It warns Li Han not to use his magic nearby, because it's too powerful and could awaken the surrounding trees. When Li Han asks how they should leave the area, the tree ignores him and deposits them outside the inner forest. Upon landing, the students quickly get up and brush the dirt off their clothes. Before disappearing, the tree tells him to remember the riddle. It will answer many of his questions in life. With that, the tree vanishes and Lee's group explores the area. They discover the undead are gone. As they descend the mountain, they discuss last night's bizarre experience. One student even wonders if it was all a dream. When they finally return to their dorms, Lee drags his exhausted body to bed and falls asleep. Minutes later, Raishan rushes to Lee's room. He bangs on the door, waking him up. When Lee opens the door, Raishan apologizes for the interruption and informs him the headmaster has summoned everyone outside. Lee's sleepiness vanishes. He wonders if the headmaster, he's trying to identify the students who tried to escape. Putting his doubts aside, Lee gets ready. He tells Raishan he'll wake the others and meet him outside. He tells him to meet him outside. Once outside, Lee's group is shocked to find a festive atmosphere. Most of the students look confused. Lee wonders why the academy would organize a festival out of the blue without even warning the freshmen. Judging by the atmosphere, it doesn't seem like the headmaster is up to anything suspicious. Still, even so, Lee can't help but wonder about the headmaster's motives. A few minutes after the festival begins, the headmaster appears and commands everyone's attention. He's there to introduce 3 priests from the Empire. They're visiting for the weekend. After the introduction, the headmaster encourages the students to give Q a round of applause. However, Lee finds it odd that such a grand reception is being held for just 3 imperial priests. Deciding to be cautious, he decides to observe the situation carefully. After the applause, one of the priests thanks the headmaster. He thanks Sugon adults for honoring them. Despite his busy schedule teaching students, the headmaster responds politely and seizes the opportunity to ask the priest to deliver a message to the emperor, a request for a budget increase to excavate ancient magic. Flustered, the priestess replies that such matters are not within her purview. Listening in, Lee suddenly understands the headmaster's motivations. He remembers teachers in his past life requesting government funding when faced with budget constraints. It seems this world operates much the same way. Putting his thoughts aside, Lee listens as the priestess thanks the headmaster for letting her meet his students. Representing different orders, she and the other priests feel privileged to introduce their beliefs to the young mages. As Lee observes the priests, he starts to question if they're really ordinary clerics. Their mana, its incredible power and unique presence, sets them apart from other mages. Sensing Lee's curiosity, the headmaster surprises him and explains why the cleric's mana feels special. It stems from their divine power. The headmaster then notices Lee's ability to sense mana and asks him about it. Lee tries to downplay his skill, but the headmaster persists, asking why he would hide such a talent. He remarks that few students possess Lee's sensitivity to mana. He advises Lee to embrace his abilities with confidence. This surprises Lee, but he remains cautious. He's unsure of the headmaster's intentions. The headmaster adds that students like Lee and himself, being too intelligent to believe in gods, naturally have no interest in faith. This reminds Lee of his father's comments, disparaging remarks about divine power. Considering the rumors surrounding his family's disdain for the priesthood, he decides to keep his family name a secret. He wants to maintain good relations with the clerics. Changing the subject, the headmaster mocks the orders. He claims they go to absurd lengths to win over students who can be swayed with food. Thinking about food, Lee asks, jokingly asking the headmaster which orders he'd recommend. Instead of answering, Director pauses. He's impressed by the idea, Lee's audacious plan to join multiple orders and exploit them, to take advantage of their resources. Although bewildered, the director recognizes Lee's intelligence and determination. He finds Lee's spirit and audacity both amusing and impressive, truly remarkable. In response to Lee Han's question, the director recommends he join the Prasinga Order. The Prasinga Order, a group whose core tenet is self-sacrifice. The director assures Lee they'll welcome him warmly if he's not satisfied with them. He suggests the Colossus Order. They worship a god who embraces chaos and change, and wouldn't care if Lee believed in another deity or not. Finally, the director suggests the Copolio Order, who worships the god of swordsmen, and would likely welcome an eccentric person like Lee Kai. Hearing this, he wonders if the headmaster knows about his participation in the swordsmanship classes. If that's the case, it's not good. He's never had positive experiences with teachers who gave him too much attention in his past life. After thanking the headmaster for the recommendations, Lee is informed that the headmaster will now be meeting students in the punishment hall. Lee bids him farewell, and the headmaster hopes Lee will make wise decisions. In the future, as the headmaster disappears, Lee recalls what he said about the punishment hall. And if that's the case, Lee needs to be careful to avoid revealing his secret. Shortly after the director leaves, Yona calls out to Lee. She asks him where he's going. Lee quickly hides his worried expression and says he plans to visit the prizing order. Intrigued by his plans, Yona listens, as Lee mentions his intention to also visit the Colossus and Capone orders. Colossus and Capone? Then curious, Lee asks about the basket Yona's carrying. Curious, she offers him a delicious treat from it. When Lee asked where she got such a valuable item, Yona revealed it was from the Crimson Order. They worship the god of alchemy. Her family had donated a large sum of money to the order a long time ago. And when she arrived, they recognized her and gave her the food basket. Hearing this, Lee couldn't believe what he'd heard. He lamented coming from such a stingy family, one that was too arrogant to donate to any order. If his family had done so, finding a favorable order would have been much easier. A millionaire, he muttered. Intrigued by Lee's strange behavior, Yona wondered why he was acting so strangely after learning about her family's donations. Reigns supreme, however, he quickly dismisses the thought and decides to leave. He's busy today. After saying goodbye to Dionar, Lee heads towards the Pershing Order's tent. He introduces himself as someone seeking the master's teachings. Master Pershing, the followers warmly welcome him and, after thanking him for his visit, invite him into their tent. Lee continues to charm them with polite words. As he steps inside, he sees one of the hooded followers call over someone named Didi Link for assistance. Upon seeing Didi Link, Lee immediately recognizes her as a demon hybrid. Demonic hybrids are an incredibly rare breed. They are extremely uncommon even among other hybrids. Often, they are born from contracts made by their ancestors with demons. Despite their appearance, these demons usually have passive personalities and are often ostracized by society after a brief exchange of words. The attendant introduces Jalen as the newest student of the Blazing Phoenix Tower. Blazing. Continuing on, the attendant expresses surprise at finding another believer besides Jiling, but Lee replies that it's natural to follow his lord once you know his noble will. Of course, Lee has ulterior motives, but he knows there are two things to consider. By joining an order, what can one gain, and what must be done to earn their favor? On the surface, the Prasingi Order doesn't seem like much, but he senses a multitude of mana-filled artifacts inside the tent. The sheer quantity of artifacts makes him wonder if the order is involved in crafting them. Just then, Madame Madrid, one of the priestesses from earlier, enters the tent. She's delighted to find a new believer. Lee notices that despite her small stature, her steps leave heavy imprints on the ground. Curious, he tries to figure out why. After introducing herself, Madrid notices his worried expression and reassures him. She says her heavy footsteps are due to an artifact she's wearing. She explains it's a cursed artifact that drastically increases her body weight. When Lee asks why she would wear such a thing, Madrid replies it's because of Lord Prasinga. She explains that, since Prasinga endured the world's pain alone, they should also share in his suffering. To do this, they wear cursed artifacts and endure the hardships. Hearing this, Lee starts to regret listening to the director's recommendation. Noticing his discomfort, Madrid gives him the option to leave if he's not willing to follow the same path. It's a difficult path, one with a high chance of failure. Lee accepts the challenge and prepares to leave. However, before he gets too far, Madrid expresses his disappointment. He reveals he had prepared an artifact as a welcome gift. Although it's called an artifact, it might not be desirable to everyone. It absorbs mana. When Lee hears about the mana absorption, he hesitates. He realizes such an artifact could be useful to manage his immense mana. Recognizing its potential benefits, he returns and asks what other effects the cursed artifact has. Besides absorbing mana, does it have a curse? It likely has other functions, and Lee wants to know them all before accepting it. Madrid, confused at first, begins to explain the original effect of the cursed item, as well as its general cause and effect. In some cases, a strong curse amplifies the effects of an artifact. Examining the artifact Madrid is using, it seems to be afflicted with the curse of increased weight. However, its effect is equally powerful. It's known as divine power augmentation. Following this logic, Madrid explains to Lee that her artifact possesses invisibility magic. Yet, she notes its most significant drawback is the excessive absorption of the user's mana. As she continues listing its disadvantages, Li-Han politely interrupts her. He expresses his willingness to accept the consequences. His eagerness impresses Madrid, so much so she feels ashamed. Ashamed for doubting his sincere faith, and presuming he would back down after hearing about the curse. Meanwhile, Lee is ecstatic. He realizes he's hit the jackpot. With this new invisibility trick, after the emotional exchange, Madrid officially welcomes Lee into her order and reveals the cursed artifact. It's revealed to be Lord Prissingar's belt. The glowing purple belt is presented in a box, and Lee promptly puts it on. After observing him, Kapu's two followers suspect that, as a new believer, Lee might struggle with the artifact's negative effects. The artifact. They prepare to help him, if necessary. However, to their shock, nothing happens when he puts on the belt. Instead, he asks eagerly how to activate the invisibility magic. Hearing the murmurs of disbelief from his followers, Lee returns to Madrid and asks if there's a problem he should be worried about. Madrid, snapping out of her surprise, laughs and reassures him, saying everything is fine. She directs him to the guide inside the box for instructions on how to activate the invisibility spell. Inwardly, she marvels at their luck in receiving such an incredible new brother. So amazing. Lee finds the spell guide inside the box. He reads and recites the incantation to activate the belt's power. Instantly, he vanishes, leaving Madrid and his followers stunned. Exhilarated by the artifact's impressive effect, he marvels at how well it works, especially given the strong curse associated with it. After savoring the thrill of invisibility, he casts the cancellation spell and reappears, startling everyone. Now confident in the artifact's capabilities, he begins to wonder if the cursed effect is really noticeable. Since he hasn't felt any adverse effects yet, he concludes that if the effects are so mild, he might as well try using more cursed items. With that in mind, he asks Madrid for more cursed artifacts. However, after a dramatic pause, Madrid advises him not to push himself too hard. She insists it's too soon for him to take on more cursed items. Despite his best efforts to convince her, she refuses. Later, during a lesson on the Order's teachings, Lee ponders how useful the belt will be to help him escape the academy. His thoughts are interrupted when Madrid concludes her lecture for the day. After thanking her for the lessons, Lee reflects on what he's learned and concludes that anything is possible as long as one is willing to use a cursed item. Before letting him leave, Madrid offers him a basket of food. She explains that she thought he might need it. Touched by the thoughtful gesture, Lee is nearly overcome with emotion and expresses his gratitude. As he reaches for the basket, DJ Ling suddenly approaches and offers him her own basket of food. Confused, Lee asks her why she's giving it to him. DJ Ling explains that as a servant of Prezing, she doesn't need such extravagances. Madrid tries to call her back, but DJ Ling departs soon after, impressed by her dedication to her beliefs. Lee, he comments on how the members of the Blazing Phoenix Tower are different from other towers. They're practically opposites. As he's about to leave the tent, Madri asks him for a favor. She wants him to look after DD Link. She's worried that DD Link's half-demon blood might be too much for her to handle. Initially reluctant, Lee explains that he lives in a different dorm. However, Madri bribes him with another basket of food. Lee agrees to help. On the way back to the academy, Lee talks to DD Link and asks if he can call her priestess. DD Link replies that he can just call her by her name. Curious, Lee asks about her tower. He mentions that he's heard rumors that its members rarely interact with others, unlike those from other towers. Dylan explains that in their free time, they usually pray in their rooms or venture into the forest or mountains at night to pray. This confuses Lee, since he knows there's a curfew on weeknights for the dorms to wind down. It turns out that the members of the Blazing Phoenix Tower are exempt from such rules due to the unique circumstances of their dormitory. Realizing this, Lee concludes that the priests, there are no time restrictions, and if he could wear the robes of a priest and pass himself off as one, he could gain more freedom for himself. With this plan in mind, he asks Digilin if she can help him get a priest's robe. Digilin Confused, reminds him that wearing a priest's robes won't lessen the effects of the curse. Lee assures her that he's aware of this, but he tells her he needs the robe to better understand the Lord's will. Prasenga, unable to refuse, promises Jalen to bring him one the next time they meet. Lee thanks her for the help and decides to take it easy. He's preparing for his eventual escape from the academy. Continuing their conversation, Lee Han asks about her eating habits. He wants to know if she's eating enough. Gilin says she's satisfied with what she has. Hearing this, Lee Han mentions the priestess's concerns about Yelin's health. He explains how she asked him to ensure Yelin is well cared for. To make things easier, Lee Han suggests that Yelin eat with him sometimes. That way, the priestess will worry less. After reconsidering, Yelin finally agrees to eat with him. Lee Han is happy to see Yelin cooperating, since he wouldn't want to disappoint the person who such precious gifts. Besides, once she starts eating with him, she'll have no choice but to get addicted to him, feeding her even during the holidays. Nightfall, the academy's teachers gather in the faculty meeting room for an emergency meeting. It was called by the headmaster on such short notice. Just before the meeting begins, Regula sips some delicious tea she made from her garden and reflects on how good things have been since Leah arrived. While savoring the moment, the headmaster appears to start the meeting. When Regula asks why everyone's gathered, Garcia says it's probably because of the basic training, horsemanship. Soon after, she asks the principal if a lecturer for the class has been assigned yet. But then Irigolem, who's been keenly observing everything, asks why Professor Vendazol isn't teaching it. At that moment, just then, Garcia tells him that Professor Vendazol disappeared while searching for a unicorn. Seeing that there's still no news of him, they need a substitute teacher for his class. Just then, the principal interrupts Garcia and tells the other teachers not to worry, because he's already arranged for a replacement. Surprised by the sudden announcement, the teachers praise the principal for finding a solution to their problems in such a short time. Next, Regulin asks the principal who the new teacher is. He reveals that the teacher's name is Lightning Steps Zeton, or Zed for short for Zidon. Although he hasn't met them before, Garcia wishes the teacher success with the new class. Tengeldell takes his time to explain how famous Zed is as an adventurer. According to the history books, she explored most of the wilderness within the Empire, and she didn't even stop there. Just then, Urulin slams his hand on the table in pain and asks the principal, why did he have to be an idiot and hire his aunt? With the others confused, Urugalim explains, truly awful behavior from his terrible aunt. She's extreme. She picks on him relentlessly, sometimes to the point of, and even asks if he hates Eastern dwarves. Having heard everything Regulon had to say, the headmaster tells him he doesn't really care who his teachers are, as long as they're the best in their fields, meaning there's nothing he can do. Now with that said, he ends the meeting and dismisses the teachers to continue their evening. The next day, a familiar dwarf woman is perched atop a tree as she receives a message from one of her little birds. Messenger birds. After hearing the exciting news, she realizes her class is about to start, so she gets herself ready, making sure everything is in order before the students arrive. About 30 minutes later, students from the Azure Dragon and White Tiger Towers flood the fields, excited to finally learn a skill required of every noble, horseback riding. Leah notices the positive energy radiating from her students. She figures things should go smoothly in this lesson. Seeing that today's lesson covers something the students are already familiar with, it should be fairly straightforward. Seconds after that thought, a large, ferocious bird roars in the sky and swoops down over the field. The students below are confused, trying to figure out where the sound came from. Just then, someone signals for everyone to look up. And when they do, a massive bird appears, diving down to snatch one of them. The students scramble for cover, but unfortunately, Gayonando is too foolish to listen. He's caught in the bird's talons and carried away. Realizing Gaio's been taken, Lee quickly takes charge. He tells everyone to calm down and crouch low, avoiding any movement that might attract the bird. After they're safe, he considers the situation. He seems almost unsurprised by these events. Seconds later, the bird returns for its next victim, and Lee Han starts to wonder where the bird came from. Right then, at that very moment, a White Tiger student, enraged, stands up and demands to know where the headmaster is. It's pretty obvious something's wrong. With the academy's security, the person crouched near her tries to calm her down. Now's not the time to point fingers. But then, the girl foolishly starts blaming the monster bird attacks on the academy's lack of security. Her shouting quickly attracts the bird, and it swoops down towards them. Realizing the stupid scene she's caused, the girl starts apologizing and begging for help. But luckily for her, the bird snatches the poor guy crouched next to her Witnessing what just happened, Li-han finds it odd the bird didn't take the fool who caused the commotion. After thinking for a moment, he finally figures out the answer. It's their hair color. With this realization, Li-han quickly orders everyone to cover their hair with their uniforms. He has evidence the bird only attacks those with brightly colored hair. Soon after they cover their hair, a voice from the crowd of students behind Li-han praises him for his quick thinking and instructions. Turning for a better look at the speaker, Li-han demands the person identify themselves. At that moment, the person removes their cloak, revealing they're from the White Tiger Tower. White Tiger Tower. But just as he's about to introduce himself, a coward from the Blue Dragon Tower yells and accuses the White Tiger student of trying to mess with Ardennes. Again, the student tries to explain himself, but it's too late. The idiots are already preparing to beat up Murade's supporter. Before things get out of hand, the guy shouts, insisting he's not involved with Murate's side, with no one willing to believe him. Princess. Ardennes intervenes and saves him. Seeing the princess defend him, the students back off and return to their activities. After the commotion dies down, Lee asks the princess how she knows this strange guy. And the strange guy introduces himself as Ruin, a knight who serves the princess. Li Ran overhears this. He considers the possibilities and quickly realizes that the princess must have exploited a loophole in the school rules. While no one can bring their servant, the academy can't stop servants from enrolling as students, meaning clever individuals can use this method to bring someone in. Knowing this, Li Ran suddenly feels pity for poor Guy Mondo, who has no one to protect him, even though they're both royalty. After explaining the unpredictable nature of the bird that attacked them, Ruin asks Li Ran to take command of the students and use them to stop the bird. A surprised Li Han asks Rowena why he should bother with such a task. At that moment, the other Azure Dragon students begin praising him. They say he's someone they can trust. They urge him to lead them with honor. In his mind, he refuses to give in to their pleas. He knows nothing good has ever come from being a group leader. Unfortunately for him, it becomes impossible to refuse when the entire field starts chanting for him to be their commander. They insist they're ready to follow him, unable to resist, sighs and reluctantly begins giving orders to his new army. As he watches, he demonstrates his leadership skills. Rowena remembers his breakdown back at his tower a few days ago when he discovered that the person leading the Azure Dragon Tower was Li Han, the wardress, and not the prince. Back then, he wondered how that happened, given the princess's exceptional command skills, even before she entered the academy. To find out why Li Han is the leader, he orchestrated this encounter under the current circumstances, to put Li Han in the spotlight and hope he makes a mistake. Now he's a few steps closer to his goal. Rowena watches with anticipation, hoping to uncover Li's secret. What she doesn't realize, or even bother to consider, is that Li Han has already won the students' loyalty with food. Before executing his plan, he asks if anyone has a shiny object. Someone quickly hands him a mirror, which he takes. He then angles the reflective side towards the sky, luring the monster bird toward them. When the bird spots the shiny object, it dives toward Li Han, fast and reckless like a fool. Before the bird gets too close, Li Han tells his group to line up and form a wall. When they do, Li Han hides behind them and encourages them to wait for his signal before it could act. As the bird gets, close enough. Li-ham steps out. He casts the spell, Illuminate, with his new staff and scares the bird away. Moments later, the students finally breathe a sigh of relief. They thank Warden Li-ham for overcoming his doubts and achieving such a great success. Even the White Tiger students have no choice but to acknowledge Li-ham's greatness after the courage he displayed. Before getting too happy, he asked everyone what they think will happen to Gwynam and the other guy who was taken by the bird. Just then, he hears the sounds of a struggle nearby in the trees. Soon, both the wild chicken and the silver-haired girl fall and are caught by the other students. As for the bird, frightened, it flies back to its master Zai. She pets it. And finally, agrees to go to the lecture hall with him. Once she's ready, she jumps from the tall tree she was in and lands with a thud. She then introduces herself to the stunned onlookers, who are as confused as anyone. Seeing a stranger jump out of a tree and say hello, Liren thinks about how strange it is for her to appear out of nowhere, and wonders if the previous scene with the bird was orchestrated by her. Observing her more closely, Lee notices a resemblance between this woman and Uragalen. He wonders if she's related to the professor, but he quickly dismisses the thought as impossible. The dwarf woman appears behind him and says he has great potential. Li-han feels the same sensation he felt with Uragalen during Alchemy class a few weeks ago. He wonders if he's experiencing deja vu. Meanwhile, the other students wonder who this short woman is. Baisa asks her if she's related to Professor Uragalen. Zed smiles. Miles is surprised he understood her, after only a few minutes of interaction. Finally, she tells Lee that she's his aunt, and he immediately warns himself not to stand out any more than he already has in front of this eccentric-looking teacher. Just when he thought he could go unnoticed, one of the Blue Dragon Tower's blockheads pats him on the back and informs the teacher that Liran is Urugala's best student. Not only that, but the idiot also mentions that Liran is occasionally invited to Eagelem's cabin, something Liran desperately tries to stop him from saying. Upon hearing about Liran's familiarity with her nephew, Zed asks Liran if it's true, changing his mission to at least make a good impression on the teacher. Liran admits that the student is right. Just then, the monstrous bird returns and lands. Zed calls for the student's attention to begin the lesson. To start, she introduces herself as Lances of Light. Zed explains that their actual teacher, Professor Vendazol, disappeared while searching for a unicorn. So she's filling in for him. As soon as she finishes her introduction, the enchantment begins. The students recall all the remarkable things she's done in the past, like defeating Veramoth and exploring the Spirit Crater, a feat no one else has accomplished. To begin the lesson, Zed asks the students to guess why she brought a Thunderbird to class. For context, the Thunderbird is a massive monster with aggressive tendencies and the ability to control lightning, thunder, and whirlwinds. Hence Lee struggles to understand her reasoning. But then, a student asks if the goal of the semester is for them to ride the Thunderbird. Zed laughs heartily and says they couldn't ride such a monstrous bird, even if they had a decade to try. So that's not the reason. She then asks orders to guess. Lee suggests it's to see how they react when they encounter a dangerous monster. Rowena scoffs at his seemingly lazy attempt, dismissing it as wrong. But to Lee's surprise, Zed confirms it's the correct answer. She finally understands why Egolum likes him. Continuing on, she explains there's no way to know what dangers the students might encounter while traveling. That's why they need proper training. Don't worry, she assures them. The main point of this lesson is simply horseback riding. For now, they'll head to the stables. The guardians will be there, managing the students and assisting with future lessons. At this point, Lino has no choice but to accept his new reality. They walk to the stables. Zed explains that the horse is the most basic mount in the Empire. He says that anyone who can't ride a horse will struggle to learn to ride, or anything else. To ride more challenging mounts, they must first master horseback riding. As the class progresses, he notices his classmates growing bored, since they're already familiar with riding. In a moment, Zed pauses and gives a warm smile. If there's one thing he knows about teachers smiling, it's that they only do it when they have something wicked in mind, suspicious. He warns Yon to be careful, suspecting the lesson won't just be about riding. When they arrive at the stables, Zed greets them, eager to introduce them to the magnificent horses. Housed there, the students admire the beautiful steeds and ask if they'll get to ride them. Zed replies that a good horse must be earned. She rummages through her bag and pulls out a cup of sticks. She instructs the students to each draw one to determine the order in which they'll choose their horses. After the draw, Germano gets to choose first. However, when the other nobles complain about the foolish prince going first, despite knowing nothing about horses, Ganon retorts with a few derogatory remarks and insults. He then runs off to choose one of the most ferocious horses in the stable. Jonera immediately notices the aggression in the horse's eyes. But the ignorant Ganon declares that a horse must be big and strong to be worthy of him. Thinking the horse is bowing to him, Ganon leans in to pet it, only to be struck in the face by the horse's powerful jaw in seconds. Ganun is on the stable floor, lying in the dirt. He's bleeding from his nose and mouth. Fortunately, he'll survive. But the nobles? Oh, he insulted earlier, are having the last laugh? One of them, thinking he knows how to pick a gentler horse, approaches a smaller, milder-looking one and pets it. Unfortunately for him, the horse bites his head, leaving him screaming for help. Moments later, a student from the White Tiger Tower starts bragging to the Azure Dragon students about his arrogance. However, while trying to control his horse, he ends up running around the stable, chased by the aggressive beast. Watching the chaos unfold, Liran wonders why the horses are so aggressive. To such minor provocations, after having a good laugh, Zed finally speaks. She reminds them that she told them to learn how to ride a horse. Then, she gives them their first task, to befriend the irritated horses in the stable. A little while later, the students start complaining about how Zed is being harsh, but she assures them the horses will become friendly if they are treated with love and care. The main goal of this lesson is to create a bond with a horse of their choosing. Lita takes another look at the horses and realizes they're definitely not normal. Something about them seems off, and he suspects Zed isn't being completely honest. However, before he can choose the horse that seems the most docile, Zed pulls him aside and leads him to a special horse Lee instantly falls in love with it. Zed explains that he couldn't give his student, his nephew's favorite, just any horse, so he chose this one for him. At this point, jealousy sets in. Chan becomes envious of Lee for receiving such favoritism. One of the white tigers complains that Lee is getting an easier horse, but Zed clarifies that, although the horse he's giving Lee is good, it's also the most aggressive and difficult to tame in the stables. In his own way. In other words, it's easier to tame a monster than to tame this colossal horse. Lee is understandably devastated to hear this. While Zed continues, he asks if there's any bonus for taking on the harder task among his peers. Zed assures him he'll do fine, reminding him that he handled the Thunderbird well before. With that said, Lee remembers why he hates being noticed, but keeps a smile on his face until class is over. At the end of the day, a few hours after class, Zed forces Lee to take him to Yurgel's cabin to see his favorite nephew again. When they arrive, Yurgel, clearly distressed at seeing his aunt. He timidly asks her what she's doing there. Zed scolds him for his rudeness, reminding him that she is, in fact, his aunt. Just then, a majestic griffin arrives. Yuragala greets it properly, and Zed immediately invites himself on a tour of her home. Once inside, Yuragala asks Ali to explain and tells him she had no choice but to bring him along. Meanwhile, Zed starts complaining about how dirty and messy Oregulin's cabin is, even suggesting that it's the reason why he's still single. Preguino, Little Nail, knows this is just one of Zed's mood swings, so he remains calm, waiting for a chance to shut her up. Just as she's about to ask about his love life, he cuts her off. The little ruler quickly changes the subject, declaring it's time for lunch. He asks Lee if he's eaten yet. Lee, understanding the situation, says he's quite hungry. The little ruler immediately has him sit down and offers to make lunch. For all three of them, Zed agrees that Lee, being a growing boy, shouldn't skip meals to help his nephew. Flustered, she insists on making some Eastern dishes, for them all. In trust, he's about to object, mentioning his dislike for Eastern cuisine. But a stern look from his aunt is enough to make him fall silent and act normal. While Zed prepares lunch, Yurugalin takes the opportunity to ask Lee how he's doing. Before Lee can answer, something shiny on Yurugalin's robe catches his eye. He asks about it. Lee remembers where his staff is. He takes it out and shows it to Yurugalin. Regalin, sensing the forest spirit within the staff, asks Lee where he got it. Lee knows he can't admit that he encountered the oak spirit while trying to escape. So he tells them that he entered the forest and encountered the oak spirit. He also stumbled upon the staff. Erigela and his aunt pretend to believe his story, but deep down they know Lee was trying to run away. Iregala then asks if the oak spirit gave him a riddle. Lee asks how he knew. Iriguela explains that the spirit is well known for his personality, annoying, yet clever. Liam then wonders if the staff has some kind of special power, especially considering how Urgolim speaks, as if the spirit is hiding inside the staff. After imagining the potential benefits, like invincibility or the ability to use spiritual magic, Zed asks her if it does. She tells him the staff has a special effect. It's great for farming. Lee is disappointed with her answer. He was hoping for something much more exciting. However, since the staff came from a tree spirit, it makes sense that it would be excellent for taking care of nature. Seeing Lee's reaction, Pride suggests the staff will be useful, since Lee was already planning to start a garden. Zed then asks Lee what he plans to grow. He says anything edible. Hearing this, Pride offers to help and instructs him to come find her after he finishes eating. After lunch, Zed takes Lee outside to plant some potatoes in the garden she made for him. She advises that potatoes and sweet potatoes will be useful, even though it will take time until harvest. Lee will be grateful later. Lee agrees with her and tries to stay optimistic, since that's the right attitude for farming. While he plants the potatoes, Zed calls him to check on something. Lee leaves the seedling he just planted, and as soon as he leaves, something strange happens. The seedling grows, apparently using some kind of magic. When Lee finishes planting his seedlings, he returns to the dorm with a basket of ingredients and finds his dorm mates starving. He's their only ray of light in eternal darkness. Leah cheerfully announces his arrival. Everyone's happy to see him. When he brings out the food basket, they eagerly ask about its contents. Having received a ton of ingredients, thanks to Zed, Leah confirms it's indeed food. As usual, the praise begins. Everyone starts thanking Leah for being such a good friend. Judging by their expressions, Leah notices how much they've changed in the past few weeks. They're almost like baby birds, just waiting to be fed. Although he knows they're starving, he still tells them to be patient, while he prepares a delicious soup for them. After clearing the space he begins to cook. He stirs the soup with skill and precision. His classmates watch in amazement. They compare him to a seasoned alchemist at work. About an hour later, after the cooking is done, he tastes the soup and finds it absolutely delicious. He tells everyone to bring their bowls. The students quickly scramble to get them. Come and get it. Months later, he serves each of them a bowl of his vegan soup. They begin to eat with gusto. As everyone enjoys their meal, one of the students, an elf, approaches Lee to ask a favor. After hearing the details, Lee prepares a bowl of soup and takes it to the princess's room. When he arrives, he knocks politely and Ardenarte opens the door. Asking him why he's there, Lee offers her the soup he made earlier and encourages her to try it. She's surprised he thought of her at a time like this. Ardenarte accepts. She takes the bowl and asks if it's really for her. Lee reassures her, explaining that everyone else has already had their share, so she has nothing to worry about. Touched by his kindness, Ardenarte takes a spoonful and tries the soup. Judging by her reaction, Lee figures she must be very hungry. After eating, Ardenarte thanks Lee and promises to return the favor before closing the door. Soon, a little while later, Lee goes back downstairs and finds the elf, who had asked the favor along with another student. Both are anxious to know how the princess reacted. Lee tells them she loved the food, and they're overjoyed. They express their gratitude for having someone like Lee around. Next, the elf asks Lai to continue delivering food to the princess. He offers to pay her double the silver coins, just like before. Understanding the importance of the royal family, Lee quickly agrees to help whenever they need her. Later that afternoon, Lee attends her basic understanding of battle magic class, with the infamous Greg the Bloodthirsty as her instructor. She continues trying to form circles with the Starstone Orb, still struggling to master the technique. Stellar. After watching Lee fail repeatedly, Greg grows concerned. Although mentoring students isn't his responsibility, he recognizes the potential loss if he lets someone with Lee's mana reserves go. Clearing his throat, Greg asks Lee if he has any questions. Excited to finally have Greg's attention, Lee asks him to explain what the training is all about. Confused, Greg asks if Lee actually read the lesson description. Realizing his question might have been too basic, Lee rephrases it, asking how this training relates to actual combat. Greg pauses for a moment, leaving Lee anxious. Finally, he admits the question is so obvious, it's difficult to explain simply. Simple. He picks up a pen and says he could kill Lee with it. Just with that pen. A startled Lee becomes uneasy at the ominous tone of Greg's example. Greg explains that mastering high circle magic isn't as crucial in combat as understanding how to use simple tools effectively. He adds that spinning the Starstone sharpens Lee's insight and amplifies his projection magic. While drawing on the board, Greg elaborates that inexperienced mages often fail due to heat. Noise and bloodlust can overwhelm them, but a mage with solid fundamentals will thrive, even in extreme situations. To prove his point, Greg throws the pen at Lee, causing a controlled explosion in the safest part of the room. Once the spell ends, Lee is shocked to see that nothing was damaged. He realizes that Greg must have combined two spells to create this effect. Greg suddenly appears behind Lee, finishing his explanation. Awestruck, Lee expresses his surprise at how easily Greg executed such powerful magic. Now that Greg has clarified the lesson, Lee confirms his understanding and thanks him. As Greg returns to his place, Lee finally begins to see his teacher in a new light. At first, he thought Greg was just goofing off during class. But now, he realizes everything Greg did had a deeper meaning. A much deeper meaning. With this new perspective, Lee concludes there's more to gain from this class than just good grades. Feeling inspired, Lee tells Greg about his past experiences using low-level control magic to manage his mana and how he failed to control it properly the last time he used it. It happened in the principal's office. Hearing this, Greg suggests Lee might have more mana than he thinks. Lee agrees. He notes that many others have told him the same thing. However, inwardly, Lee is impressed that Greg recognized the issue so quickly. He concludes that the professor might understand his mana problem, anticipating a practical solution. Lee approaches Greg. He subtly hints for Greg to try something. Taking the hint, Greg firmly grasps Lee's hand. He uses a technique called mana drain. As an ominous purple miasma fills the room, Lee recognizes the spell. It's like a high circle spell, used to absorb a target's mana, a technique both powerful and dangerous. Shocked by Greg's recklessness, Lee begs him to stop, but Greg firmly orders him to stay still. When Greg accesses Lee's mana reserves, he's overwhelmed by the sheer amount. He passes out. Panicked, Lee asks if Greg is all right. The professor quickly gets up, assuring Greg that he's fine. He explains that he tried to reduce Lee's mana to make it easier to control, but failed miserably. The mana far exceeded his expectations. Greg explains that when someone has more mana than their receptacles can handle, they naturally lose control and collapse from the pressure. Unfortunately, As an experienced AI professor, Regal Greg knows his limits and escapes unharmed. Still, Lee is left wondering how much mana he possesses. If someone so skilled as Greg is overwhelmed, accepting his situation, Lee comments that there doesn't seem to be a way to solve his mana problem. However, Greg assures him there is. He asks if Lee has ever tried using low-level control magic to make an object fly towards him. When Lee says no, Greg explains that the key is instinct. He clarifies that although it may seem like Lee lost control, his will and the objects are inherently connected, and this connection can be controlled through instinct. Thinking back to a past incident, Lee realizes this explanation justifies what happened that day. Greg emphasizes the power of instinct, observing that it can greatly increase Lee's ability to control his mana. Encouraged by Greg's words, Lee begins to understand why Greg is considered an expert in magic control. With new methods like this, Lee feels hopeful about his future. At this point, Greg picks up some Spirit Star orbs and tells Lee to get ready. Although confused, Lee listens as Greg explains that he's going to throw the orbs at him and expects Lee to use low-level control to defend himself. Before Lee can protest, Greg launches one of the blue spheres at his chin. Startled, Lee reacts instinctively. He wonders why he ever enrolled in such a dangerous academy. After about an hour of this chaotic training, Greg pauses and praises Lee for finally grasping the control techniques they discussed earlier. Exhausted, Lee thanks Greg for the lesson, although silently he questions his own judgment in trusting the teachers of this insane school. Amused, Greg helps Lee up and modestly claims that Lee is a natural. He figured it out on his own. He smiles slightly.
And Lee tells Greg not to flatter him.
As soon as Ali regains his balance, Greg picks up an iron ball. It's the same size as the Spirit Star ball. He asks Ali to try and move it, using low-level control. When Greg throws the iron ball, Ali uses his new staff to command it with his magic. Unsurprisingly, the ball obeys his will. To further test Ali, Greg orders him to guide the ball in specific directions. Ali successfully complies. Satisfied with Ali's progress, Greg suggests continuing the training with the iron balls instead of the Spirit Star stones. When Lee read, it mentioned that he still couldn't draw a circle with the starstone. Greg encouraged him. He urged him to apply the same technique he just used with the iron ball. Following the advice, Lee tried again, and to his surprise, he found it much easier to control and rotate the Spirit Starstone. Seeing Lee's progress, Greg explained that powerful experiences like this directly enhance a mage's growth. He added that since the Starstone is a support tool designed for inexperienced mages, Lee no longer needed it. Instead, Greg instructed him to draw circles with the iron ball. He promises more advanced tests as Lee's abilities improve. Perplexed by all the jargon Greg just spouted, Lee remains silent. Greg, on the other hand, shares his perspective on the battlefield. There are two types of people, those who freeze in danger and those who react quickly and forcefully. Based on today's training, Greg is convinced that Lee belongs to the latter group. This means he has the potential to become a great battle mage. Having made this determination, Greg decides to teach him more efficiently in the coming lessons. As Greg's class ends, a weary Lee Han joins Digling in the courtyard. He asks if she's been waiting long. Digling encourages him not to worry, as the wait wasn't important. She asks him to share what caused the somber look on his face. But then he tells her not to worry about him. Moving on, she hands him the priest's robe that he'd asked her to get at their last meeting. Lee Han thanks her. After receiving it, he thanks her for helping him. Lee Han tries to give her some food he saved for her, but then Digling refuses the delicious food, out of respect for her lord Persing, who's suffering. In that moment, Lee realizes helping Diling won't be easy, so he comes up with a plan. Meanwhile, Diling tells him to give the food to someone who needs it. She says just tea is enough for her. Then she asks if he can make her some tea, mentioning that she's heard priests usually prefer green tea or unsweetened coffee. Unable to refuse, Lee decides to do something different. After lighting a fire, he mixes and cooks every available ingredient for his strange tea recipe. He hopes to open her eyes to a new flavor. Then Diling notices something odd about Lee's tea-making technique. She stands up and demands to know what he's doing. Lee remains calm. He tells her the recipe he's using is a family secret. He then asks if she has a problem with his family's recipe. Poor guilt-ridden DJ Link says no. She denies it, even though she's about to complain about the sugar. Lee asks again if she thinks his family's secret technique is a waste. Is it all for nothing, he presses? DJ Link makes a cute little scene, trying to exonerate herself from the manipulative Lee Ron. Tired of being manipulated by this evil mastermind? DJ Link stops arguing and tells Lee Ron to just give her the tea when it's ready. Liren clearly appreciates her silence. He savors the quiet moment and pours her a cup of his special milk tea. When it's ready, he encourages her to try it. DJ Ling examines the tea, unsure of what to expect, and takes a sip. Curiously, she finds the flavor subtly sweet, a little spicy, and ultimately refreshing. In her words, it's a fascinating flavor she's never tasted before, and she likes it, judging by the smile on her face. After she finishes the tea, Lee can tell his plan has worked. Moving on to phase 2 of his plan, he immediately starts making the next tea. This time, however, he adds sugar, nuts, cocoa powder, milk, and corn flour into boiling water to create the Guardian's special cocoa tea. Before trying the second tea, Yaelin notices the thickness and asks Lee if it's actually soup. Lee tells her it's a special tea, steeped in his family's traditions. DJ Link, having heard enough, tells him to shut up and tries the tea. Noticing the expression on her face, Lee becomes apprehensive. He imagines the taste must make her feel like she's being reborn into a whole new world of flavor. Using this method, he plans to fatten her up with drinks that aren't tea, but are similar to it. When she finishes drinking, Jiling savors the delicious tea. The frog encourages her to finish the rest. Now that she's finished tasting and savoring it, he gestures, beckoning her forward. He gives her a stern warning, telling her to be there at the promised time, so that they can have their tea sessions more often. DJ Link tells him to stop talking like a villain before agreeing and thanking him for the tea. As the tea party ends, they head off to their respective buildings. Night falls. As darkness descends, Lyra puts on the priest's robe that Deginhyo gave her earlier and hides in a corner. She waits until all the students are in their towers. And curfew begins. Once he's sure everyone is safely back in their towers, he decides to head to his point of interest. In the middle of the night, under the guise of prayer. To everyone who sees him, he's just a young, devout priest. Anyway, when he arrives at the entrance of the main building of the school, he cautions himself. He needs to stay alert and avoid any traps that might be lurking. Luckily for him, nothing much happened on the first floor of the building, as he expected. After a quick recollection of the entrance ceremony with the headmaster, he decides to check out the places he hasn't been yet. After searching for a few minutes, he finds someone else. They're sneaking through the same area. At first, he thinks it's a teacher, but upon taking a closer look, he realizes the intruder is a student from the Black Tortoise Tower. Of the Black Tortoise Tower, after observing a bit longer, he notices the student isn't giving off any noticeable presence while moving. He deduces this is due to their trained footwork. Rat beastmen are typically ostracized in the Empire because of stereotypes that label them as thieves or vagabonds. However, this one seems different. His intentions seem clear. Recognizing their goals might be aligned, he stealthily approaches the unsuspecting rat beastman. He presses a wooden stake against his neck, warning him to stay quiet if he wants to live. Terrified, the timid student freezes and turns to see the smiling face of the man who just startled him. Lee's intimidating introduction was necessary to ensure cooperation and avoid discovery. Now that things have calmed down, the Beastman expresses his shock, admitting that he initially mistook Lee for a teacher. Relieved to learn that he's just another student, he relaxes. He apologizes for the scare and introduces himself properly, asking for the other boy's name. The Rat Man from the Black Tortoise Tower introduces himself as Redford, a professional thief associated with the White Crow Group. Redford explains that although his classmates don't openly exclude him, he feels they avoid him. To prove his worth to his tower, he decided to locate the school's supply depot for daily necessities. After a long search, he finally found the depot door. As for the key he possesses, Redford reveals that he created it using tricks he learned from his group. Before arriving at the school, impressed by Redford's ingenuity, Lee examines the key and praises his skill. Redford admits he sacrificed all of his rest time to make the key. Otherwise, he'd still be stuck at the starting point. Now that Lee knows more about Redford turns the tables and asks who Lee really is. Judging by Lee's build and confident demeanor, Redford assumes he must be from the Tiger Tower. He laughs and reveals he's actually the guardian of the Azure Dragon Tower, Wardness. Upon hearing the name Wardness, Redford is understandably alarmed. Lee reassures him, telling him not to be afraid. He proposes they work together, arguing it's better than going it alone. Redford hesitates, skeptical about collaborating with someone of such high status. However, Lee points out they're already working together. At that moment, reluctantly, Redford agrees. Lee urges him to hurry and not waste any time. Lee asks Redford if he was able to open the storage room door. Redford replies that he couldn't. He suspects the door is protected by magic. Lee examines the lock's pattern and tells Redford to step back, pulling a shimmering key from his cloak. Lee inserts it into the lock and, to Redford's astonishment, manages to open the door. Stunned, Redford asks where Lee got the key. Lee explains that he swiped it from the headmaster's drawer during an after-school event at the headmaster's hall with Chan. Weeks ago, he hadn't mentioned the key before. To Chan, Lee also received a message from the director. Back then, it hadn't occurred to him that the key would be useful now. With the door open, Lee warns Redford that there are likely traps ahead. Redford cautiously opens the door, revealing a path leading down into the dark. Lee urges him forward, but Redford's sharp ears pick up strange sounds below. He asks Lee to wait while he investigates. After listening intently, Redford reports hearing voices like people working underground. He deduces that this must be how outside supplies are transported into the school. Probably, the school has been using secret underground tunnels for years to deliver goods discreetly. They use them to deliver goods discreetly. He tells Redford they need to move quickly and explore the area before dawn. Radford hesitates. He questions the wisdom of the idea, but Lou ignores him and starts down the stairs. Radford reluctantly follows. As they descend, Radford complains about the darkness. He complains about the thick darkness surrounding them. He tries to create some light. Yu stops him. He warns against drawing attention to themselves. After all, the headmaster has kept this place hidden, making it naturally difficult to navigate. Hard to find his way around. Radford acknowledges Lee's point, but can't help but wonder, just who is this clever companion? Radford recalls rumors from his own tower about a student who overshadowed even the prince and princess with his power and charisma. They say this same student subdued a thunderbird with a single spell and that he's the strongest member of the Azure Dragon Tower. Could these rumors be true? Radford wonders. Lee notices Radford lingering and urges him to hurry. When they finally reach the basement, Lee suspects the floor itself is the vault and advises Radford to proceed carefully. However, as soon as they emerge from their hiding spot, the room suddenly illuminates. Flames spread all around him. Confused and alarmed, Lee is at a loss for what to do. Then, as Lee tries to figure out why the candles were lit, suddenly, he hears unfamiliar footsteps approaching. He wonders if it's the storehouse guardian. Lee keeps his movements silent so he can observe the visitor before acting. To his surprise, the visitor stops beside a large shelf of supplies and begins counting the newly delivered items. It's the school storage room. Realizing the school is strict about maintaining its impeccable inventory, Lee knows he needs to leave before he's caught. Just as he tries to stop Red from panicking, the visitor approaches. He demands they reveal their identities. Lee freezes, unsure of what to do. He's paralyzed with indecision, but he eventually composes himself to deal with the situation. He pauses. For a moment, he considers using light magic to blind the visitor and escape. But when he looks at the visitor's face, he realizes the man has no eyes. Perhaps another sense has developed to compensate. Even if that's true, it should be impossible for the visitor to find. Lee and Red, they made no noise and hid in a place filled with other scents, making it hard for him to pick up his scent alone. While Lee wonders how this weirdo found them, it's revealed that, although the man can't see, he has a special ability that helps him sense creatures filled with mana in the three-dimensional space around him. Having detected two desperate sources of mana, he focuses on Lee's immense mana and tries to gauge it. As expected, he experiences the same strange effect that hit Greg when he tried to use mana drain on Lee. During their last class, since the visitor can't see their faces, he assumes the owner of this vast mana reserve is the headmaster. He apologizes to Lee, thinking he's the headmaster, and returns to his work. After he leaves, Lee is even more confused by his abrupt departure, without asking any more questions. Now, to address the elephant in the room, why did the visitor mention the headmaster? Did he mistake Lee for the headmaster? With no clear answers, Lee shifts his thoughts to what the visitor meant by amount of mana. Earlier, Redford, finally finding his courage, asks Lee what just happened. Lee explains that the man detected them through their mana and confirms that this academy is indeed a challenging place. He confirms that this academy is truly a difficult place. Well, fortunately, the situation is resolved for now, so he claps Redford on the back, encouraging him to keep moving. As they leave the warehouse, Lee warns Redford not to touch anything on the shelves. Someone is keeping track of the inventory. For now, they plan to find the passage these items came through and follow it out. Moments later, Redford's keen ears pick up movement from all directions. He alerts Lee. Lee praises him for adapting so well, considering it's his first time in the underground. Redford thanks him for the compliment. As they head towards the source of the movement, Lee asks why Redford has been speaking so formally. Redford ignores him, telling Lee to focus on the mission. They're almost there. After running a few more meters, they reach a dead end. Redford is devastated. He starts to doubt his senses. Lee, however, suspects there's more to this dead end than meets the eye.
He notices a slightly different brick
On one of the nearby walls, he guesses it's the key to unlocking the path beyond the dead end. His intuition comes from knowledge he gained through his family's stories. Unlike Redford, who's only known a life of thievery, Lai presses the brick inward, and the wall blocking his path opens. Judging by the brightness and size of the newly revealed path, Redford assumes that this must be the corridor leading out. He looks on, confused, wondering how Lee knew what to do. Maybe it's because he's a guardian. While Redford continues marveling at Lee's abilities, Lee is overcome with excitement. He knows that, finally, he's found a way to escape this hellish school. Finally, all those weeks of suffering make sense. Now that he's found the escape route without hesitation, he urges Hartford to move quickly. Hartford continues on, happy. After walking a bit further, they finally encounter the Henry Gate workers. Now, there are a few rules for the Henry Gate workers. They must never speak about what they've seen or initiate conversations. They aren't permitted to question anyone coming from the hallway, even if it's a priest or a student who just left. Moments after revealing themselves, Lee tells Hartford that the workers seem strangely uninterested in them, but Hartford suggests that maybe they didn't even notice them. Either way, Lee thinks they don't need to worry about the workers being suspicious. He approaches one of the carriage drivers. He asks if they're leaving soon. He'd like a ride in the carriage. It's pulled by horses. As the workers are almost finished, one of them invites Lee and Redford to get in and rest. Once they're comfortably seated and the carriage starts moving, Lee reminds himself to stay calm. Everything has gone well so far. His only concern is Redford's intense stare. It's making him uncomfortable. Redford's stare is unsettling. No one speaks. Lee starts to wonder if the outside world is even more difficult than he imagined. The guard, a symbol of the Empire and the mages. There are undoubtedly many enemies lurking. In the shadows, not only do political forces gather there, but many important items come and go as well. And he imagines all of this. Must be why the workers is anxious, though he's still not convinced about the part where they trap the students inside and refuse to let them leave. Once the carriage finally leaves the academy grounds, it suddenly stops. He wonders why. When he peeks out to investigate, he sees someone he never expected to encounter. It turns out Professor Garcia is standing just a few feet away from their carriage, talking and settling things with the driver. He wonders if she's already caught them. Redford, his voice trembling, tells Lee that there's a teacher right outside their carriage. He quickly ducks down inside, making sure Redford stays quiet. He doesn't think she knows they're there. Not yet, anyway. He tells Redford to compose himself and observe the situation quietly with him. After calming Redford down, Lee focuses on figuring out why she's there so late at night. It turns out the headmaster previously tasked her with delivering an artifact to the Imperial officials. Before handing over the artifact, she opens it and sighs, complaining about how troublesome it is to deliver artifacts every time. She then turns to the other handlers and gives them a smile, one that completely terrifies them. Their reactions break her heart. After all, she's just trying to be friendly. Just then, one of the rabbit men receives a warning signal. It's coming from some of the wagons further ahead. Immediately, he arms himself and urges his partner to do the same. At first, Garcia assumes they're reacting to her smile, but the rabbit man quickly clarifies that he's hearing emergency alert sounds from the vanguard. Up ahead, Garcia instantly goes on high alert, preparing to fight whatever is coming. Meanwhile, the vanguard leader orders the disguised imposters, the ones causing the commotion, to reveal themselves. He warns them this is their last chance. In response, the imposters lie, claiming to be traveling merchants. Knowing full well they're lying, the vanguard leader confronts them and even points out the weapons hidden on their backs. Realizing they've been caught, the imposters compliment the Academy's porters for their astuteness. As they remove their disguises, they ask if the porters are battle mercenaries or soldiers. Ignoring them, the vanguard leader orders his team into position and orders the archers to fire. Their arrows fly towards the imposters. However, the imposters quickly raise a defensive barrier, blocking the incoming arrows. One of them chuckles, mocking the vanguard for thinking they were unprepared. The soldiers, seeing how effortlessly the attack was blocked, realize these are no ordinary bandits. They demand the imposters reveal their true identities. At that moment, the lead imposter calls the vanguard fools for aiding the mages who are leading the empire to ruin. He gives them a chance to drop their weapons and surrender, claiming they can still save the empire. It's then that the vanguard soldiers finally understand. They're facing the anti-magic group, an extremist faction that rejects magic and spreads terror. As the enemy leader's patience wears thin, he and his henchmen leap toward the vanguard. They vow to execute them in the name of the Twilight Aurora Squad. Twilights, fortunately, before those bloodthirsty wretches can reach them. Soldier Garcia erects an order barrier, blocking their path. The imposters immediately try to break through, but they fail. Seeing Garcia's intervention, the vanguard soldiers begin to praise her. But she knows the barrier is only a temporary solution, temporary fix. After all, the Twilight Aurora Squad is infamous for killing mages, and unless someone is a combat mage, it's nearly impossible to hold out against them for long. Since she's not, her only option is to send magic messenger birds to the academy for reinforcements. She needs backup. She has to hold off the attackers until the headmaster arrives. Soon after the barrier goes up, the enemy leader orders his men to take it down. One of the imposters pulls out a large, gleaming black and gold sphere. He places it in front of the barrier and uses it to drain the barrier until it vanishes. With her precious order barrier gone, Garcia panics. She realizes her mana is depleting. When one of the vanguard soldiers asks her what's going on, she simply says magic isn't all-powerful. While there are many ways to counter magic, it's rare to see an object that absorbs mana on such a wide scale. The soldier then noticed something strange. He points to the orb in the enemy's hand and asks Garcia what it is. She immediately recognizes it as an ancient relic. The soldier asks if she's saying that a treasure, rarely found in ruins and dungeons, is in the hands of these criminals. Without answering, Garcia watches in horror. As the relic continues to drain all the mana she tries to gather, it's preventing her from casting spells. As she desperately searches for a solution, she doesn't notice an enemy approaching from behind. The moment he gets close enough, he lunges at her with deadly force. He declares it's time for divine punishment. Garcia panics, struggling to understand how he got behind her so quickly. Behind her, just as he's about to deliver the final blow, something strikes him in the head, knocking him out instantly. In the aftermath, Garcia and a vanguard soldier look on in confusion. They can't understand why the man collapsed. Suddenly, it seems to them like he fainted on his own. What they don't know is that Lee is right there with them, completely invisible. After scanning the area to make sure no one else is lurking nearby, Lee concludes that for now, the coast is clear. 10 minutes before, he had attacked the assassin. When the chaos truly began, Lee initially thought the commotion outside was part of Redford's trap. Redford, paranoid as usual. They asked Lee what they should do, and Lee told them, to hide and do something undisclosed. Meanwhile, when Redford asks what Lee plans to do, Lee assures him he has a plan. There's no need to worry. In his mind, Lee knows the anti-magic organization. The Twilight Dawn Squad? That will be a bigger problem in the future, especially if he doesn't help stop them now. To prevent that, he activates the invisibility spell on his belt. Damn it. He rushes to the battle scene to help however he can. Moments after knocking out the bastard who tried to kill Garcia, he remains invisible, leaving Garcia and the vanguard dwarf warrior. He wonders what just happened. Moments later, he calls out to the professor, revealing his identity. When she asks where he is, he explains he's using invisibility magic. There's no time for explanations, so he asks Garcia for orders. Garcia knows this is the time to act. He orders everyone to grab their weapons and stand guard. He has already requested reinforcements from the academy. They'll arrive soon, but until then, he tells him to remain hidden. Around that time, the archers fire another volley of arrows, but it doesn't help much. With attackers closing in from all sides, Garcia instructs his men to take cover and avoid injury. When the enemy deflects and returns the arrows, with such skill, Lee is shocked by their extraordinary movements. He's taken aback by their prowess. He's certain they are all martial arts masters. True martial arts masters. Masters who need a good beating. Lee asks Garcia why she isn't using magic. She explains that her mana was absorbed by an ancient relic. After a moment of thought, she asks how Lee is still maintaining his invisibility. Before he can answer, Garcia figures it out herself. If she's correct, Lee's mana is as vast as the ocean. That's a huge advantage, so she asks him to lend her some mana. He readily gives her a large amount, allowing her to regain her power. With this newfound strength, she summons Petra's indestructible lance. It imbues her with powerful magic, and she uses its power to shatter the golden orb, glowing brightly. Her enemy calls it an ancient artifact. The explosion is so loud and bright that even her enemy is forced to momentarily retreat from the blast radius. As Garcia feels her mana returning, she tells Ali to fall back so she can handle the rest. For her next attack, she summons the lightning wolf, a flesh-devouring beast, to consume her enemies. They flee to avoid being electrocuted. As the attack unfolds, Ali senses something strange about Garcia's mana. Although faint, it seems her mana is still flowing elsewhere. After investigating further, he realizes the relic is still active, slowly draining Garcia's mana. He immediately tells her, causing a momentary distraction. In that instant, the enemies who ambushed her earlier surround and attack. They try to stop her from launching another attack. Garcia realizes they must have approached, while she was focused on the relic. But now she's running out of time. She needs a miracle to escape their blades. Just as she's about to give up, Lee, still invisible, hits one of them in the head with his staff. The others are left wondering why their comrade fell despite there being nothing around. The enemy leader quickly enters the scene. He orders his men to calm down, suspecting someone is among them. Someone using invisibility magic. He throws powder in Lee's direction, briefly disorienting him. When he recovers, Lee realizes how incredibly skilled these enemies are. They reacted to an invisible threat so quickly. He also notices that the leader's energy is far stronger than the rest of the group. Knowing this, Lee can't let the leader reach the professor. They'll be in grave danger. To execute his plan, Lee deactivates his invisibility spell, revealing himself to the enemy, seeing that the troublemaker is just a child. The enemy soldiers are shocked. To reclaim their honor, they vow to teach him a lesson for interfering. In response, he calmly tells them he'd never fight them head-on. With that said, he runs towards the relic to destroy it. This causes most of the soldiers to chase after him. Knowing it's too dangerous to confront them directly, Lee activates his invisibility spell once more. He vanishes into the night. Seeing this, the leader orders his men to let him handle Lee. While they join the group, attacking the troll mage. Realizing the leader is now after him, Lee focuses on keeping a calm mind. To finish this quickly, to slow down their leader, Lee grabs the iron balls from Greg's class and hurls them at the enemy squad. The iron balls knock a few of them off their feet, prompting their leader to warn the others to be careful. Jacqueline seems to be using hidden weapons. He also tells them not to underestimate the combat mage. Just because he's a kid, they need to give it their all. At this point, Lee realizes how different this situation is from the lessons he's used to. It almost feels like his brain is burning from the intensity. But he knows he needs to focus. Any lapse in concentration could cost him his life. To steady himself, he reminds himself to maintain a rhythm. Throw the iron ball, retrieve it, spin and repeat. However, as he overthinks his actions, he feels a sharp pain in his head. It's followed by a sudden nosebleed. With the enemy still on his tail, Lee rants, wonders if the nosebleed he had earlier was caused by a lack of mana. But then again, considering his abundant mana, he realizes that's not the case. He then wonders if the bleeding was a result of overtaxing his mind. Without clear answers, Lee decides he can't let this charade. With the enemy stalling, what for any longer? Especially now that the relic has been fully activated. Again, for now, he needs to keep him from moving. To do that, he infuses his metal orbs with magic again and sends them hurtling towards the enemy leader. To his surprise, the leader slices the metal orbs in half and catches the scent of Lee's blood nearby. Although Lee is still invisible during the fight, the leader orders his men to follow the scent of blood towards the reliquary. As the soldiers advance towards his supposed position, Lee, now near the reliquary, he abandons his mission of destruction. He grabs a sword from a wounded soldier and launches a preemptive strike against one of the smaller opponents. Luckily, he lands a successful blow, wounding one of the enemies. However, the leader immediately recognizes the wound as being caused by a sword. He wonders if Lee Han has switched weapons. Two of his men alert everyone on the battlefield that someone is nearby. To avoid being hit by the invisible mage, one of the enemies scatters something called shining dust around the reliquary. Lee Han almost dodges the dust completely, but a bit of blood from his nosebleed touches the dust, making him visible. Lee takes note of this effect. Just as he's about to give up on destroying the relic, Lee suddenly remembers something and decides to use it against the enemy. Since he needs time to prepare, he disappears again. Moments later, the enemy forces notice a trail of Lee's blood staining the ground. Upon hearing this, their leader instructs them to handle the mage carefully. However, while following the scent of blood again, the leader realizes it's now mixed with something else, which worries him even more. Shortly after, they hear sounds all around them. The leader quickly calls his group to order, knowing Lee is close by. Seconds after they form up, Lee takes down two of their main members in one attack. Their leader notices Lee's incredible judgment. He's impressed that despite being cornered, Lee chose to hide among the injured to catch them by surprise. It's been a while since the leader has encountered someone like this, and he's thrilled to finally meet another fighter as clever as himself, someone he can face without holding back. Before facing Lee, the leader grabs his sword. He removes his mask to reveal his face and introduces himself as Doraxe, or Jira for short. After the formalities, he assures Lee that he'll take him seriously from now on. He then advises Lee not to think that he got away completely with parlor tricks, because there are other ways to track him. To test leader Lihan's claim, he tries to attack the man's blind spot. However, to his surprise, the leader matches his movements, blocking the attack with ease. While wonder how he was able to pinpoint his location, leader Lihan states that other things give him away. He explains that Lee's ragged breathing is too loud to ignore, and relying solely on the scent of living beings would be foolish. To make matters worse, the leader thanks Lee for taking down his men, as it made his breathing even easier to hear. He declares he'll end things quickly. Leader, a martial arts technique, similar to Mind's swordsmanship, and attacks there with everything he's got, even though he knows he's doomed if one of those swords touches him. He does his best to stay calm and dodge as many blows as possible. After successfully evading them all, Lee realizes the trouble he'd be in if he were a single step closer. Reflecting on the fight, he admits the man's sword skills are far superior to his own. The fact that he's struggling to defend himself against someone he can't even see proves the leader's earlier statement. As Lee prepares for his next move, the leader lunges at him, eyes blazing, and swings his vein-covered sword. Luckily, Lee blocks the blow, but the force of the impact sends him flying. He lands flat on his back. Lying there on the ground, he realizes just how dangerous real-life combat can be. He even wonders if this man has achieved the level of aura mastery that Arlalong mentioned when Lee was younger. At that moment, the leader taunts Lee, saying he can still hear the fear in his breathing, pointing his sword at Lee's throat. He wonders what kind of terrified expression Lee must have right now. Lee realizes he could die at any second. He refuses to accept his fate. Lee remembers something Arlalong once told him about trained swordsmen who infuse their weapons with mana. Since Lee is skilled in magic, he decides to try something. He attempts to infuse his sword with some of his excess mana. As he begins the process, his sword starts to glow a brilliant sky blue. It shines brightly. Lee attacks! His enemy quickly blocks the blow. Seeing this, the leader is skeptical. He struggles to believe it. What you're witnessing is Lyran making history. He's just become the youngest mage ever to infuse this much mana into his sword. His mana reserves are overflowing, so he pours everything into his blade. Moments after the infusion, Liran unleashes an overwhelming force. It sends team leader Jira of the Twilight Squad flying backward several feet. Jira is badly injured, blood spraying from his mouth. He struggles to understand how a single sword strike could be so devastating. Lying on the ground, he curses the freshman, Lyran. He decides he must kill him. He refuses to reign supreme. About to go down in history, as the man defeated by a mere freshman. Meanwhile, Lihan struggles to get up, but he realizes, to his horror, that he can't move. Trying to understand why, he considers the possibility that this is a side effect of forcibly expelling a massive amount of mana at once in one go. With the little strength he has left, he glances at Jera, who is slowly getting up, preparing to attack. As soon as Jera regains his balance, he charges at Liran with a furious roar, "Die!" He intends to finish him off. Just as Lyran's motionless body is about to succumb to despair, disaster strikes Jera. His body betrays him mid-air. Suddenly, he coughs up another mouthful of blood and, before he realizes it, collapses unconscious to the ground. Equally confused and relieved, Liran watches in astonishment as the man falls right in front of him. Grateful that his mana-infused attack worked, Liran lies motionless on the ground, exhausted but exhilarated. He survived his most terrifying battle yet, so far. Before he can celebrate, his thoughts drift to Professor Garcia. He hopes she's safe. A second later, he hears Garcia running towards him. She's calling his name. She finds him lying on the ground and immediately checks to see if he's all right. As Garcia fusses over his injuries, he's surprised to see her, acting as if her own life wasn't in danger just moments ago. Curious, he glances at the battlefield. He sees the gruesome remains of the enemies who dared to challenge her. He realizes there was never any reason to worry about her in the first place. A weak chuckle escapes his lips. He lets out a weak laugh. Once she confirms he's stable, Garcia reassures him, saying their strongest reinforcement is already on the way. Seconds later, Director Osugonado appears, and for the first time, Liran feels a sense of relief at the sight of the green skeleton. Knowing he's finally safe, he succumbs to exhaustion and collapses into Garcia's arms. She gently lays him on a stretcher in one of the carriages. While the Academy mercenaries begin to clear the battlefield, the director turns to Garcia. He apologizes for putting her in such danger, admitting he should have anticipated the ambush by the Aurora squad of Twilight. Garcia, however, reassures him. He says it wasn't his fault. Just then, a bloody Greg arrives and immediately confronts the director. He calls him negligent for not anticipating the attack. The irritated director orders Greg to be silent and instead instructs him to identify one of the captured men. Greg, noticing the distraction, but complying nonetheless, identifies Garrixe, or Jira, as the leader of the enemy squad. He explains that Jira is highly influential in his guild and has earned the infamous title of Magic Assassin for his combat skills. Realizing Jira is still alive, the director restrains him. But then he notices something peculiar, which is the battlefield. Scattered across it are Liran's metal balls, a completely different fighting style than the mercenaries. Putting it all together, the director begins to suspect that Liran might have taken down these enemies single-handedly. Stunned by the possibility, he starts to wonder, what kind of monster did the Guardian and his family raise? Garcia, noticing the director's thoughts, explains how Liran's fundamental role was in making the battle far less dangerous than it could have been. She then implores the director to let him off the hook this time. Contemplating her words, the director acknowledges how insane it is for a new student to possess such combat ability. He finally concludes that Lihan possesses extraordinary talent in magic combat. From the mercenary reports, it's clear that magic wasn't Lihan's only skill. He used... Intrigued, the headmaster makes an unexpected announcement. He wants Lihan to enter into a unique succession contract with him. In other words, he intends to personally pass down all of his combat knowledge to Lihan alone. Garcia immediately warns him that the Emperor won't take this decision well. However, the headmaster simply cites the Academy's rule of treatment is the same for all students and decides to postpone it for now. He knows that there will be many future opportunities to mentor Liran. Unknown to them, at that very moment, Liran is trapped in a nightmare. Unaware of this, the headmaster summons tiny versions of himself, and under the cover of darkness, they begin to clean the battlefield. He also ensures that the mercenaries are generously compensated. Finally, before they begin their work, he orders them to retrieve the ancient relic that drained Garcia's magic, and his subordinates get to work. Soon after, the headmaster turns to Blood Greg, who's still on the battlefield. He's observing the gruesome state of some of the fallen enemies. Their positions are strangely intriguing. The headmaster asks Greg what he's doing. Greg looks up and tells him that he's just trying to inspect the invaders' bizarre postures. He finds it odd that an attack would leave some of them half buried in the ground. The headmaster agrees with Greg's assessment of their strange positions. But then he asks if they were also defeated by Lihan Warden. He wonders if the guy is even human. How could anyone wield magic on such an insane level? After a brief silence, after a short pause, Garcia confesses and tells them she's the one who beat those guys up. So brutally too. In her defense, in her words, she just punched them with her troll hands and didn't expect them to end up like that. Now that makes sense. Anyway, after cleaning up the scene, everyone, including Redford and Warden, is taken back to the academy. Before dawn, as the sun is about to rise, Lihan wakes up in a soft, warm bed. He's surrounded by luxurious blankets in an unfamiliar room. He wonders if this is what it feels like to be cared for. Once he's fully awake, he looks around the room and is immediately startled by the headmaster's large skeletal skull, asking him if he's awake. Startled by the headmaster's sudden appearance, Liran bolts upright, yelling in fright. He wonders why the headmaster is right in front of him. Just as he starts to panic about where he is, Garcia assures him everything is all right. He then mentions the shock Liran must have experienced from the ambush the night before. After praising Liran for doing a great job saving everyone, Liran finally calms down, remembering the teachers arriving on the battlefield right before he passed out. A moment later, the headmaster tells him he was amazing and thanks him for his kind words. All the while he's wondering if these strange people will just ignoring the fact that he tried to sneak out of school right under their noses. Even though he did help the teachers, there's still the matter of him trying to escape school ground just when he thought he was in the clear. The headmaster reminds him that he hasn't forgotten about the attempted escape from school grounds. Lihan hides his face in embarrassment, but then Garcia apologizes for putting him in a position where he had to come and help her. Moving on, the headmaster asks how he managed to get past the underground warehouse passage. Silence. The headmaster asks Lihan if he stole one of the keys he'd left lying around. Purposely, of course. At that moment, Lihan realizes it was a trap all along. He remains silent. The headmaster then asks if he had any trouble getting past the storage room caretaker. The storage room caretaker? For the first time since the questioning began, Lihan says he doesn't know what he's talking about. The headmaster, knowing Lihan is playing dumb, promises he won't be able to use that route anymore. Li Han's eyes well up with tears, but he maintains his composure. After another brief pause, the headmaster is overcome with emotion. He calls Li Han by his full name, then sincerely thanks him for his courageous action, for fighting against the Twilight Dawn Squad to protect the staff and students. As a token of gratitude, the headmaster presents Li Han with the renowned Morning Star sword, Morning Star. Examining the sword's structure, Li Han quickly recognizes it. He realizes it's a sword from the Twilight Dawn Squad. He asks the headmaster if it's appropriate to give this to a student. But the headmaster then gives him another precious gift. He checks it and realizes it's a blessed pass, a pass for egress. His face immediately flushes with happiness as he starts thinking about all the mischievous things he could do with this newfound power. Without wasting any time, he bows and thanks the headmaster for the reward. He promises to do his best to serve him. After that, the headmaster asks him how he's feeling. He tells Li that there's no problem, since he's doing so well. Seeing that Li is back to normal, the headmaster announces that this time he's not being punished for trying to leave, but for getting caught. At this point, Li is fed up with the damn headmaster. What was he supposed to do? Let Garcia face those idiots alone and risk dying? Well, the headmaster ignores his protests politely and checks the window to make sure, that the sun is rising. Once he's sure of it, he says, "There, your punishment is to think of another way to escape the punishment room for the next sunrise, so that you can be fully exonerated." Fast forward a few hours. Eli is seen locked in a punishment room by the strange man. Judging by the living conditions of the cell that he's in, it doesn't seem, or rather, more importantly, it's certainly more comfortable than his post-graduation days. Knowing this, Eli throws himself onto the mattress and rests easily. Seconds later, one of the headmaster's skeletons appears at Li's cell door. It calls his name and leaves a basket of food filled with treats. It opens the cell door for him. Confused? Utterly confused. Li wonders if punishment food is supposed to be this good. But deep down, he knows the headmaster wouldn't be so thoughtful. Something's not right. Just then, the skeleton confirms Li's suspicions. It informs him that the food basket is a gift from Professor Garcia, an apology for causing so much trouble. When Li asks to thank the professor, the skeleton angrily throws the food at Li and leaves him in the punishment room. Food had scattered everywhere? Eventually, Li cleans up and prepares himself a decent meal. After eating and drinking his tea, Li reflects on his fierce fight against Garrick. He remembers just how dangerous the encounter was. He considers himself lucky to have survived. If it weren't for Greg's combat lessons, things could have turned out very differently. They could be planning his funeral right now. Furthermore, he realizes he can now make a perfect circle with his metal balls. This demonstrates his progress with Greg's teachings. In the end, Li validates Professor Greg's words about learning faster and better in extreme situations. But he's not excited, for nearly dying to understand what Greg meant. What did he mean? Resting his head on the table, Li admits he was lucky this time. He warns himself to be more careful using mana in the future. Otherwise, if he's not, he could end up dying a ridiculous death, making him the laughingstock of the entire school. Tired of wallowing in self-pity, he lifts his head looking for something, anything, to do. He needs to find a way to pass the time in detention. After scanning the room, his eyes land on the suspicious book the principal gave him. It was right before his detention. He remembers the principal saying it would keep him occupied. He's unsure what to do with the book. Could it be a trap or a gift? He can't decide. His inner voice debates whether or not to read it. His mischievous side says the principal's book is a present, while his cautious side warns him it's probably a trick. Lost in thought, he suddenly remembers the principal is technically undead. He is not human, so it's probably a trap. However, just as he's about to look away, the book opens on its own, and in a flash, the words begin to magically tear themselves from the pages and latch onto Li Han's head. Moments later, Li Han feels knowledge flooding his mind, leaving him to wonder what the headmaster is trying to teach him. The headmaster's skull-like face suddenly appears before him, ordering him to say the name of the magic he's now thinking of. Confused, Li Han struggles to understand the headmaster's cryptic instructions, but a phrase suddenly pops into his mind. He exclaims, "The arrogant footsteps of Ganadaltra." Hearing this, the headmaster smiles, pleased that Li Han guessed correctly. After the green skull familiar disappears, Li Han finds himself suspended in midair. His chair and book crash to the floor and desk, respectively. He too falls to the ground, landing in disbelief. He wonders if the headmaster cast a spell on the book. Tired of overthinking the situation, Lee lies down, smiling at how unpredictable his life has become. Although he can't use this new knowledge immediately, he finds it fascinating that magic can be learned so quickly. While munching on a Friday apple, Lee reflects on the headmaster's antics and assumes there's no deeper reason for what happened. Lee-han remains, unaware that the headmaster wanted to teach him personally, but was challenged by the other teachers. However, even so, Lee-han refuses to stress over the details and continues staring at the ceiling. Suddenly, he hears a faint tapping coming from the adjacent detention room. Curious, he wonders if he imagined it. When the tapping repeats, he realizes someone is knocking on the wall and wonders if there's anyone next door. After a brief pause, the person asks what year Lee-han is in. Lee replies that he's a first-year student. The other person comments, "You must be working really hard then." The stranger introduces himself as Gold. Lee's eyes widen in shock. He recognizes the nickname used by the fourth-year students. Surprised, Lee nervously greets him. He asks why a fourth year is in the detention room. If he remembers correctly, fourth years are allowed to leave campus freely. So why would a senior end up in detention? Lee's curiosity and attention grow as the conversation continues. Before judging the poor guy, Lee-han considers his own situation. He realizes he's in no position to talk about anyone else. So when the guy asks how he ended up in detention, Lee admits he was caught trying to sneak out of the academy. Surprised by the answer, the fourth-year student comments how this new batch of students is a lot more daring than the previous one. However, Lee sharply cuts him off and asks, formally, for the knight to explain how he ended up in detention. Feeling a bit uncomfortable with Lee's excessively polite tone, the fourth year tells him to speak informally. After all, they're all just mages. Adjusting his tone, he asks again why the boy is in the punishment room. The fourth-year student, now intrigued by Lee's personality, answers his question. He explains that he was punished for failing a test. Shocked, Lee asks if the punishment isn't too harsh for such a minor offense, but the boy simply says it's a common occurrence. He explains further, saying that magic tests require specific materials, and he failed because he didn't gather them in time. To make up for his tardiness, he snuck into the headmaster's secret vault and stole the reagents he needed for the test. Although he managed to steal them, he was caught. He was caught in a trap and ended up in the punishment room. At this point, he realizes the guy's basically a thief, but he doesn't dwell on it. After all, common sense seems to go out the window at this academy. More importantly, definitely, he thinks, if he doesn't want to end up back in the punishment room, he should ask the senior about other escape routes. Making up his mind, he tells his neighbor the underground route is unusable. For now, he asks if he knows any other ways to escape the academy. After a brief pause, the senior, indirectly, implies he won't share that valuable information for free. Catching the implied bribe, Lee calls for the skeletal guard patrolling the cells, causing panic in his neighbor, who assumes Lee is about to rat him out. Moments later, the guard knocks on the neighbor's cell door. He begins to sweat, fearing his punishment will be extended, to his surprise. However, the guard simply hands him some sweets, a breadstick, and a jar of jelly, saying they're edible gifts from Lee Ran. Still confused, the fourth-year student musters the courage to ask how Lee managed to do this while locked in the punishment room. Smiling, tells him to just enjoy the sweets before touching them. The fourth-year Black Tortoise student is impressed that he managed to get food while being punished and starts wondering who he is. After contemplating his next move, he finally decides to tell him everything. However, before revealing the details, he clarifies that the information is just a rumor he heard from the upperclassmen and that he's never personally tested it. He concludes that he's not in a position to be picky, so he agrees to listen. The next day, he and the protagonist, who only got involved because he wanted to tell him about a lecture, they visit the stables to investigate the truth of their neighbor's information. On their way, Yona silently wonders how Leo can still be worried about homework after experiencing such a serious incident. Without questioning him, she follows him to the stables. At the entrance to the stables, Leo pauses to remember exactly what his neighbor had told him. According to the fourth-year student, there's a stable hidden in the hills above the academy that's said to house winged beasts that the teachers often ride. Also, it's said this is where officials keep their eagles, messenger eagles used to deliver royal letters. Since these beasts are blessed, they can come and go freely from the academy grounds. Even if the rumor is true, Lee knows sneaking in and riding one of these creatures won't be easy. However, his chances of success aren't zero, so he decides to try. Opening the stable doors, he finds 2 black turtle students. They immediately freeze in fear. Seeing him and recognizing their terrified expressions, Lee tries to speak to them, but they quickly turn their backs and ignore him, frustrated. He tells them to break the habit of judging a book by its cover. The others based on their family names. The owner, knowing their reaction is due to his reputation, rather than his family name, remains silent and waits. He waits for them to overcome their disdain. At that moment, Redford calls out to Lee and bows deeply. He greets him with a respectful, "Sir." Embarrassed, Lee desperately tries to get Redford to stop acting so formally. Even after asking him to speak casually, like before, Redford insists that doing so would be disrespectful. In the end, Redford says that speaking formally, his ice is simply more comfortable for him, so Lee must adjust. Knowing he's fighting a losing battle, she sighs at him and tells him to at least stop groveling and get to the point. As soon as Redford lifts his head, he begins to recount his version of the previous night's events. While Lehan and Garcia were fighting the Twilight Dawn squad, Twilight Dawn, Redford took the opportunity to rummage through the chests in the carriage. While the workers were distracted inside, he found a collection of expensive-looking potions that seemed extremely valuable, since he had to hide the chest of potions. Inside his clothes, Redford only took the smallest ones, hoping it would be enough. When Lee Han and the owner see Redford's haul of valuable potions, they can't believe he managed to steal them under such difficult circumstances. In recognition of Redford's wit and courage, the owner claps him on the shoulder, calling him the best thief he's seen in a long time. Unsure if it's a compliment or an insult, Redford simply thanks him for the kind words. The 3 of them begin examining the potions, trying to figure out what they have. After some investigation, Yona suspects that most of the potions contain alcohol. This terrifies Lee Han. To calm him down, Yona assures him that alcohol is just one ingredient, so there's nothing to worry about. However, if they want to fully understand the potion's effects, they'll need to do more research. With that settled, Lee thanks Redford once again. Redford responds formally, as always. As he always does. Around this time, Neela, a skilled hunter from the Black Turtle Tower, enters the stables. She's there to check on her friends from the Blue Dragon Tower. Unfortunately, before she can get their attention, she spots Lee and Redford. She offers to take care of the horses, together getting closer to him. From her perspective, it seems Lee and Onara have replaced her with Redford, whom most people despise. Feeling heartbroken, she lets out a dramatic sigh, loud enough for him to hear. And when he turns around, he finds Nelia collapsed on the ground. He asks her when she got there. Instead of answering, Nelia gets up. She storms out of the stables, bursting into tears and accusing them of not needing her anymore. Now that they've found a new friend, shocked by her reaction, Lee and Ioner exchange confused glances. They wonder what she's talking about. Eventually, they calm her down and explain the situation. Fortunately, Nelia realizes she misunderstood and relaxes. Anna reassures her, saying that they're not abandoning her. With the drama resolved, Lee suggests they get back to taking care of the horses, and everyone agrees. A little while later, Lee stands before his special white horse, which now seems strangely obedient. Before getting comfortable, Lee suspects that the horse is just pretending to behave, to lure him into a trap. Considering how the other horses interact with their owners, his must be even worse. After a failed attempt to pet its head, he pulls out his secret weapon, a hairbrush. He starts brushing the horse's mane while praising it. Unfortunately, this cunning attempt to win the horse's favor only enrages it further. His anger explodes so intensely that even Nelia senses the impending war between Lee and his supposedly precious horse. 1 hour later, both Lee and the horse are sprawled in the hay of the corral, exhausted from the struggle. Accepting a temporary truce, Lee picks up the brush again and resumes, gently brushing the horse's mane. The sheer effort he had to exert just to brush its coat proves how different this horse is from the others. While pondering the horse's behavior, he hears Ionar, Nelia, and even Redford sighing in relief, celebrating their own progress with their horses. Then, Ionar asks how things are going on Lee's side. Lee admits he hasn't made much progress. Neely finds it strange the horse hasn't warmed up to him yet, despite his persistence, despite all his efforts. Meanwhile, Redford remarks that he's never seen such a stubborn horse before. At this point, Lee begins to wonder if the horse is secretly a monster, considering the absurdity of the Academy's teachers and their tyrannical methods, all in the name of academic excellence. It wouldn't be surprising if their horse had some monster blood mixed in before his conspiracy theories spiral out of control. He forces himself to stop overthinking and accepts that maybe, he's just not as skilled as his friends. Meanwhile, in Urugal's cabin, Professor Urgal tells his Aunt Zed how hard the new students are working in the stables. Zed confidently replies, saying, though she deliberately chose horses with terrible temperaments, they end up growing attached to the students who truly put in the effort to tame them. However, if someone mistreats their horse, like using a whip, they'll have a hard time earning its trust. After laughing maniacally, Zed casually mentions Lee Han. Since he's so diligent, she believes he must be doing well. However, she also reveals that the horse she assigned him is actually Griffin, her flying bird monster disguised as a horse. She admits he's difficult to handle, but if he persists with patience, intelligence, and a little luck, Griffin will eventually accept him. Upon hearing this, Uragolin chokes on his drink, spilling it, accidentally, on Zed. Furious, she demands to know why he reacted that way. Struggling to process what he just heard, Uragolin stammers, asking if she really turned the griffin into a horse and gave it to a freshman. Realizing she's been caught, Zed tries to manipulate him, insisting he must have misheard. Not buying it, Uragolin demands she be honest with him. Seeing there's no way out, Zed sighs and finally admits the truth. It turns out the griffin is actually a monster, with the head and wings of an eagle and the legs of a lion. Naturally, it's a species known for being demanding and arrogant, making it difficult to tame. Although the bird's personality can differ depending on the region, one thing is certain. Taming a creature as wild as this isn't something a first-year student should attempt. Unaware of this, Ergelim becomes furious and confronts his aunt about her decision, the reckless decision to give her best student, who is already recovering from an injury, a monster bird to tame. However, Zed refuses to be scolded by someone younger than her and answers sharply. When he raises his voice, the unfazed Regwin demands to know why she turned a griffin into a horse. Zed assures him it's completely safe, since he altered its physical characteristics to resemble those of a horse. Their argument quickly escalates into a shouting match, which rapidly devolves into a chaotic brawl, with them throwing things out the window in frustration. Meanwhile, Liren finally leads his horse out of the stables for a walk. He's relieved that the horse has calmed down. As they walk, he notices a strange belt and 2 rings on its ankles, around the horse's neck and front legs. A purple mist emanates from them. He also notices that, just like him, the horse dislikes unnecessary fights. When the horse gives him a subtly irritated response, he gives a nervous laugh. He recognizes the horse must have much more mana than he initially expected. This realization raises a troubling question. Could it be that this horse is actually part monster? Or is he just overthinking things? He observes the artifacts. Cursed objects draining mana from Lihan the horse. He concludes their consumption rate is too slow. He needs to find a way to increase it before the horse ends up becoming more powerful than him. After walking several dozen meters, the horse finally stops. He asks him if he wants to rest, and judging by his calm demeanor, he's just happy that he's finally communicating with him after being so aggressive before. If anything, you could say they're finally becoming friends. To ease the tension, he pulls out 3 sugar cubes from his pocket and gives them to the horse. Although he refuses to admit it, the horse finds the sugar cubes incredibly sweet, something he's never experienced in the wild. Just as he's about to completely submit right there, something in his primal instinct snaps, reigniting his ego, refusing to surrender so easily. He remains defiant, despite the growing bond between them. Liren is still worried about the increased mana consumption of the cursed artifacts. Noticing his horse's weary expression, he asks if it's tired, but there's no response. They continue traveling until nightfall. The next day, the students of the Blue Dragon and Black Tortoise gather for their basic alchemy comprehension class. They're surprised to find themselves in a warm, cozy indoor classroom instead of outside. Like the previous weeks, suspicious of the change, they cautiously open the door. Hints about what awaits them are dropped. A nervous student comments on how unsettling the tense atmosphere is, while another warns that the instructor may have hidden monsters in the classroom. Just then, a student from Black Tortoise Tower rallies everyone, urging them to prepare for an ambush. Meanwhile, Lahan just stands there, baffled by everyone's paranoia. At that moment, Shan, Owen, and Nelia arrive, assuring everyone they're ready for anything, while Lihan tries to convince them there are no monsters waiting to attack. Instructor Irigolum enters and asks if they plan to just stand around, or actually sit down, as the students file in. A silver-haired dragon student? Why today's class isn't outside. He points out that previously, the teacher emphasized, the importance of gathering ingredients in the field. Irigolum smiles and responds with a question of his own. Does the student plan to make potions outdoors as well? Realizing they're probably being paranoid, should the students settle down? Irigolum reassures them, saying that, unlike outdoor classes, indoor lessons are safe and comfortable. However, despite his reassurance, the students remain skeptical, not that their teacher minds. To begin the lesson, the golem instructs them to pour water into the pot in front of them. He explains that alchemy is a complex art where every step matters. He warns that anyone who skips steps will never become an exceptional alchemist. Exceptional. With that, he orders them to open their textbooks and begin creating a basic mana recovery potion. As Lihan flips through the pages, he quickly realizes this will be challenging. At first glance, alchemy might seem simpler than other forms of magic. Just follow the instructions, right? Unfortunately, that's far from the truth. True alchemy is like cooking an incredibly complex recipe. It's incredibly complex and under extreme time pressure. You need to not only gather fresh ingredients, but also remember the preparation techniques and instructions. For optimal efficiency, the formulas demand precise execution, making it suspicious if someone finds them too easy. As the students struggle with their first attempts, the know-it-all struts around, criticizing their failed potions. Just as he settles into tearing them down, he stops in his tracks. He stares intently, almost in disbelief at what he's seeing. Lee's efficiency, precision, and attention to detail are like someone who's worked in a chemistry lab for at least a decade.
Even though you're Regolin
might suspect he's some kind of prodigy, Lihan knows the truth. He's just painfully accustomed to this level of suffering from his past life. Once Lihan finishes making the mana recovery potion, and Raglin tries it. He instantly feels a revitalizing wave of mana coursing through his body after the near out-of-body experience. He tells Lihan the potion is excellent, and even praises his impressive mana reserves. He remarks that he didn't feel any recovery effect, despite consuming the entire potion. Anyway, Urugala calls for everyone's attention. He announces that a student has already crafted a perfect potion. A perfect one, at that. The students realize it's none other than Lihan Warden. Their reactions are mixed. Some are impressed, as always, while others grumble about the supposed prodigy, a student from the burning Phoenix Tower. However, watches with disdain, while Akan praises Lee, calling him a genius. As Lee returns to his seat, Akan tells him about Tiana from the Phoenix Tower. She also did a great job, but not quite to his level. When Lee asks about her, Ake points to Kiana, a serpent warrior. She's busy studying her potion. Lee also notices a necklace with the Flamani Order emblem. He remembers what Jonah once told him about them. If he remembers correctly, the Flamani Order reveres alchemy. Their priests are all exceptional alchemists, meaning Kiana must be naturally talented as well. When Lee and Kiana make eye contact, an awkward silence follows. Eventually, Kiana puts on a fake smile and asks if he's really from the Warden family. Once she confirms that he is, she politely introduces herself. Lee encourages her to speak casually, while wondering how her potion turned out better than his. When they shake hands, he notices her touch is strangely cold. He wonders if it's because she's a Lamia. Tiana then asks if Lee learned potion making from his family. She never expected to meet such an exceptional alchemist outside the order. Flustered, just as Lai is about to answer, Yorogalen catches them chatting and yells for them to return to their seats. Lee postpones the conversation and focuses on the lecture again. Moving on, Urugalam explains that although all the students attempted the potion, their results varied greatly. He advises them not to be too discouraged or overly confident. After all, this is just the beginning of their journey in the world of alchemy, filled with complex and strange wonders. At that moment, Lihan wonders how the professors at this academy are so good at demotivating their students, as if the lecture itself wasn't exhausting enough already. And Yuri Urugalan gives them homework. They must create a spirit friendship potion. Woozing low-grade spirit? Due next week. To ensure they take the task seriously, he also announces there will be a test on it. After drawing diagrams on the board, the golem explains the potion creation process. He tells them the basic ingredients
are in their drawers.
At this point, Niall finds it odd he hasn't made them figure out the production method themselves. But Iona, his seatmate, reminds him that he's a professor and they're just freshmen. So it makes sense. However, when Iona opens the drawer, her smile quickly fades. Niall asks what's wrong, and Iona reveals they're missing a crucial ingredient, the spirit-friendly herb. Hoping it's easily accessible, Iona asks Urugala where they can find it. To her horror, the professor says they'll have to harvest it themselves. He tells them they will have to harvest it themselves. A heavy silence fills the room. While Yahello casually gestures towards the mountains. Outside the classroom window, he tells them the herb can be found there. Then, he asks if they remember what he told them. On the first day, he's completely indifferent to whether they do or not. With that, class is dismissed. A few days later, Lehan meets Diddling. Of the presing order at their usual spot, she's enjoying another cup of her thick cocoa tea. Thick. After finishing every last drop, he asks how it was. Diddling remarks that, although the texture is a bit thick for a tea, it's still delicious. As they're talking, Cyan and her group from the Phoenix Tower arrive. Suddenly, Cyan tells Ali she's been looking for him. Recognizing her, he immediately asks her why. She explains it's about their alchemy homework. Specifically, they need to make the low-grade spirit friendship potion. Since it's difficult, she suggests they all work together to gather the ingredients. While Sienna speaks, Lee can't help but notice the terrified expressions on the faces of her henchmen. It's as if they expect her to devour them at any moment. In the end, they manage to stammer out their agreement to gather students from different towers. Seeing this as a rare opportunity for cooperation between the towers, Lee readily agrees. Before he leaves, Kiener asks if he will help organize the students from the Azure Dragon Tower. As soon as he says yes, she immediately bids farewell and departs. After watching her leave, Yilin asks if he knows Kinner well. He replies that they're in the same alchemy class, and then asks why she's so curious. Jilin hesitates, guilt written all over her face, then says, "It's nothing," but he's not fooled. Standing up, he playfully accuses her of piquing his interest, only to leave him hanging. Jilin insists that talking about someone behind their back, even unintentionally, would be gossiping. Hearing the word gossip only makes him more curious about what she knows. Knowing Jieling won't spill easily, he decides to try a different approach. Picking up a statue of Lord Prasanga, he places it on a nearby rock. He kneels and begins to pray, confused. Jieling asks him what he's doing. Lee solemnly replies that even though he knows talking behind someone's back is wrong, he thinks praying about it in front of their god would make it acceptable. Jieling, though suspicious, finds a certain logic in his words and remains standing, realizing his plan isn't working. Lee tries a different tactic. Still kneeling, he dramatically recounts a completely true story about how he was once ambushed by White Tiger students and barely escaped with his life. He then wonders casually if Kiana and her followers could be planning something similar during their ingredient gathering trip. Feeling pity for him, Jalen finally kneels beside him and begins to pray. However, before revealing anything, she leaves. Of course, she isn't accusing or slandering anyone. While Leah thanks her for sharing, Diglin simply says he can't hear anything because he's praying. Leah stares at him, completely perplexed, until she finally realizes he's annoyed her. Anyway, Diglin continues murmuring his prayers. After talking about how the priests of the Phoenix Tower, blazing, are good and honest people, she continues, mentioning that many of them still haven't let go of their material desires. Even though jealousy and competitiveness aren't beneficial to one's faith, conflicts still arise inside the most sacred tower of the entire school. Last week, in the dormitory of the burning Phoenix Tower, a student made fatigue recovery potions and shared them with everyone in the tower. As soon as the students drank the potion, they instantly felt their fatigue disappear, and many praised the young man for doing a great job. One of them even joked, saying that this fatigue recovery potion was better than the ones Kiana made. Kiana happened to be nearby, overhearing their banter. So, when they asked Kiana herself, Kiana was asked what she thought of the young man's potions. She feigned humility, claiming she was still too inexperienced to be compared to anyone. Up until that point, nothing happened, but the next day, Kiana made exactly the same type of fatigue recovery potion. She offered hers for everyone to drink. Without a second thought, the students drank her potion and instantly felt the same effects. Everyone commented on how refreshing it was and how it eliminated their fatigue. Kiana ignored the comments and walked away with a fake smile on her face. The next day, and even the day after that, Siana continued offering potions, just as the priest had done. Each time she'd ask for their opinions in a rather forceful way. And each time, she received the validation she craved. When this strange, attention-seeking behavior became too much, the priests finally realized something was wrong. A few days ago, one of the priests finally told Siana that she was the best. Only then did she stop making potions to hand out. Every day, after hearing everything, DJ Link just confessed. Lee Hun remained silent for a moment, before concluding that Siana is definitely cutthroat. Just when he thinks he's heard enough, DJ Link continues his story. He reveals that soon after that incident, Kiana did the unthinkable. Although the priest who made the potion and Tiana had stopped competing, one day, while walking down the tower hallway, Kiana encountered the priest. He called out to her, praising her potions. Digilin says he watched as Kiana completely ignored the poor guy and walked past him like he was nothing, still in a prayer position. She tells her lord, and apparently Lihan, that Kiana definitely snubbed him on purpose. Lihan remains calm. He wonders why she holds so much resentment. More importantly, he wonders how she must feel about him. After the praise he received in alchemy class, especially considering her reaction to such a small matter. Back then, Dylan finishes his prayer to the Lord Prasanga. Lihan implores her to tell him more. Dylan, still thinking Lihan wasn't listening because she was praying, presses her. She insists she was just praying and doesn't know what he's talking about. As she gets up to continue her day, Lihan just kneels there, realizing that, given the situation, he needs to be more careful in alchemy class. Little does he know, more challenges await in the days to come during a lecture on basic magical temperaments. With the headmaster, a few days later, the headmaster instructs them to love one another and live in harmony. After emphasizing that personal desires are secondary, he introduces the week's assignment. Each tower must retrieve a flag he's placed in the freshman hall, specifically assigned to them. The flags bear the symbols of their respective towers, making them easy to identify. They have until the next class to retrieve their flag. With that, he dismisses the class. As the Azure Dragon Tower students head back to their dorm, one of them speaks up, wondering how this task is supposed to be a lesson in temperament, when the headmaster is clearly just encouraging them to fight. Many of them fall into despair, asking why their designated flag is in the White Tiger Tower. After all, words don't work with those brutes. Then one of them mentions that the White Tiger's designated flag is also located in their tower and suggests a peaceful exchange. However, the others quickly dismiss the idea, convinced that the White Tigers are just barbarians who don't care about honor and would never agree to a trade. With nothing left to do, most of them start to give up, reasoning that it's just a homework assignment and it won't kill them. Realizing this, Li Ran decides he can't let them continue like this. He can't let them lose valuable academy points, especially because they don't know what other insane homework this strange academy might throw at them in the future. Refusing to let their grades plummet, Li Ran gathers everyone and indirectly tells them not to give up. At that moment, the students see a spark in Li Ran and ask if he has a plan. Just as he's about to explain, the frog interrupts, claiming to know what Li Ran is going to say. According to his mediocre deductive skills, there's a 95% chance that Li Han is suggesting they infiltrate the White Tiger Tower. The White Tiger Tower. When Li Han confirms their suspicions, the other clueless students immediately jump on board, praising his daring decision. They eagerly vow to participate in his plan, as if that weren't enough. They immediately name Li Han, the mastermind, to lead the charge. At that moment, he realizes these goofballs just don't want to think for themselves. Finally, he agrees to be their leader. The students erupt in a battle cry, promising to make those White Tiger bastards obey. The next day, as the sun rises, Lihampa paces the courtyard. He's thinking about the looming deadlines for his homework assignments, given to him by both Urigolo and the headmaster. At this point, he has no idea which task will be more difficult. But for now, he needs to attend Greg's class and worry about the rest later. As soon as he enters the classroom, Greg slams his book shut and immediately accuses him of being 11 seconds late. Despite how ridiculous his teacher sounds, Lee still apologizes, explaining that he had to take care of a horse. Greg ignores his excuses and says that he's the one losing out by being tardy. Lee forces a clearly irritated smile. He wonders if all the teachers learn to be so rude in the same place. Moving on from small talk, Greg starts the lesson. He tells Lee to immediately send back the iron ball that's in his possession. Lee picks up one of the balls and forms a perfect circle with it. Impressed with how much Lee has progressed, Greg realizes he's learned something new from his recent life-or-death struggle. Not only that, but Lee's control has improved much faster than expected, and he seems to understand a little more now. Anyway, Greg tells him his skill isn't bad and encourages him to bring the ball back. Lee expresses his thanks, excited that the coldest teacher he'd ever seen would give him such rare praise so early in the morning. Soon after, Gregory tells Lee to try water magic, a skill he had learned. Lee obeys the teacher and immediately conjures a globule of water, which he then suspends in the air. In his mind, Lee credits Professor Garcia's teaching for his success in maintaining the water's form. He recognizes, indirectly through this impressive feat, that Professor Garcia acknowledges him. As if life wasn't hard enough for Lee, Gregory tells him to condense the water globule down to the size of an iron ball. Lee decides to try. After several seconds, he's intensely trying to condense the globule. Lee realizes the task is much harder than he expected. It's about condensing it, not just reducing its size. This proves to be quite challenging. While Lee struggles, he keeps an eye on Greg in case he tries anything funny. Within seconds, he watches as Greg grabs one of the iron balls from his desk. He wonders why Greg's doing that. Moments later, Greg infuses the ball with motion and hurls it towards Lee, who's completely exposed. Lee suddenly realizes the danger he's in and, in a split second, transforms his water globule into a makeshift shield. It blocks the speeding iron ball. After surviving the attack from his crazy teacher's first attack, Lee pauses briefly before spotting Greg, grabbing another ball. Moments before the next attack, he shouts Greg's name. He asks if Greg's going to keep throwing those balls at him. Greg asks why Lee is so worried about him throwing iron balls. Lee replies that it's a little dangerous to do this in the name of learning. Greg retorts, asking Lee if he realizes this dangerous method has been effective so far. While Lee stands there, perplexed, Greg reminds him that he went through a similar situation with the anti-magic faction the other night. According to the teacher, a crisis sharpens a person's focus and instincts and increases one's control over their magic. With that said, he then asks Lee why he's working so hard to avoid the dangerous, yet effective, path to success, especially when he already knows it works. At that moment, Lee snaps back to reality, struggling to understand if the professor realizes that he almost died that night. He concludes that Lee was probably influenced by his speech. Nonsense. Greg encourages him to try again. Lee decides to forget about it. All right, everyone, that's the end of the video. If you enjoyed it, leave a comment. For the next part, subscribe to the channel and hit the like button. Thanks for watching and see you next time.